Hello, I'm Jennifer Joy, author of Fitzwilliam Darcy, Traitor. Please stay all the way to the end and I'll give you a little glimpse inside some of the research in the making of this project. Happy listening.
Fitzwilliam Darcy, Traitor, a Pride and Prejudice variation, Dimensions of Darcy, written by Jennifer Joy, narrated by Stevie Zimmerman. Prologue. That is your greatest flaw, Darcy. You were too often right, Richard said. Fitzwilliam Darcy inspected his cousin. Richard's eyes were clear. His military uniform was brushed and neat, as befitted a colonel in His Majesty's army. His walk was steady and confident. There was nothing in his outward appearance to indicate he had taken leave of his senses, though his speech suggested it. Darcy pointed out the obvious. Being right is hardly a flaw. It is when you are never wrong, Richard insisted. Darcy walked faster, the shops lining Pall Mall receding in the distance. Why had he brought Richard along? He was a nuisance. I refuse to honour your riddle with a reply, or encourage you to speak of my flaw. At all times, Darcy behaved with the utmost discretion and propriety. If anyone knew the lengths to which he went to live above reproach, it was Richard. Your flaw? Do you flatter yourself that you only have one? Darcy shot Richard a look meant to silence him. It did not work. At first I thought it was your complete lack of sympathy, but I believe the true problem stems from your infallibility. And then there is your resentment. I will own I am resentful, but I do not lack sympathy. Richard deepened his voice, mocking Darcy. My good opinion, once lost, is lost forever. Holding up a finger, he resumed his normal tone. You prove my point, Darcy. You have little sympathy for others and none at all for yourself. And drop your shoulders, man. You look like a miffed miss. I'm doing you a favour in pointing out the flaws in your character, so you can make the needed adjustments. I'm saving you time and extended heartache. See how helpful I am. You ought to thank me. It's not every day you encounter such honesty and wisdom in one devilishly handsome man. You are as handsome as you are wise. Richard clutched his chest. Ah, the cut direct. I refuse to be insulted. What do you say to that? Darcy sighed. He was in no mood for humour, but he would indulge his cousin. How do your men endure you? Richard guffawed. Better than you do. They're good men, very wise. Then I am certain they would agree with me. No wise man would call being right a flaw. I should think you would prefer to be happy at home rather than right, and stuck with me in London, like a burr on my backside. Richard's grin never wavered. You flatter yourself, Rich. Nobody in their right mind would come near your backside, and according to you, I am always right. Often, not always. The difference is vast, and your ability to claim one over the more humble other is telling. Good Lord, Richard was impossible today. What had Darcy done to deserve this circuitous denigration of his character? I suppose you aim to accuse me of pride next, he asked. Why should I, when you've just spared me the trouble? Richard jabbed Darcy in the shoulder with his elbow. That you would admit one of your own faults shows there is hope for you yet, he added with a grin that made Darcy wish he could cast manners aside and throttle his cousin in the middle of busy St. James Square. Insolence does not become you. Darcy contented himself with a withering glare, which Richard ignored. Darcy grimaced. Why did he even bother? He lengthened his stride. The sooner they arrived at the club, the better. Richard prattled on heedlessly. A bit of humour makes it infinitely easier to accept one's own faults and those of others. You are too serious for your own good, Darcy, and would benefit a good deal from a healthy dose of laughter. When I discover a fault, it becomes my responsibility to root it out. I do not laugh over it, and I despise those who do. More's the pity. You will have no peace at all until you accept that you make mistakes, just like the rest of us mortals. You speak of peace, when it was your mother who— Anguish suffocated Darcy, choking the words in his throat. Richard raised his eyebrows. You were the one who sent for her. What did you expect? For Georgiana's smile to be restored, for Darcy's sweet sister's innocent wonder to be repaired, for the confidence she had once possessed to be returned. Darcy's chest tightened. He prayed he would never see Wickham again, for his restraint toward the devil was exhausted. The rake had done more damage than Richard understood. The fiend had stolen a part of Georgie she might never recover. The Portland stones of White's shone in the autumn sun, and Darcy all but ran to the refuge. Richard knew nothing of his faults. Darcy had followed his instincts to Ramsgate. He had been right, but he had been late. So nearly too late. Darcy could not afford to let his guard down for Georgiana's sake. She depended on him, and he would not bear to see her suffer more than she had at the hand of Wickham. They entered the gentlemen's club, breezing past the group of dandies vying for position in front of the bow window overlooking the street. Unlike that lot, Darcy did not want attention. His sole purpose was to pass the time in the most agreeable manner he could imagine, until Bingley, or "that pleasant fellow," as Richard's mother had called him, was ready to depart for the estate he had let in Hertfordshire. Darcy recalled her words clearly. "I do not know how you came to befriend such a pleasant fellow as Mr. Bingley, but I am glad of it. You stand to benefit from his association more than he could possibly benefit from yours," she had said. He had known better than to argue with his aunt. She had descended on Pemberley like a storm after a battle, with no respect for the carnage left in Wickham's wake, and she had won. As Richard had so ineloquently pointed out, here Darcy was, on his way to the country where he knew nobody, nor did he wish to meet anyone, when he would much rather be at home with Georgiana. Blast that traitor Wickham! Richard interrupted his thoughts. "Darcy, if you persist in this growling, I shall sell tickets and make my fortune. The public would pay a shiny shilling to see a snarly, live werewolf dressed as a gentleman. I've never seen you in such an ill humour." An ill humour Richard only prodded and provoked. Once again, Darcy regretted bringing him along. But they were inside the club, and his favourite billiard table was available, the one nearest the window overlooking the courtyard. The smack of the ivory balls and the satisfying thud they made when they hit the leather pocket threatened to improve Darcy's mood. If he did not look too closely out of the window, he could even pretend he was at home. Georgiana would be practising at her pianoforte. Her skills rivalled those of their mother. She had been a true proficient, but Georgiana added a passion for music that no amount of training and skill could equal. For a few glorious moments, Darcy forgot his troubles. He was simply a man decimating his cousin at a game of billiards. And then the music stopped. Someone must have been playing nearby. It had not been Georgiana. She had not played her instrument for months. Darcy had tried everything he could think of, only to be further than ever from making her world right. If only he knew what to do, he would move heaven and earth for his sister to smile again. A pack of gentlemen entered the room, sniffing for an innocent sheep to fleece. Richard nodded politely at the newcomers, while Darcy returned his attention to his own table. He did not wish to invite their company. "You are abominably rude, Darcy," Richard mumbled. Darcy struck a ball into a pocket. "I am in no condition to converse politely, nor do I desire anyone to suffer from my ill humour." Richard sneered. "You mean anyone besides me? Have you no other friends with whom I might share the burden? I apologise, I should say the honour, of suffering my surly cousin's companionship." "If I am so difficult to be around, you are free to depart. I do not lack for friends in town." An undignified snort escaped Richard. "You do not let people know you enough to make true friends. You are infamous for giving a horrible first impression. Only the bravest and most persistent endure to see past your haughty exterior, to get a glimpse of the honourable man within." "You make me sound like an ogre." Georgiana had been dreadfully afraid of the monsters as a child. Darcy had often sat in front of the doors of her armoire until she fell asleep, until she was old enough to know those were not the monsters to fear. If Darcy sought consolation, Richard was bound to disappoint him. "It is difficult for a man to befriend a gentleman who believes himself infallible. He would sooner delight in seeing you fall off your pedestal than rejoice in your company. Mark my words, Darcy, society is not your friend." Darcy snapped. "I did not ask you to join me. You are not obligated to stay." Would that Richard would leave. He was exceptionally tiresome today. "And go against my mother's direct order? I'm not so foolish as to provoke her ire," Richard said, adding under his breath, "though she would reduce a colonel in His Majesty's army to the role of a nursemaid." That was it. Darcy had reached the end of his patience. He attacked the red object balls with all the pent-up frustration of a man unjustly accused and abused, ignoring his infuriating cousin, along with the growing population crowding the room. Darcy's efforts were for naught. Waiters moved between tables, seeing to the comfort of the gentlemen lounging in chairs and leaning against leather-tipped cues. What had been a quiet haven minutes ago was now occupied by at least 24 idle men with no respect for Darcy's wish for privacy. He did not like crowds of people, especially this crowd. Gentlemen whose families had cultivated close friendships and strong ties to the crown for their own selfish advantage. Before long, the betting book was brought in and laid on the centre of a table. Darcy scowled. Richard's aspect cheered. "Finally, some worthy entertainment. I wonder over which folly they will wager thousands today." "They're all self-serving fools," Darcy said under his breath. Richard's smile disappeared. "Take care. Do not forget who those men are. Royalists, the lot." Darcy did not need Richard to tell him who they were. One gentleman, the worst of the bunch, stood in the centre of the group. The Marquis of Marlbrook had benefited from the timely death of his father to pay off his many debts. Had Wickham been born into wealth and privilege, he and the Marquis would have been intimate friends. They were cut from the same cloth, handsome and charming enough to woo unsuspecting ladies away from their respectability, wealthy and influential enough to abuse others while avoiding the consequences of their selfish actions. "That makes their extravagance even more inexcusable," Darcy mumbled. He had strong opinions on the subject, but he was not so foolish as to voice them aloud for the Prince Regent's personal friends to overhear. Darcy tightened his jaw and bit his lips together, striking the cue ball with such a force it came perilously close to flying over the edge of the table. "Easy," Richard warned. The Marquis raised the quill pen over the book, commanding his devotees' attention. They elbowed each other for a better view of the betting book, their eyes darting about and their feet shifting in eager anticipation, like hounds at a hunt. They disgusted Darcy. "Let us go to the coffee room," he suggested. Richard looked disappointed, but he obliged Darcy's whim without complaint. They placed their cues on the table, but had not passed the window before the Marquis spoke. His tone was smooth, the look in his eye sly, like a viper hiding in the grass. "Miss Watson enjoyed her first successful season. She is without a doubt the most handsome of the young ladies to make their debut this year, and yet she remains unattached." The men closed around him, leaning forward and rubbing their hands. It did not take long for their comments to deteriorate. "It would do any gentleman credit to be seen with Miss Watson on his arm." "Do you suppose she is overly shy?" "What do you aim to do about it?" Darcy's feet refused to budge. He stood at the edge of the group, unable to move even when Richard tugged on his arm. The vulgar taunts continued. "She needs a gentleman to guide her. I wager Marlbrook means to act the gallant lover and tutor her." Their bawdy laughter made Darcy's skin prickle. His pulse throbbed in his ears, and his whole body lit on fire. How dare they, so-called gentlemen of the highest circles, speak of an innocent young lady in such a fashion, as if her life was no more important than the stupid wager they were certain to make over her. Had Georgie been part of a bet? Richard grabbed Darcy's arm. "I think it best for us to depart. Now." He tightened his grip, tugging on Darcy as he stepped forward. Darcy shook off his cousin's warning. He was not going anywhere. He could not. An image of his own little sister flashed in his mind's eye. Her shoulders thin and bony, because she would not eat. Her eyes lacklustre. Wickham had been so close. Darcy clenched his fingers into fists, lest he give in to his urge to strangle the rakes before him. Richard tugged on his arm again, more forcefully. Releasing his hold with a firm pull, Darcy whispered to him, "Miss Watson is a gentle lady, much like Georgiana. They attended the same finishing school." At that, Richard gave up with a sigh, as Darcy knew he would. Richard was honourable, unlike the scheming men working themselves into a passion before them. Darcy and Richard stepped closer to the pack, their arms crossed tightly over their chests, their frowns firmly in place. "Ah, even Mr. Darcy is not immune to the young lady's charm. Do you wish to place a bet? Who will be the first gentleman to make love to Miss Watson?" Marquis Marlborough teased. The man deserved to be drawn and quartered. Darcy chose his words carefully. The Marquis had the ear of the Prince Regent, who was known to act in favour of his friends. "It is not my custom to assist in the ruination of a young lady. Miss Watson is from a respected family, and you would do best not to make sport of her reputation," he warned, his voice firm, though his body shook in his exertion of restraint. Marquis Marlborough shifted his weight to one foot, resting his hip against the billiard table and raising a hand effeminately. "Is that a threat, Mr. Darcy? Surely you did not rebuke me in front of this group of gentlemen when you know me to be a favourite of the Prince Regent." Darcy felt Richard tense beside him. "Of course not, Marquis Marlborough," Richard said. "However, we beseech you to turn your attention elsewhere, perhaps in such quarters where the attention of an important member of the peerage, such as yourself, would be invited." "I do not want another spiritless mistress. £1,000 says I will be the first gentleman to make love to Miss Watson. She stands to benefit greatly from my patronage," the Marquis added, with a chilling chuckle. "Will you act honourably and make an offer for her?" Darcy asked. The Marquis chuckled again. "Make an offer? For her? Are you mad? Her fortune is not enough to tempt me." "And yet you would ruin her reputation, deprive her of all prospects of a respectable match once you have had your way with her. Does her future mean nothing to you?" Darcy repeated the same questions he had thrust at Wickham 3 months before. Richard clapped his hand around Darcy's forearm, a reminder to control his tongue and his clenched fists. Darcy counted as he inhaled, calming the fury threatening to overpower him. He was a Darcy. He would do what was right by the young lady, and accept the consequences if it came to that. Marquis Marlborough said haughtily, "Miss Watson will be honoured I should condescend to attend to her at all. She will brag about it for the rest of her life." Lord help him. Richard could squeeze Darcy's arm until he crushed the bones under his grip, but it would change nothing. Right was right, and Darcy could not allow a lady to fall prey to this man, royalist or not, when it was within his ability to prevent it. Darcy stepped forward. "Then no, I will do what I can to prevent you from winning your thoughtless bet." He would call on Mr. Watson that same day to warn him of the danger to his daughter. Marquis Marlborough roared in laughter. "You would stop me from getting what I want? I should like to see you try, Mr. Darcy. In fact," he said, as he scratched another entry in the betting book and signed his name beside it, "I wager an additional £5,000 you cannot. Now, if you do not intend to join in our diversion, I suggest you be on your way." With a sneer, the Marquis turned to accept the cheers and accolades of his followers. Darcy marched out of White's, Richard scurrying to keep up. "Where are we going?" Richard asked. Darcy turned to him. What a stupid question. "To the Watsons, of course." Richard nodded slowly. "I applaud your honour. You bend before no one in defence of a noble cause. But could you not have done so without publicly shaming Marquis Marlborough?" "A man must have a conscience to suffer shame." "You called him out in front of a crowd." Richard pulled on his side whiskers. "If it keeps him from preying on other young ladies, I would do it again. Miss Watson will not be his only conquest unless he is stopped. and you have to be the one to stop him. Did you not consider how they might misconstrue your words? Even the Marquis called them a threat, and wrote a wager against you in the betting book where anyone can see it. It is bad. It is very bad. It is a disaster." Richard rubbed his hand over his face and paced. "I spoke clearly. Even the simplest of the gentlemen present understood my meaning." Richard heaved a forbearing sigh. "Let us hope nothing comes of this. The last thing you need is to draw the attention of the Prince Regent. You are proud enough. I do not doubt you would defend your stance before even him. I will act as honour binds me. I could not live with myself any other way. And damn the consequences. I am not the individual seeking to ruin an innocent. Marquis Marlborough is the one who should concern himself with consequences." Richard shook his head. "It is a good thing you are quitting London for Hertfordshire on the morrow." "All the more reason to call on Mr. Watson hastily. There's no time to waste." Richard eyed him as they waited for the hackney. "You take the future of Miss Watson seriously. It occurs to me that you could offer for her. She's handsome, meek, and possesses a large dowry." A chill of repulsion ran down Darcy's spine. How could he marry a lady so similar to his own sister? Miss Watson was not at all the sort of lady to inspire tender thoughts from him, or provoke the intense passion he desired to feel for the woman who would be his wife. "The future Mrs. Darcy would not need my assistance to fend off men such as Marquis Marlborough. She would see his evil intentions, being a clever judge of character, and she would wisely extract herself from his company." Richard arched his eyebrow. "I suppose she will have to be as clever as you. With most ladies denied the education you require, I dare say you will die a bachelor, unless you are willing to marry a blue-stocking with no fortune and few social connections." Darcy knew the qualities he desired in his own wife. He had pondered the question a good deal, knowing himself incapable of marrying aimlessly. The lady he would wed must be intelligent, witty even. He had no patience for silly females. She would be a loyal sister to Georgiana, and a devout friend to those who earned her respect. She would courageously stand up for what was right, and fiercely defend the values that defined her character. Darcy prayed such a woman existed. If he was fortunate enough to find her, if she could look past his wealth and status to love him for who he was, he would marry her without hesitation, whether she lacked a fortune or connections. Chapter 1. 2 months later. Elizabeth Bennet took the brush from Jane, standing behind the cushion where her eldest sister sat in front of the mirror. She ought to see to her own toilette, but there was nobody Elizabeth sought to impress at the Netherfield ball. Jane fiddled with her fingers and chewed the inside of her cheek. "Eager or nervous?" Elizabeth asked, stroking her sister's golden locks into a soft sheen, before Betsy came to twist and braid her hair into the latest fashion. Nerves aside, Elizabeth envied her. Would she ever meet a man who set her nerves on fire and filled her stomach with butterflies, like Mr. Bingley did to Jane? "Both. I have never met, nor shall I ever meet, another man I admire so much as Mr. Bingley." Jane paused, looking dreamily at the wall, where Elizabeth was fairly certain she saw an image of said gentleman, rather than the faded, flowered paper. They had known Mr. Bingley for a month, and already Jane was certain she would enjoy a lifetime of happiness with him. Elizabeth was certain of it too. Jane's smile faded, and she met Elizabeth's gaze in the mirror. Softly, she asked, "What if his regard for me is not so strong as mine is for him?" Elizabeth's inclination was to alleviate Jane's apprehension with a witty retort, but now was not the time for humour. Her sister was serious. She replied, "No one who sees how Mr. Bingley looks at you would doubt the strength of his affection. He loves you, I'm certain of it. So certain, in fact, I would wager my prize necklace over it." Elizabeth ran the glass pearl teardrop back and forth over the gold chain around her neck. It was her most cherished possession, not for its value, which sadly was not much at all, but for the sentiment with which it had been bestowed upon her. The smooth touch of the single pearl never failed to bring her cheer, and for that it was priceless. Jane looked down at her hands, twisting her fingers. It pained Elizabeth to see doubt torment her sister. Sweet Jane's face was made for smiles. If proof was what Jane required, then Elizabeth would provide it, along with a dash of humour. Humour made anything bearable. She added, "Nor would anyone deny his regard who witnessed the care he extended to you during your fortuitous illness at Netherfield Park." Jane laughed. "Fortuitous indeed. I was embarrassed to impose on his hospitality, but Mr. Bingley and his sisters welcomed me so warmly, I soon felt at home. I could not have had better care had I been here at Longbourn." Elizabeth did not share Jane's favourable estimation of Mr. Bingley's two sisters, Mrs. Hurst and Miss Bingley. They were conniving and condescending. However, they had taken exceptional care of Jane, so Elizabeth overlooked their snubs. Forgiven, but not forgotten. Contemplating the residents of Netherfield Park, Elizabeth's mind naturally led her to Mr. Darcy. She crinkled her nose. Elizabeth doubted there existed a man in all of England prouder of his superiority than he. She forced her mind to return to the more pleasant Mr. Bingley. Why had Mr. Bingley befriended such a disagreeable man as Mr. Darcy, about whom she ought not waste her time thinking? If Mamma's influence on our prospective marriage partners is as significant as her uncanny ability to predict the weather, then I declare you shall be engaged by the end of the month, Elizabeth teased. Jane smiled tenderly, one hand reaching up to fiddle with the lace on her bodice. "Mr. Bingley is everything a gentleman ought to be. He's kind, he's charming and attentive in conversation, he's thoughtful toward others." Elizabeth wondered why she could not be so easy to please. Was it wrong of her to require so much from the man who sought to win her heart? Were such qualities as intelligence, honour, loyalty and humour so rare they were impossible to find combined in one man? The possibility such a man might exist made Elizabeth's toes curl in her slippers. A deliciously warm sensation enveloped her like a soft blanket. She could settle for nothing less than the deepest love. She would rather reach her dotage as a spinster than subject herself to a loveless marriage. "I am so happy, Lizzie. I wish the same for you," Jane said, taking her hand. Elizabeth squeezed Jane's hand, pressing it against her cheek, then releasing it after a quick kiss. Resuming her brushing, Elizabeth said lightly, "If I were a better daughter, I would sacrifice my sanity and all hope of happiness, and marry Mr. Collins." Though Elizabeth teased, she still shivered. Mr. Collins was their father's cousin, the man who would inherit their estate. He made her skin crawl. Jane clasped Elizabeth's hands, sending the hairbrush clattering to the floor. "Oh no, Lizzie, you cannot marry Mr. Collins. I cannot imagine a more ill-suited match, and I could not bear to see you forsake all hope of happiness by marrying him." Guilt pinged Elizabeth's conscience. She said, "You would have done it to keep Longbourn in the family. I praise the heavens every day for sending Mr. Bingley your way." Was it so difficult to send another suitable gentleman her way as well? Elizabeth hated to impose on one so busy as God, but the subject often came up in her bedtime prayers. Perhaps Jane was a favourite. Elizabeth had already determined to refuse Mr. Collins, should he make an offer. Her mother would call Elizabeth wicked and selfish, and would surely undergo an attack of nerves. But it could not be helped. Marriage to obsequious, pompous, boorish Mr. Collins would be a living purgatory. Jane tightened her grip. "Then I shall pray every day for you to be spared his attentions, Lizzie. I could not bear to see you with such a man, knowing how miserable he would make you. You require so much more." Jane knew her too well. Elizabeth sighed. "Is it too much to ask that the gentlemen we fall in love with attempt to be worthy of our hearts?" She shook her head. The conversation had taken a perilously serious turn when they should be gay like their younger sisters, readying themselves for the ball at Netherfield. Mary, the middle sister, plucked at the pianoforte downstairs, practising her skills to exhibit for Mr. Bingley's guests. Her enthusiasm, nearly recompensed, for the sombre tones of her selections. Kitty and Lydia, the youngest, chased each other around the house in their search for slippers and ribbons to pilfer. Elizabeth's silly sisters, whom she loved dearly, cheered her. She would not spoil their fun, nor would she spoil Jane's. Freeing her hands from Jane's grip, Elizabeth tossed her loose hair over her shoulder. "I am difficult to please, and if that is not hopeless enough, I have been declared insignificant by a gentleman whom your Mr. Bingley holds in high regard." Elizabeth cleared her throat, and spoke the hurtful words she could not forget, in imitation of Mr. Darcy's smooth baritone. "She is tolerable, but not handsome enough to tempt me. I am in no humour at present to give consequence to young ladies who are slighted by other men." She would much rather poke fun at her offended vanity than feel its sting. But Jane knew how hurtful the words had been. Tenderly she said, "I know why you tease, and I denounce any man who would spurn my sister. What he said was unkind and untrue, Lizzie. You are beautiful, inside and out. Perhaps Mr. Darcy requires spectacles, or perhaps he had recently received some bad news to put him in such an ill humour. There must be a reasonable explanation." Elizabeth rolled her eyes. "He probably thought I traipsed through the mud to Netherfield Park for the honour of seeing his handsome face, instead of caring for my ailing sister." Jane arched her eyebrow. "You admit he is handsome, then?" "As handsome as he is haughty," Elizabeth owned. Truth be told, Mr. Darcy was the handsomest man she had seen in her 20 years. She clearly needed to widen her circle. "No doubt he thought your attentiveness to be the mark of a caring, sensible sister," Jane suggested. Elizabeth was not convinced. "And the mud Miss Bingley made certain to point out on my hem. A sensible lady would have ridden a horse rather than trudge through fields. No, I am quite certain he believes me to be a silly creature." Jane pondered for a moment, then her smile returned in full glory. "You are not silly, Lizzie. Mr. Darcy would see your tenacity and determination as an act of loyalty toward a beloved sister. What gentleman would not hold in high esteem a young lady to display such admirable qualities as loyalty, intelligence, sensibility, kindness?" Elizabeth laughed to interrupt Jane. She would describe Elizabeth as a saint rather than what she truly was, a young lady with faults enough, like anyone else. Well, anyone except Mr. Darcy. He seemed to think he had no faults. "I suppose you wish for me to change my poor opinion of the offensive gentleman?" Elizabeth asked saucily. It was true. Mr. Darcy had insulted her vanity at the Meryton Assembly. She could easily have forgiven that, for she did not care for his opinion. What she could not overlook, however, was his unjust treatment of one dependent upon his kindness, Mr. Wickham. To deny a good man the living promised him, out of spite and jealousy, was deplorable. Jane looked at her reflection in the mirror, reading Elizabeth's turn of thought. "I am aware of the gentleman's dealings with Mr. Wickham. I believe all of Meryton knows of it. However, did you not tell me yourself that Mr. Darcy acted like a perfect gentleman during your stay at Netherfield Park?" "It was so unexpected I found it shocking," Elizabeth mumbled. "But it proves that Mr. Darcy has some good qualities. I can only hope his behaviour at the Assembly and his past with Mr. Wickham are nothing more than horrible misunderstandings." Elizabeth hugged Jane around her shoulders. "Oh, Jane, whatever will I do without you?" She picked the brush off the floor and set it on the table when Betsy entered the room. "Do not say that, Lizzie. I hardly expect Mr. Bingley to propose tonight." "He will if Mamma has her way." With a parting smile, Elizabeth went to her bedchamber. Did Jane not see how impossible it was for both Mr. Wickham and Mr. Darcy to be in the right? Theirs was no simple disagreement. One had all the wealth and influence, with none of the sympathy such a position required. The other had all the goodness, with no means to act upon it. Jane would not approve of her unflattering sketch of Mr. Darcy's character, but Elizabeth's opinion of the man was justified. How could she be wrong in her low estimation of Mr. Darcy, when during his short time at Netherfield Park he had offended most of Meryton. They thought he was abominably rude, and he clearly did not give a fig for their opinion. On the other hand, Mr. Wickham was well liked by everyone. On her own, Elizabeth acknowledged the possibility of judging a man's character incorrectly, but how could she and an entire village be wrong about Mr. Darcy? That, and she was so rarely wrong, she thought smugly. She laughed at herself. She had spent so much time thinking about Mr. Darcy, she was beginning to sound like him. Closing the door behind her, she leaned against it, enjoying the lively sounds in her home. At least she would dance tonight, and while Mr. Collins had attempted to spoil her evening by claiming the first set, Mr. Wickham had claimed the next. The evening would not be a complete loss. Jane had Mr. Bingley, and Elizabeth had the joy of seeing her happy. That would have to be enough for tonight. Her time would come, if the man she dreamed of existed. Elizabeth prayed he did. Chapter 2. Elizabeth was thankful for the respite from the rain when her mother insisted on taking the creaky landau to the Netherfield ball. The open conveyance showed off its occupants to their best advantage, which was Mamma's calculated purpose in using an otherwise inappropriate means of transport on a brisk November night. Her recent success in Jane's week-long convalescence at Netherfield Park had emboldened her to more dramatic measures. Elizabeth feared her mother would stop at nothing until all 5 of her daughters had fallen ill with colds and secured the affection of 5 single gentlemen. It had worked for Jane. Why should it not work for the others? Elizabeth's father teased that there was no more noble cause of death than to perish in the pursuit of an eligible gentleman. Morbid humour aside, he had a point. As for Elizabeth, she took comfort in the strength she stood to gain in mind and body if she survived her mother's tactics. "I doubt I shall be able to feel my limbs when we arrive at Netherfield," Elizabeth commented, to no one in particular, as she reluctantly allowed Mr. Collins to hand her into the landau. "Nonsense," Mamma said. "The chill will brighten your complexion. You will not lack for dance partners." Only Elizabeth, Mary, their mother and Mr. Collins remained at Longbourn. The others, Elizabeth imagined with envy, were already warming themselves by a fireplace at Mr. Bingley's estate after their chilling jaunt. Naturally, Mamma sat beside Mary, leaving Elizabeth no option but to sit beside their burly cousin. "Oh, bother!" Elizabeth squeezed against the side of the carriage so as not to allow for any unnecessary physical contact with him. Mr. Collins' eyes squinted, and he bared his teeth in a forced expression that did injustice to the smile. "My dear Mrs. Bennet, I am delighted with the opportunity to dance with all of my fair cousins in the course of the evening, especially the first 2 dances, which I have promised to my cousin Elizabeth." His pinched smile looked painful, and his attempt at charm soured Elizabeth's stomach. When their set was complete, she aimed to avoid him for the rest of the evening. She would inspire no false hope in Mr. Collins where she was concerned, no matter what her mother wished. Mamma prattled and praised Elizabeth as they set out for Netherfield Park. Had her compliments been directed to anyone other than Mr. Collins, Elizabeth might have enjoyed them. Instead, she did her best to ignore her mother's chatter and enjoy the view, what she could see of it by the glow of the moon, between low-hanging dark clouds. The wind had changed directions, bringing a chill from the east that pierced through her pelisse and wraps. It would be a miracle if Longbourn's residents did not catch horrible colds. Netherfield Park was in view when a lone rider cantered toward them. The moonlight shone on his red regimental coat. It was Mr. Wickham. He rode in the wrong direction if he wished to attend Mr. Bingley's ball. Doffing his hat, he swooped it through the air and flashed a charming smile that did not quite reach his eyes. Something was amiss. "Mr. Wickham, what are you doing out of doors when all of Meryton's finest ladies are in want of dancing partners at Netherfield Park?" Mamma inquired. Mr. Wickham pressed his lips together, as if he had a good explanation, which discretion prevented him from telling. Discretion could be so bothersome, especially when it taunted Elizabeth's curiosity. Fortunately, or unfortunately, it entirely depended on the tolerance of the company they shared. Mamma was neither discreet nor demure. She pressed. "You had best tell us directly yourself, or leave us to find out by other means, sir. Why are you not at Mr. Bingley's ball, when the other officers have been invited?" Mr. Wickham had the grace to chuckle at her unreserved candour. "I cannot give particulars without maligning your host, so allow me only to warn you of the influence Mr. Darcy—" Mamma puffed up. "Oh, that unpleasant fellow!" Mr. Collins spluttered. "Allow me to remind you that Mr. Darcy is the nephew of my esteemed patroness, Lady Catherine de Bourgh." "And what does that have to do with him being unpleasant?" Mamma asked, dismissing him with a flick of her fan. Elizabeth was outraged. First, Mr. Darcy would deny an honest gentleman a living, and now he denied him diversion. Mr. Wickham nodded. "I wish it were different. You may not believe me, but Mr. Darcy was once an affable gentleman." Elizabeth did not believe him. Neither did her mother, who snorted ungraciously. Mr. Collins was appeased enough to hold his tongue. Mary was above gossip, and did her best not to hang on every word. "Mr. Darcy has a great deal of influence over Mr. Bingley," Mr. Wickham continued, addressing Mamma. "As a friend, I must warn you to be cautious. It would—" His words trailed off, his distress plain to observe. After several seconds of hesitation, he said, "It would pain me greatly to see any of your daughters disappointed." Mamma's hand fluttered over her chest. "My dear Janey!" she cried, fanning her face, despite the bone-chilling cold. "You are certain, Mr. Wickham?" "I know Mr. Darcy. He is as predictable in his habits as a colonel's batman. He always does what he feels to be right, no matter how it affects others." With an apologetic look at Elizabeth, Mr. Wickham donned his hat. "I am sorry, but it is only fair for me to caution you not to underestimate him. He's treated me unjustly, and my purpose in speaking so plainly to you is to prevent my dear friends from suffering at Mr. Darcy's hand, when it is within my power to prevent it." His horse pranced, stepping away. "You are not leaving, are you?" Elizabeth asked. "If anyone should leave, it ought to be that ogre of a man, Mr. Darcy." "Under the circumstances, I consider it best to depart, rather than give the residents of Netherfield any cause for distress. I have no quarrel with them. I will withdraw with my honour intact." Elizabeth fiddled with her necklace, clamping her teeth down on her tongue to keep from expressing precisely what she thought of Mr. Darcy for all to hear. If he ruined Jane's chances with Mr. Bingley, Elizabeth would hate him for the rest of her days. She would find a way to make him as miserable as he would make her sister. The only man Elizabeth had truly looked forward to dancing with that evening rode away, taking her hopes for a diverting night with him. While she respected his decision to leave, she would have reacted differently. She would have stood firm before Mr. Darcy. If he was so offended at the sight of Mr. Wickham, then he ought to be the one to leave. Mr. Collins spent the rest of the carriage ride justifying Mr. Darcy's conduct. No nephew of his great patroness would interfere in the manner Mr. Wickham had implied. Such was his faith in Mr. Darcy's character, he soon declared the gentleman nothing short of divine, an example of perfection, worthy of imitation. No doubt Mr. Darcy would agree with Mr. Collins' estimation of his character, though it would surprise Elizabeth greatly should he descend from his pedestal to hear it. Caroline Bingley leaned in, clutching Darcy's arm possessively. He wrenched himself free, stepping away from her once again. Pulling out his timepiece with every intention of recalling a matter of great urgency, which required his immediate attention, he clenched his jaw in frustration when she spoke again. "This is hardly Grosvenor Square. I half expect a villager to release a pig before the evening is through. Do you not agree, Mr. Darcy?" she chortled, flicking her fingers over his sleeve, in a gesture of intimacy he had given her no cause to assume was welcome. Miss Bingley had done nothing but complain since her brother's first guests had arrived hours ago. While Darcy found little to enjoy in a room full of people he did not know, he was now willing to ask the first lady who passed in front of him for a dance, just to get away from Bingley's sister. There was Miss Lucas, Miss Elizabeth's close friend, She would make a worthy dance partner. And the jewellery! Miss Elizabeth fiddles with the pearl around her neck. Every fashionable lady knows it is inappropriate to wear pearls before evening, but I have seen her wear that same necklace every day since our arrival in Hertfordshire. It is appalling. What is more, I doubt the pearl is even real. I wager it is merely glass. Miss Bingley peeked at Darcy out of the corner of her eyes, and fingered the elaborate bejewelled filigree encasing her neck. Darcy was not going to compliment her gaudy necklace, nor would he encourage Miss Bingley when he disagreed with her wholeheartedly. More is the pity. The lustre of a real pearl would complement the glow in Miss Elizabeth's fine eyes, he replied, ignoring the huffs his answer provoked. He did not care for Miss Bingley's opinions, nor had he asked for them. Darcy had watched Miss Elizabeth since her arrival. There was something captivating about her he could not figure out. She had piqued his interest at the Meryton Assembly the month before. He had been furious to hear from Richard earlier the same day that the Watsons had not departed from town, as Darcy had repeatedly advised. He ought not to have attended the assembly. Miss Elizabeth's frequent laughter had blatantly contrasted with his irritability, so that he had thought it best to avoid her. Hers was not the empty giggle of a senseless maiden, but proceeded from witty conversation, of which she was often at the centre. When she had been Bingley's guest during Miss Bennet's brief illness at Netherfield, Darcy came to appreciate her intelligence even more. Miss Elizabeth was enchanting, and he was no closer now than he had been a month ago in discovering the source of her charm. He did, however, sense the danger of paying her too much attention. Was she sincere, or was she an expert manipulator like Mrs. Bennet, only far more subtle and therefore infinitely more dangerous? Miss Elizabeth had the mind for it. She was clever. No doubt it was a gift from her uncle in London. What did she say he did? Miss Bingley asked. Darcy knew what she was after. Miss Bingley did not care to improve herself when lowering others was far easier. It worked with the ton, but it disgusted Darcy. She said her uncle is in trade, he said plainly, wishing Miss Bingley would go away. Ah, yes, the uncle in trade. I believe she said he has warehouses near Gracechurch Street. How droll! I dare say you have never seen fit to set foot in that part of London. Miss Bingley chortled again, fanning her face and lifting her chin, as if her own family's fortune had not been made from commerce. Darcy did not trouble himself to reply. She knew the details as well as he did, and her efforts to lower Miss Elizabeth because of her connections only reflected poorly on Miss Bingley. He would not encourage her. Miss Lucas had already walked past him, but he knew another way to silence the slanderer at his side. I have not yet had the pleasure of a dance with Miss Elizabeth. I thank you, Miss Bingley, for drawing my attention to her. I believe I shall ask her for the honour. With a curt bow, Darcy departed, leaving Miss Bingley to fan her flushed face. Her sister hastened to her side, where they would no doubt expound upon the many defects of the Bennet family. With the exception of Miss Elizabeth and her eldest sister, there was no shortage of faults from which to choose. Mrs. Bennet garishly proclaimed the success of an imminent engagement for her eldest. Miss Jane Bennet was a lovely creature, who smiled a great deal, but she had not, in Darcy's judicious observation, shown any preference for Bingley over any other gentleman in attendance. Bingley deserved better, and Darcy would be a good friend and ensure he did not inconvenience himself with an imprudent marriage to an insipid lady with an appalling family. The two youngest Bennets played a game of catch with a soldier's fob, weaving perilously around dancers and nearly sending the table of refreshments tumbling to the floor. A sombre song, unsuitable for the merry occasion, echoed down the hall from the music-room. That would be Miss Mary, inflicting her poor taste on the poor souls too polite to extract themselves from the room before her piece came to completion. And what did Mr. Bennet do? Absolutely nothing. He seemed not to notice the indiscretions of his wife and daughters. Darcy wondered if his indifference was the result of years of intensive study or blatant obliviousness. Neither was flattering. Of the two eldest Bennets, Darcy could find little fault. He saw Miss Elizabeth through the crowd. She stood in the centre of a group of people, commanding their rapt attention, delighting them with her laughter, and completely at ease. Her gaze met his from across the room, and Darcy felt the pull of her drawing him. Her smile faded, replaced by an intense flash in her eyes and a flush to her cheeks. Her lips parted, and Darcy wondered if she would taste sweet or spicy. Had Bingley's butler not stepped in front of him, Darcy would have cleared a path to Miss Elizabeth's side to ask for a dance. He shook his head, appreciative for the interruption. If he had difficulty controlling his thoughts when Miss Elizabeth was near, she was more dangerous to him than he had supposed. "I apologise for the intrusion, Mr. Darcy, but this recently arrived by messenger from Colonel Fitzwilliam. I was instructed to bring it to you without delay." The butler held the silver tray up, urging Darcy to take the note. Retreating from the crowded rooms, Darcy cracked the wax seal on his way upstairs to his bedchamber, and stumbled over a step. It was the worst of news. Chapter 3. Elizabeth was intrigued. Mr. Darcy had seemed pleased to see her. He had looked directly at her, and smiled in a way that fluttered in her stomach. There must have been something questionable in the punch. She disguised her bemusement with a laugh, addressing her friends with a quick retort, meant to encourage their conversation, while she gathered her thoughts. If she did not know better, she might have thought Mr. Darcy had intended to ask her to dance. But she did know better. She was not tempting enough to suit him. As if she wanted to tempt Mr. Darcy, a man who believed himself so right, he would, as Mr. Wickham had revealed, advise his friend against Jane. Why would she agree to dance with such a disagreeable man? And why did she now feel disappointed? She would have liked to have been asked, if nothing else than for the satisfaction of refusing him. Yes, that was it. Then again, a dance would have afforded her the perfect opportunity to demand an explanation for his unjust treatment of Mr. Wickham. Yes, that explained her disappointment thoroughly. She sought answers, and justice for the abused. Thank heavens Mr. Bingley's butler had interrupted Mr. Darcy. Clearly she could not trust herself to understand her own motivations when he was near. Elizabeth's musings ended abruptly when she saw Mr. Collins approaching. He looked particularly red in the face, but the crowded room may have accounted for his flushed complexion and the beads of sweat trickling down his temples. With a parting smile to her friends, Elizabeth dismissed herself in search of a new diversion. Anything to keep out of the sight of Mr. Collins and away from Mr. Darcy. Darcy had sense enough to stay in his room until the final guests departed. He reminded himself repeatedly that he had done what he could. Richard had written the same in his message. However, try as he might, Darcy could not release the resentment chasing him from one end of his bedchamber to the other. His thoughts too often turned to Pemberley, until he was within a hairbreadth of marching into the stables and riding the fastest horse home, back to Georgiana, after he saw to Marquis Marlborough. South to London or north to Pemberley? A battle waged between Darcy's mind and heart, pulling him in contrary directions. North or south? Neither would do. He had warned Mr. Watson. There was nothing Darcy could do for him and his daughter now. She was ruined. Marquis Marlborough had won his stupid wager. As for Georgiana, she was safely ensconced with his aunt at Pemberley, where he was not welcome. Darcy was stuck. He needed worthwhile work to do, something complex and consuming. Bingley had asked for his help with the estate. There were more tenants with whom to converse, roofs with leaks to repair, and a harvest festival to plan. Bingley had mentioned enlarging the lake too. That was work Darcy knew. He cheered at the prospect before him. Darcy had not slept, but excitement overcame his need for rest. He had a purpose he could throw himself into. His valet laid out riding clothes, and with Bates's help, Darcy was ready in short time. He trotted down the stairs, until a shrill voice dampened his zeal like a bucket of cold water over glimmering coals. Mrs. Bennet. Of course, she would ensure hers was the last family to depart from a ball that had lasted far too long, until dawn the following morning. That morning. Slowing his pace considerably, Darcy watched as Bingley bid farewell to Miss Bennet. He looked for any sign of encouragement from the lady on his friend's behalf. But Darcy could not see what was not present. Unlike her over-enthusiastic mother, Miss Bennet's manners were aloof. Darcy did not see Miss Elizabeth. Perhaps it was for the best. He felt the disappointment of another failed plan. He could not encourage Bingley to remain at Netherfield Park when his heart was in danger. Bingley had fallen hard for the angelic figure. He had followed Miss Bennet like a trained puppy for the first hours of the ball, anticipating her every need, and seeing to her comfort with an attention that would have warmed the heart of any maiden except Miss Bennet. When the voices died down and the entrance hall was clear, Darcy followed Bingley out to the balcony overlooking the gravel path leading to his house. Mrs. Bennet, tireless in her efforts to show her eldest daughter to advantage, sat Miss Bennet in the back-facing seat of their ridiculous landau, squeezing her two youngest daughters over so as not to disturb Bingley's view. She must have sent Miss Elizabeth home with Mr. Bennet, Miss Mary, and Mr. Collins. Darcy would have liked to dance with Miss Elizabeth, but it was unlikely they would ever attend another ball together. They did not run in the same circles. The landau disappeared over the hillside, and Bingley turned to Darcy. "I will marry her," he said, his breath puffing frosty clouds in the cold. There could be no delay. Darcy would have to reveal the heartbreaking truth to Bingley before he made a fool of himself and exposed his heart to the caprice of a disinterested young lady, her overbearing mother, and her scandalous family. Darcy clapped Bingley on the shoulder. "Come, let us warm ourselves by the fire," he said, guiding Bingley into the drawing-room. Darcy was convinced Miss Bennet did not love Bingley, and he was always right. He would have preferred for Miss Bingley not to be present as he made his arguments, but she was adamant in protecting her brother's happiness, or, more likely, her own social aspirations. Darcy started with the more obvious disadvantages. "Mrs. Bennet is presumptuous. Already she has boasted of the success of her eldest daughter's conquest, when you have yet to make a declaration." Bingley shrugged his shoulders. "What do you expect from a woman with 5 daughters, and little enough to offer in the way of enticement to an eligible gentleman? Are her daughters destined to marry poorly because of her enthusiasm?" "Charles, she is brash and vulgar," Miss Bingley gasped. Darcy added, "She will chase more gentlemen away from her daughters than she will attract with her manners. If her goal is to see them happily settled, she has a unique way of going about it." Bingley shook his head. "Have you no sympathy for her plight? Mr. Collins is to inherit her husband's estate. Can you not imagine the additional burden Mrs. Bennet must feel every time she sees Mr. Collins? He is a daily reminder of what she and her daughters stand to lose should Mr. Bennet die before they are properly settled. They would lose their home. I admit her manners are desperate, but can we not extend her a modicum of understanding? She is a dedicated mother, concerned with the futures of her daughters as any good mother ought to be." Miss Bingley gasped. "I suppose you would defend Mr. Bennet too?" "He was one of the first gentlemen to welcome us to Hertfordshire. He's a man of many ideas, and I find his conversation interesting." Miss Bingley huffed and rolled her eyes. Darcy was perplexed. How could Miss Bingley, a lady whose sole focus was her own selfish ambition, see what her brother could not? Did Bingley not realise how Mr. Bennet's carelessness and poor management of his own daughter's affairs worsened their predicament? "What of the unladylike conduct of the other Bennet sisters, and the indifference of Mr. Bennet?" Darcy asked. Bingley scoffed. "I do not intend to offer for them." "Do not be absurd, Charles," his sister scolded. Lowering his crossed arms, Bingley asked in a more serious tone, "Tell me, Darcy, were you to separate Miss Bennet from her family, would you not praise her as an ideal lady?" "I find no fault with Miss Bennet's conduct," Darcy admitted. No one could accuse her of being a flirt. To the contrary. Miss Bingley's cheeks flushed. "Her family would bring shame upon us. We do not belong in the same circles." Bingley answered calmly, "Then maybe we have set our sights too high, Caroline." Miss Bingley swooned, and her brother was quick to assist her to the nearest chair. She peeked through the slits in her eyes at Darcy, but that deception was too common for him to fall prey to it. A real lady did not feign a swoon. Once she was settled on the fainting couch, Bingley added, "If the woman I love is not welcome in our society, then I prefer to make new friends with people who would accept her." His words intrigued Darcy. Bingley was willing to give up his status, a respected position Darcy knew Bingley had struggled his entire life to attain. For Miss Bennet, his was no passing whim. It made what Darcy had to tell him so much harder, and all the more urgent. Bingley's affection would not be enough. It could only lead to bitterness and disappointment. He must see the faultiness of his attachment before it ruined him. Speaking firmly, Darcy said, "You speak of love, of making an offer. Are you secure in the lady's affection?" "I am prepared to endure all the obstacles you have taken care to mention, if she loves me as I love her. I thank you for being a true friend in pointing them out. I do not wish to act blindly on the urges of my heart, just as I do not wish to deny myself a happy, loving marriage merely because my lady's family is far from perfect." Confident in his discernment, Darcy said, "I have reason to doubt Miss Bennet's attachment to you." Miss Bingley sat upright on the couch, recovering admirably well from her swoon. "I do too. Miss Bennet is a dear, sweet girl, but her country manners would only reflect poorly on us when we return to town," she said condescendingly. Darcy interrupted before she could continue. While he doubted Miss Bennet's affection for Bingley, he did not wish to insult her. "Can you in confidence declare that Miss Bennet showed more preference to you than to any other gentleman in attendance at your ball?" To his credit, Bingley did not immediately disregard the question. Like a man determined to make a good decision rather than trust the leanings of his heart, he considered. It troubled Darcy to see the doubt enter Bingley's mind. He reminded himself that he acted in the service of a friend. Darcy only wanted to see Bingley happy. Were he in the same situation, Darcy hoped one of his close acquaintances would speak to him as honestly as he had spoken to Bingley. Bingley pounded his fist against the fireplace mantel. "Dash it all, Darcy! I already love her. What do you suggest I do?" Estate work would have to wait. Bingley's happiness was in danger, and Darcy could not stomach another failure. He would make sure his friend was safe, as he had not been able to do for Miss Watson. He answered, "Quit Netherfield Park. Return to London." The sooner Bingley separated himself from Miss Bennet, the sooner he would forget her. "What an excellent solution," agreed Miss Bingley. "You would have me leave?" Bingley exclaimed, pacing in front of the fireplace. His sister watched him like a hawk. She would love nothing more than to quit Hertfordshire for more fashionable London. She required constant entertainment. She would never find solace in a library, or enjoyment in a long walk out of doors. Bingley turned to face Darcy, tapping his fingers against his chin in thought. Darcy waited for his decision. His own conscience was at peace. He had said what he needed to say, and now only waited for Bingley to draw the correct conclusion. Time and distance would help him see the difficulties an attachment to Miss Bennet would bring. Finally, Bingley clasped his hands behind him and spoke. "It is a brilliant solution. If she loves me, neither time nor distance will alter her affection. Rest now, for we leave at daylight on the morrow." It was not the reaction Darcy had expected, but it served his purpose. Miss Bingley was not so pleased. "Tomorrow, when we have not recovered from the evening's activities? It is not sufficient time for me to oversee the packing of my gowns." "You may take my carriage at your leisure with Mr. Hurst and Louisa. I dare say you shall be more comfortable with fewer occupants inside the conveyance." Bingley looked at Darcy, continuing, "If I may presume on your generosity, perhaps you and I might leave in your carriage, Darcy." It was an excellent plan. Darcy would not have to endure the company of Miss Bingley, nor the snores of Mr. Hurst, who took up more than his fair share of space on the carriage cushions. They need not travel with anything more than his coachman and a footman to assist with the bare necessities his valet could pack. "We will depart in the morning," Darcy replied. "At first light. Now that I am decided, I do not wish to delay," Bingley said. rubbing his hands together. Darcy was nearly as eager as Bingley for the morrow to arrive. The rush preparations would keep him occupied. Mrs. Bennet would mourn her loss, but she would soon recover when another gentleman of fortune leased Netherfield Park. The Bennets would continue their lives with little thought for Bingley or him. Darcy ought to have been content. But a certain lady's dancing eyes, brightened with the flickering of 100 candles reflecting off the crystal chandeliers, often intruded his mind while he prepared to leave Hertfordshire for good. Would he ever see Miss Elizabeth again? Chapter 4. After a few hours of sweet slumber, Elizabeth found her father perusing his favourite newspaper, The Times, over a cup of black coffee. It did not matter that the news was usually 4 days old by the time it travelled from London to Longbourn. He relished every page, confident that while its information was outdated, at least it was accurate. He peeked over the top of the paper at her. "Did you enjoy yourself, Lizzie?" She had enjoyed seeing Mr. Bingley and Jane together. Apparently Mr. Wickham was wrong about Mr. Darcy discouraging Mr. Bingley toward Jane. After thoughtful consideration, she had decided it was for the best Mr. Darcy had not asked her to dance. No doubt he would have made a worthy partner. A gentleman such as he was bound to be an elegant dancer. But she could never enjoy a set with a man who had betrayed his friend, as Mr. Darcy had betrayed Mr. Wickham. "Immensely," Elizabeth answered cheerfully. She tapped her spoon against the shell of a soft-boiled egg. Her father looked around, folding his paper and leaning forward. "Mr. Collins looked unwell. I think your mother has carried her enthusiasm too far, and he will be the one to suffer the consequences. His nose was bright red with a cold last I saw." Elizabeth knew she should not smile at Mr. Collins' illness, but if it prevented him from making an unwanted offer, then who was she to suffer disappointment if he took to his room? She nibbled her bread, noting how much sweeter the preserves tasted without the threat of Mr. Collins about. Her father winked at her and chuckled. "A narrow escape, my dear girl." Mamma bustled into the room, smoothing her wild hair, her bonnet dangling from her arm by its ribbons. "Going somewhere, my love?" Papa asked. She answered excitedly, "Mr. Bingley is to quit Netherfield Park, Mr. Bennet." "And do you aim to stop him?" he asked apathetically. "I cannot trust you to do it," she countered. Had Mr. Wickham been right after all? Out of consideration for Mr. Bingley's character, Elizabeth did not want to believe it. His attentions toward Jane had not been fickle. Gentlemen always had matters of business to attend to, and London was only half of a day's ride away. That would explain it. "When is he expected to return?" Elizabeth asked. Surely Mr. Bingley would not be away long. "It is the worst disaster. It is said Mr. Bingley is not to return. He has instructed the servants to close the house." Mamma flailed her arms in the air, smacking Papa in the face with her bonnet and spilling his coffee on the tablecloth. Elizabeth went numb. Her mother must have misunderstood. Mr. Bingley would not leave in such an abrupt manner when he clearly preferred Jane. "How do you know this?" Elizabeth asked in a whisper. Mamma clucked her tongue and pulled on her gloves. "I have my ways. He is to quit Netherfield Park on the morrow." She pinched her lips together, chewing on them as she stared into the distance. Elizabeth's stomach twisted into knots. Poor dear Jane. Oh, that vile, evil man, Mr. Darcy! How dare he presume to interfere with her sister's happiness? Who did he think he was, to tell others whom they should love? Papa chuckled and resumed reading his paper. "What scheme will she formulate against poor Mr. Bingley now, I wonder?" He nodded at Mamma and smiled. Elizabeth did not have the heart to return his cheer. She was equal parts disappointed for her beloved sister, and infuriated at Mr. Darcy for causing the separation of a young couple who would have been happy together. Drat the man! She pushed her plate away, her appetite gone. Ignoring Papa's question, Mamma shoved her bonnet onto her head and marched out of the dining room, saying, "I have an urgent call to make." She ordered the carriage and fussed over her shawls in the doorway. Elizabeth picked at the lace on the tablecloth, her mind full. Mr. Wickham had warned them, but she had not thought it possible for a man, not even Mr. Darcy, to be so presumptuous as to convince his friend to abandon such a tender-hearted maiden as Jane. Was Mr. Bingley so indecisive he would heed another's advice over the demands of his own heart? Elizabeth did not want to believe it, or else she would have to think less of Mr. Bingley. He would be unworthy of Jane. Oh, blast Mr. Darcy! The front door clicked shut, and the carriage springs squeaked. Mamma was on her way to her urgent call. Papa unfolded his paper and poured himself another cup of coffee. "I wonder what her sister will think of this latest bit of gossip." Elizabeth was eager for any information which might frustrate Mr. Darcy's interference. "Do you think Mamma went to call on Aunt Phillips?" Aunt Phillips was a constant, if not entirely reliable, source of news. She might have heard something useful. "I do not doubt it. Where else would Mrs. Bennet go with the information in her possession? There are few things she loves more than hearing the latest gossip before her sister does, presuming that your aunt has not already heard it. Your mother will not be deterred. No single gentleman is a match for her. I'm convinced she will write to her brother this same day to inquire if Jane might stay with them in London. Mark my words, Lizzie, your mother will gain Mr. Bingley as a son-in-law yet." Yes, there was hope for Jane still, if Mr. Bingley was worthy of her devotion. "I wonder why he decided to depart so quickly," Elizabeth said. It troubled her greatly. "Do not concern yourself, my dear. Remember, once Jane's future is arranged, it will be your turn to suffer the full brunt of your mother's interference." Elizabeth groaned. She knew what hope her mother held for her future. Mr. Collins. She shivered. Would it be evil of her to pray that his illness be extended long enough for her to fall madly in love with a gentleman who loved her ardently? It worked in the novels she read. If only fanciful stories could come true. Elizabeth would have an adventure with a handsome hero who would sweep her off her feet, marry her, and carry her home to his lovely estate, where he would delight her with an enormous library full of books and long walks over his extensive grounds. If only real life were not so uneventful and dull. Such would be her future with Mr. Collins, and Elizabeth could not bring herself to accept it, even if she received no other offers. By the time her mother returned, everyone but Mr. Collins was downstairs, warming themselves by the drawing-room fire. The residents of Netherfield Park and the ball of the previous evening were under discussion. Jane did her best not to appear overly disappointed, while Papa did his best to ignore them behind the pages of a large tome. Mamma's cheeks were as red as apples, and she wore an air of triumph about her like a fine silk shawl. "It is all arranged," she declared, falling into a chair and fanning her face satisfactorily. "What is arranged?" Jane asked softly, when no one else did. "You are to leave on the morrow for London. You will stay with your uncle and Aunt Gardiner. It will delight them to have you." "Does Uncle Gardiner know about this?" Elizabeth asked. Mamma waved her hand. "A trifling detail. I shall write to him, and Jane can carry the letter to him herself." "What if they are not at home?" Jane asked. "In this limb-numbing cold weather, where else would they be?" Mamma clapped her hands and grinned, adding, "How perfect it would be if it snowed on the morrow." Mary lowered her book to her lap. "It would not be perfect at all if Jane were to get stuck in the snow on the way to London," she said practically. Mamma rubbed her hands together and called for Betsy to pack Jane's things. Elizabeth peered out of the window. It looked like it might snow. It was cold enough for it. She hoped it would wait until Jane was safely installed in Uncle's home at Gracechurch Street. She had suffered enough from their mother and the weather. Jane met Elizabeth's eye. There was determination in the firmness of her mouth. "Wait," Jane called, moving over to Elizabeth's side. "I will not go unless Lizzie comes with me." "Nonsense. Mr. Collins is soon to propose. You would not ruin her prospects, would you?" Mamma dismissed her plea with a huff. Were it not such a serious matter, Elizabeth would have giggled at her mother's poor choice of words. Mr. Collins, a prospect? Ridiculous. Jane would not be discouraged. She looped her arm through Elizabeth's in a display of sisterly unity and said, "All the same, I refuse to leave unless Lizzie comes with me. If Mr. Collins truly cares for her, he will wait. Time and distance would change nothing." Dear, sweet Jane. She so rarely asserted her views, but when she did, she was unshakable. Elizabeth was convinced Mr. Collins' ardour, if indeed he possessed such a strong emotion, would find a new target once she quit Longbourn. One could hope. She rubbed her glass pearl between her fingers and waited impatiently for an answer, the trip to London growing in its appeal. Mamma pinched her lips together and squinted her eyes. Shaking her head, she opened her mouth to speak. She would not cede to Jane's plea. Elizabeth clenched her hands together, suppressing her disappointment. "Would you deny Lizzie the opportunity to meet gentlemen of position and fortune in town? Why, she may even make a better match than Jane," Papa said, lowering his book. At this, Lydia and Kitty insisted they ought to be allowed to go to town as well, while Mary declared the pursuit of a gentleman by a lady to be the height of impropriety. Elizabeth held her breath while they argued, once again reaching up to clasp the necklace. To Elizabeth's surprise and joy, Mamma conceded. "Very well," she said, "but if you do not make a better match before your return, I expect you to accept Mr. Collins' offer without hesitation." Elizabeth would never agree to such a thing. She replied, with a question of her own. "When will Aunt Phillips arrive on the morrow to collect us?" She was eager to leave, already packing her trunk in her mind. A visit to their London relatives was always a happy occasion. Her mother grinned. "I never said your Aunt Phillips would convey you to London." The room fell silent. If not Aunt Phillips, then whom? Papa set his book on the table beside him to look inquisitively at his wife. She fanned her face exuberantly, pleased with herself. "Mr. Bingley has kindly offered our Jane a place in his carriage on the morrow. He and Mr. Darcy will be here at first light. Now, Janey, you must not waste the opportunity I've arranged for you. I expect you to be engaged before you reach London." Elizabeth's jaw dropped. Words failed her. Such a mixture of mortification, anxiety and shock surged through her body. She could only sit and gawk at her mother. She could only imagine what Mr. Bingley must think. Would he wish such a bold woman for a mother-in-law? Then again, he had agreed to it. Oh, no. What had Mamma said to get him to agree? Elizabeth chewed on her lips and picked at her fingers. This was the worst news. Mr. Darcy did not hide his reproach toward her family with his condescending glares and superior views. What would he think of them now? He would believe himself fully justified to intervene before his friend married into a disadvantageous family. Elizabeth was about to point out the flaws in Mamma's plan, when a succession of coughs and moans proceeding from upstairs reached her ears. Mr. Collins. Hours in a carriage with disapproving Mr. Darcy, or weeks in boorish Mr. Collins' company. The chance of making a happy match, or endless days of monotony. She decided. Elizabeth would suffer Mr. Darcy's contempt, and the embarrassment of her imposition on the gentleman for the weeks of freedom it granted her. She would make the best of it. Anything was better than Mr. Collins. Even Mr. Darcy. Chapter 5. You agreed to what? Darcy shook his head to clear his ears. He must have heard wrong. Bingley repeated, I said we would be happy to convey Miss Bennet to her family in London. Only you do not sound happy. In my carriage? No, Bingley, I am not happy, Darcy exclaimed. Had Bingley consulted him, as he ought to have done, Darcy never would have agreed. It was audacious, completely lacking in decorum, and thoroughly Mrs. Bennet's doing. Bingley had the grace to blush. It will not happen again. However, do you not see how it is the perfect occasion for me to get to know Miss Bennet better? And you will be present to witness it, he said happily, as if Darcy's sole purpose in life was to watch his friend make a dolt of himself. Darcy ran his fingers through his hair. Do you not see how Mrs. Bennet has manipulated you? She will stop at nothing until you are engaged to her eldest daughter. I would not put it past her to arrange for a compromise." He had intended to ride his horse to London. He resented being reduced to the role of a chaperone. "I'm not so muddle-headed I did not realise how Mrs. Bennet manipulated the situation for the advantage of her daughter, who I am equally convinced knows nothing of her mother's actions, or else she would have prohibited her call just as you would have done." It was true. Darcy could not imagine a lady as delicate as Miss Bennet agreeing to her mother's scheme. She would have put a stop to it, and no doubt it would mortify her once she heard of it, as it ought to. Still, it was not a promising beginning, which Darcy was quick to point out. "If you allow a woman such as Mrs. Bennet to manipulate you now, she will only grow bolder as time progresses." Shrugging his shoulders, Bingley said, "So long as it is done for the benefit of her daughter, I see no harm in indulging her. After all, this trip to London was initially your idea. Would you say you manipulated me to suit your own means, or do you truly hold my happiness in such high regard?" How dare Bingley compare him to Mrs. Bennet? "I acted as necessity bound me," Darcy growled. Bingley held up his hands, signalling peace. "I'm only going along with your plan because I am determined to marry for love. If you are wrong, if Miss Bennet does return my affection, I will return to propose to the woman I love, no matter what you think of her family." Bingley was a fool of the first order. A light knock on the door prevented Darcy from uttering the retort on the tip of his tongue. The housekeeper, Mrs. Holton, slipped quietly into the room. At Bingley's invitation, she joined them. She twisted her hands in her apron, her steps hesitant, until she stood before them. Strands of grey hair framed her face. Her eyes were swollen and red. Bingley's eyebrows furrowed in concern. "Mrs. Holton, is everything well?" She smiled and smoothed her hands over her apron. "Yes, Mr. Bingley, I thank you. I've already instructed the maids to pack the ladies' trunks, and the footmen are covering the furniture in the spare rooms. We will be ready to quit Netherfield Park the day after you depart, sir." "Very good. But I sense there is something else. What is it, Mrs. Holton?" She raised her hands in plea, then lowered them again as her face flushed. "Might I be so bold as to impose on your kindness, Mr. Bingley, and ask that you convey me to London with you on the morrow?" What was everyone's urgent need to travel to London with Bingley on the morrow? She reached into her pocket and pulled out a letter. Her hand shook as she extended it to Bingley. He took it, but his eyes did not leave Mrs. Holton. "Please, have a seat," he said, taking her by the arm and guiding her to the closest chair and sitting opposite her. "Are you in need of some tea?" he asked. Darcy inwardly applauded Bingley's attention to his housekeeper. The smooth running of a household depended, in great part, on a master's care of his servants, and Mrs. Holton was notably in distress. She wiped her eyes with a handkerchief. "That is unnecessary, but a thank you. I received that letter the day before the ball. My only grandson is ill." Her voice cracked, and she pressed her handkerchief to her eyes. In a whisper she added, "The doctor does not expect him to last much longer." Bingley, who had already skimmed over the letter, handed it back to her. She pressed it to her chest, as if her every hope lay within its pages. Moved by her need to be with her family, and the opportunity it provided them, Darcy said, "Of course you may accompany us in my carriage." Bingley shot him a concerned glance, but Darcy ignored it. It was his carriage. If Bingley felt free to invite Miss Bennet along, he held no qualms in including the housekeeper when she needed to be conveyed to her ailing grandson. Looking at Bingley, Darcy explained his greatest reason for agreeing so readily. "We will be travelling with a young lady, who I am certain will be much more comfortable if Mrs. Holton were to accompany us." Darcy smiled in satisfaction, in anticipation of the look on Mrs. Bennet's face, when she realised he had frustrated her scheme. There would be no compromises on Darcy's watch. Mrs. Holton sniffed and sat up taller. "I was not aware a lady would be joining you." Her eyes darted about the room, no doubt seeking the right words to say amidst the incredible breach of propriety designed by Mrs. Bennet. "Of course I would love to be of service if I may, but are you certain the young lady will not have her own companion? I do not wish to impose." Darcy smirked. "You are welcome to travel with us, Mrs. Holton. We shall be a small party, only Miss Bennet and ourselves." "I consider it an honour to be of use when you are so generous with me. Thank you, Mr. Bingley. Mr. Darcy." Mrs. Holton stood, inclined her head, and departed with one hand still clasping the letter. Bingley rubbed the hair at his temples until it stood out. "Caroline and Louisa will not be pleased when they learn that they will be without a housekeeper until their departure, but I could not have refused her request. They will manage. It is you who concerns me. So much so I am determined to ride inside the carriage lest you do something stupid." Bingley's face turned red. "With a chaperone present? What do you think me capable of doing? I'm not a rake, nor would I dare act dishonourably toward a woman I claim to adore. Calm yourself, Bingley. I do not doubt your honour. I do, however, believe you capable of declaring yourself to Miss Bennet before we reach London." Chapter 6. Darcy's knees bounced up and down uncontrollably, and he tapped his fingers impatiently against the velvet interior of his carriage. The half-day he would spend inside the conveyance would feel like an eternity. He was tempted to hop onto the back of his sorrel gelding, tied to the back of the coach, but one look at Bingley reminded him of the importance of staying by his side. Bingley was all smiles and anticipation. The fool. He knowingly walked into Mrs. Bennet's obvious snare. What was worse, he looked perfectly happy to be caught. There had been many attempts by desperate maidens and their mothers to trap Darcy over the years, but he had avoided them. A gentleman who exercised proper decorum and discernment would not lose his freedom so easily, not unless he was like Bingley and wished to lose it. "Here we are," declared Bingley, as if Darcy had not been looking out of the glass to see Longbourn looming ahead, its chimney smoke smudging the sleet grey sky. The front door burst open before Bingley had alighted, and Darcy's footman had handed Mrs. Holton out of the conveyance. A procession of Bennets filed out of the house, followed by a hodgepodge of servants, carrying 2 trunks and a rather large basket. Evidently Miss Bennet planned an extensive stay in London. Mrs. Bennet swooped an enthusiastic curtsy, so enthusiastic, in fact, she struggled to return to an upright position. Her youngest, Miss Lydia, giggled and assisted her with an indelicate pull on her mother's arms. Mr. Bennet did not trouble himself to notice, as was his wont. He did, however, exchange a sincere welcome, along with the usual meaningless pleasantries, to which both Bingley and Darcy responded in kind. A stupid grin covered Bingley's face. He saw no one but Miss Bennet. Her hat was tied with a pink ribbon. No doubt it was meant to compliment her complexion. Miss Bennet was lovely, Darcy owned as much, but she had as much temperament as one of the French dolls Georgiana had played with in the nursery. Darcy's chest tightened at the memory. It seemed like only yesterday he could please Georgie with something so simple as a doll or a new piece of music for her to play. But she had not set foot in the nursery for many years, and she no longer played music. He looked away, confounded by the recent turn of events which had led him away from his sister, and locked eyes with Miss Elizabeth. Her cheeks were as pink as the roses outside his Pemberley library. Miss Elizabeth did not lack in liveliness or character. In fact, Darcy was inclined to think she had been blessed with more than her fair share of both. He had never met another lady who exuded spiritedness as Miss Elizabeth did. She left laughter wherever she went, and not even Bingley's sister's jabs had curbed her humour during her stay at Netherfield Park. She had laughed at him too. Perhaps he ought not to think favourably of her wit and smiles when she had used them against him. He had admitted to his resentful nature, and Miss Elizabeth's pleasing banter had lightened the gravity of his honesty, so that he too had laughed at himself. Yes, humour was her weapon, and she used it effectively. He wished Georgiana viewed the world as Miss Elizabeth did. "Oh, Mr. Bingley, we cannot thank you enough for conveying our daughters to London," Mrs. Bennet gushed, jarring Darcy back to the present with her revelation. 2 trunks, 2 daughters. "Daughters?" Bingley choked, pulling his gaze away from his angel to look apologetically at Darcy. Good grief! While Darcy was certain he could avoid Mrs. Bennet's machinations, he had not believed her capable of involving him in her scheme. It was almost clever. Did she expect him to propose to Miss Elizabeth? He would sooner declare himself a traitor to the crown than declare himself to any daughter of Mrs. Bennet. "I would never send my Jane without a companion, and so Lizzie will go along to ensure everything is proper," Mrs. Bennet answered. Oh. Darcy would have been relieved had Mrs. Bennet's impropriety not demeaned her second daughter to put the first in a better position to marry a wealthy gentleman for whom she held no tender regard. Darcy did not attempt to hide his disdain. The flush in Miss Elizabeth's cheeks burned brilliantly. Any brighter, and Darcy feared she would light on fire. Miss Bennet, on the other hand, blanched. She said, "I do apologise for imposing on you. I did not realise it was you who would convey us to London." It appeased Darcy to hear her admit as much. He had no reason to doubt Miss Bennet's sincerity, especially when pitted against Mrs. Bennet's blatant ambition. Mrs. Bennet shushed her daughter before good sense could take over the conversation. The two youngest Bennets were quick to fill the silence with their reasons for believing themselves better companions than Miss Elizabeth. Darcy would rather walk barefoot through knee-deep snow with a wet greatcoat than suffer the company of Miss Kitty and Miss Lydia, a thought he had tact enough to keep to himself. Mr. Bennet, however, did not show the same restraint when a witty retort could be made at the expense of his own offspring. "No gentleman with a lick of sense would wish to suffer such a fate," he teased. Darcy did not return Mr. Bennet's smile, nor did he trust himself to make an inoffensive reply. He clamped his mouth shut and tried not to look at Miss Elizabeth. Bingley deftly returned the degenerating conversation to a more acceptable topic, saying, "Please do not concern yourselves. He peeked awkwardly at Darcy, clearing his throat before continuing. "Yes, well, I would have it no other way, and Darcy has generously offered us the use of his carriage, which is more spacious and comfortable than mine." "How convenient for my girls!" exclaimed Mrs. Bennet, greedily looking over the coach. She was not pleased to see the two horses tied to the back, and Darcy said nothing to assure her that they did not intend on riding the horses to London. Let her fret. "In fact," Bingley added hastily, "Mrs. Holton also wishes to visit family in London, and has offered to serve as a companion to Miss Bennet during the journey, so you see there is no inconvenience at all. We shall all travel quite comfortably together." So much for allowing Mrs. Bennet to suffer. Before midday, all the inhabitants in and around Meryton would hear of her daughter's good fortune in being conveyed to London in style, and in the company of two marriageable gentlemen. Darcy felt the heat of Miss Elizabeth's glare on him as she lifted her chin and addressed Bingley. "How thoughtful of you, Mr. Bingley. We are grateful for your reassurance, though, under the circumstances, we are in no position to expect it." "It's nothing," Bingley insisted. "To the contrary, sir," she insisted. There was an edge to her tone when she continued, "Consideration is too often belittled by those who believe themselves above such common traits. A true gentleman anticipates the needs of those around him, and acts in their favour willingly, out of the goodness of his heart." The jab was directed at Darcy, though he could not fathom why. They would travel in his carriage, and the presence of Mrs. Holton had been his doing. Mrs. Holton smiled. "Mr. Bingley is consideration personified, miss. It is no wonder when he keeps such exceptional company." She looked at Darcy, and he nodded in acknowledgment of the compliment. Miss Elizabeth arched an eyebrow, the corner of her lip curling up. Did she find Mrs. Holton's praise laughable? The impertinence! Had Darcy not known better, Miss Elizabeth's expression would lead him to assume she disapproved of him. But Darcy? As much as Mrs. Bennet seemed to enjoy basking in the warmth of her success, the only warmth to be found that brisk morning, she was eager for them to enter the carriage and be on their way. No doubt she planned to fill her days selecting frills and fripperies with which to adorn herself and her offspring, while gloating about the imminent increase to her eldest daughter's pin money, once Miss Bennet became Bingley's wife. Darcy shivered at the horrific image of Mrs. Bennet as a mother-in-law. His motive in separating his friend from such an evil fate fully justified. They settled into the carriage, much cosier than Darcy had planned, with the addition of Miss Elizabeth. Before the footman could close the door, Mrs. Bennet rushed forward. "Oh, no! The picnic hamper cannot go with the luggage. It must go inside." That cumbersome thing was a picnic basket. The baffled footman tried to explain there was no room for the oversized basket, that surely it was more reasonable for the inanimate items contained within the woven reeds to ride in discomfort rather than the travellers inside the coach. Reason did not persuade her. When Mrs. Bennet's chin quivered and she fluttered her fan in front of her face, Miss Elizabeth reached her arms out, saying, "I will hold it, Mamma." "Thank you, Lizzie. You know how important the contents are. We cannot have you fall ravenous with hunger during your journey," Mrs. Bennet said. Darcy watched in astonishment as the servant hefted the large picnic basket into his arms, the veins in his neck showing the effort required to carry the load he deposited with a regretful look on Miss Elizabeth's lap. The ruddiness in her cheeks displayed her shame, but her humour shone through. "Mamma, an army would not starve for a week with the provisions you have sent." Mrs. Bennet waved, too pleased with herself to acknowledge the discomfort Miss Elizabeth could not hide. "Take care of the basket, Lizzie," the matron said, "and remember your promise. You must use your time in London well." Fortunately, the carriage rolled down the drive before Darcy heard more of Mrs. Bennet's nonsense. Her parting words, however, took the colour out of Miss Elizabeth's face, and Darcy had to wonder what promise she had made to her mother. He looked at Longbourn, knowing the building would provide no answers, but desirous of a visible explanation all the same. A flurried motion drew Darcy's eye to the window of the second floor. On closer inspection, he saw it was Mr. Collins. With a great deal of struggle, the clergyman opened the window and leaned over the ledge while waving a handkerchief. Miss Elizabeth flared her nostrils, turning in her seat to face forward. Returning to his perusal of Mr. Collins, Darcy watched as the man buried his face in his handkerchief, his body jerking so violently he nearly tumbled out of the window. He would have landed on top of the youngest Bennets, who still stood outside Longbourn, holding each other and weeping. Fortunately, the clergyman avoided making the pathetic scene worse by grasping onto the curtains and entangling himself in the lengths of fabric. Miss Mary was the only Bennet to look up and notice Mr. Collins' hardship. She rushed inside, presumably to his rescue, while Mr. Bennet shielded himself behind a book. Finally, just before Darcy's carriage rounded a corner, Mrs. Bennet herded her 2 mourning daughters indoors, much like a sheepdog guided its woolly charges into a pen. It was a spectacle from which Darcy had difficulty wrenching his vision away, much like a carriage accident. Darcy looked at the 2 young ladies sitting opposite him. It was growing increasingly difficult to believe they had emanated from the Bennet household. Chapter 7. Elizabeth wished she could pinch herself to wake from this bad dream, as if her mother's blatant scheming, her sister's tantrums, and her father's inappropriate mockery were not distressing enough. Mamma believed Elizabeth had made a promise. She must return from London engaged, or else agree to marry Mr. Collins without argument. It did not matter that no such promise had been made. Her mother had it in her mind that they had agreed on the ultimatum, and so it was as good as sworn. Elizabeth tried to fix her vision forward, but with Mr. Darcy sitting directly in front of her, looking at Longbourn with open scorn, it was tempting to peek back to see what else he could see that could possibly worsen his opinion of her family. Not that she cared what the horrible man thought. She turned and instantly regretted it. Blast her curiosity. Her face burned in shame. Elizabeth did not care what haughty Mr. Darcy thought of her and her family. But did they have to go to such great lengths to make themselves ridiculous? She felt ridiculous, holding Mamma's large hamper, careful to lean the bulk of it against the side of the carriage, so it would not squeeze against Mrs. Holton. For once, Elizabeth was grateful for her slight frame and the precious extra space it gave the basket. The direness of Jane's and her situation stirred Elizabeth's humour. Of what use was wit if she could not make sport and laugh at herself? Better to laugh than to cry. At least Elizabeth did not have to worry that Mr. Darcy would be tempted to make an offer for her after her mother's imposition and the scene he had just witnessed. The idea was so far-fetched, Elizabeth held her breath, lest she giggle. She imagined Mr. Darcy sitting at the table during one of their family dinners, and had to suck in her cheeks to contain her merriment at the comedic image. "Please allow me to ease your burden," Mr. Darcy offered, reaching for the basket. Elizabeth did not want his help. She felt his judgment and wrapped her arms more tightly around the cumbersome hamper. "Thank you, but I am quite comfortable." It was not a complete falsehood. Whatever was inside the hamper kept her legs as warm as the heated bricks Mr. Darcy's footman had provided for their feet. Jane cast her a warning glance. Elizabeth bit her lips. Had she spoken too sharply? Jane had made her promise to make no mention of Mr. Wickham or Mr. Bingley's sudden departure from Netherfield Park. Only honour kept the questions burning in Elizabeth's mind from crossing her tongue. It was a challenge not to hurl the flaming accusations against Mr. Darcy when he sat opposite her, his legs so long, his knees brushed against hers every time the carriage rounded a turn. Mr. Bingley offered to take the basket as well, but while it tempted Elizabeth to accept his assistance, she refused. It would take his attention away from Jane. If their mother expected Elizabeth to return engaged, she could only imagine the consequences to Jane were she not to secure Mr. Bingley. She would marry Mr. Collins to spare Elizabeth, and Elizabeth would not allow it. Jane simply must succeed with the affable gentleman. Love would triumph over adversity. Mamma, probably Mr. Bingley's sisters, and even Mr. Darcy. It was plain to see that Mr. Bingley adored Jane. As Elizabeth pondered Mr. Bingley's fine qualities, every one of which made him perfect for Jane, she realised that, as considerate as Mr. Bingley was, he had not been the first to attempt to ease her burden. It had been Mr. Darcy. She might have classified Mr. Darcy's thoughtfulness as gentlemanly, had it not conflicted so completely with her poor opinion of him. Mr. Darcy, the thoughtful gentleman. Elizabeth dismissed the unwelcome thought as quickly as it had occurred to her, scolding her mind for its treachery. Honourable gentlemen did not betray the wishes of a beloved father, nor did they cast out their childhood friends from the only home they'd ever known, without any means with which to earn a living. They most certainly did not use their influence to separate a man and woman so obviously in love. Mr. Darcy hardly deserved to be called gentleman, no matter the gentlemanly breach in his character, leading him to offer assistance and a comfortable ride to London. Why had he offered then? What selfish gain did he stand to enjoy? Elizabeth considered him briefly. His dark wavy hair curled upward under his hat, as if it wished to push it off his head. She wondered if his hair was as unruly as hers. Like her, Mr. Darcy was blessed with thick locks. He would not bald in old age, unlike Mr. Bingley, who Elizabeth guessed would begin combing his hair forward before the next 10 years had transpired. Life was oftentimes unfair like that. She looked away before Mr. Darcy caught her staring at him. He was pleasant to gaze upon, she admitted to herself with a sigh, as she wiped the fog from the glass. Thick grey clouds loomed perilously low in the sky. She knew what that meant. Her mother would be thrilled, but Elizabeth prayed they make it to London before the snow fell. She would hate to be stuck at the next inn with Mr. Darcy, no matter how handsome his aspect was. Mr. Bingley chattered energetically, trying to converse with Jane, but Jane was shyer than usual. The shame of their unintentional imposition, and the unsympathetic disapproval Mr. Darcy pointedly expressed, was too much for her sensitivities. Still, she was lovely, her manners were perfect, and she smiled freely. Elizabeth would love for Mr. Darcy to attempt to find a fault with Jane, as he so easily did with the rest of her family. She supposed his family was without flaw, a cold, distant bunch who never spoke above a dignified tone. Surely he had no male relatives intrepid enough to pilfer his brandy and cigars, like her sisters did her ribbons and slippers. How dreary his home must be. When Jane finally overcame her timidity, she again offered an apology. She explained how they had mistakenly believed their aunt in Meryton to be the one to convey them to London, and how, based on the confidence one has with family, she had insisted Elizabeth accompany her. Elizabeth felt Mr. Darcy's dark eyes on her. She returned his glare evenly. She might have promised not to mention the subjects for which he would eventually hold an accounting, but she could delight in her mother's frustration of his plans. Overcome by the Bennet matriarch, and chaperoning the very couple he had sought to separate, it was glorious. Elizabeth waited for his censure, but it did not come. Instead, he said, "Mr. Collins is unwell." Was it a question or an observation? She replied, "He is," in a voice merrier than she had intended. In a sadder tone, she added, "Poor man." That only sounded worse. Elizabeth bunched her mouth up before Mr. Darcy could add impertinent laughter to her growing list of socially unacceptable demerits. Not that she cared what he thought. His good opinion, should one attain the unachievable heights of his approval, was not worth the trouble to gain. He had admitted to a resentful nature. He did not forgive the faults of others easily, having so few of them himself from which to inspire sympathy. Of course, he had not admitted to that, but Elizabeth thought it all the same. Mr. Darcy smiled, his eyes never wavering from hers. He had caught her blunder, but he seemed to share in her mirth when he ought to have disapproved. Confused, Elizabeth looked down at the basket on her lap before she did something she would regret, like return his smile, and shifted the hamper's weight again. Tingles ran up and down her right leg. Soon she would not be able to feel the left one either. Mamma's extravagance was meant well, even if it meant Elizabeth would be unable to walk once they reached their uncle's home. "Please, I must insist. You are uncomfortable," Mr. Darcy said, reaching out to the basket and pulling it off her lap before she could refuse. Elizabeth's embarrassment gave way to amusement when the full weight of the hamper rested in his arms and his eyes widened in surprise. She choked down her laughter and said sincerely, "Thank you." She saw the question in his eyes, but he was too polite to ask. Elizabeth considered explaining her mother's reasoning for sending the basket, but she did not entirely understand it either. Unless her mother was convinced they would be trapped in the snow between inns for some days, that would explain it perfectly. But Mr. Darcy would not appreciate hearing it, and so his curiosity could go unsatisfied for a while. It would be good for him. Frustrated at the difficulty sketching Mr. Darcy's character presented, Elizabeth determined, again, not to think of him at all. She turned her attention to her sister. Jane politely inquired after the rest of Mr. Bingley's family, who would follow them to London the following day. The topic of relatives having been introduced, it was only natural for Mr. Bingley to inquire after their uncle. "Uncle Gardiner is our mother's brother. He and our Aunt Madeline have 4 lovely children," Jane said. Elizabeth loved those children. With a large smile, she said, "Nieces and nephews who all adore their Auntie Jane." Jane laughed softly. "They play with their Aunt Lizzie all day. They only come to me when they're tired and in need of calm and quiet." Elizabeth praised Jane again. "You are too modest. You tell the best stories." "To put them to sleep. It is you they run to when they wish for adventure," Jane countered. What was Jane doing? There was no gentleman in the carriage Elizabeth wished to impress. Her sole purpose was to raise Jane in Mr. Bingley's esteem. Elizabeth had not promised not to praise her sister. Elizabeth tried not to show her exasperation. Mr. Darcy looked at her too closely, and he would notice. He probably thought it was beneath him to enter a child's nursery, or to encourage their fanciful imaginings, when he had graver matters to attend to. He must have been a sullen child. Mr. Bingley squinted his eyes in thought. "Gardiner? I cannot say I know the name." He blushed. "My father discouraged friendships with his former acquaintances in trade." He cast a telling glance at Mr. Darcy. Spurred by Mr. Darcy's disdain toward the working class, Elizabeth laughed boldly. "Ah, the taint of trade! No one would blame your father for wishing the best for his children, but it is a pity the most honourable gentleman of our acquaintance should proceed from such humble beginnings. Our uncle, for instance, is an exceptional man and a worthy friend." Jane clasped her hands tightly together, a sure sign of her disapproval. She would not allow Elizabeth any jabs, not even subtle ones apparently. Mr. Darcy's expression did not change. He did not deny the truth of Elizabeth's words, nor did he approve of society's view. She did not know what to make of his silence, and so she reaffirmed her determination not to waste her intellect trying to understand the man, again. Mr. Bingley, however, reacted just as a gentleman ought to. He smiled, saying, "I do not doubt it, and I look forward to meeting him today." Panic surged through Elizabeth. Goodness, she had not considered that. The gentleman would not deposit her and Jane on the curb with their luggage and continue on their merry way. They would expect to be introduced to Uncle Gardiner, and they would be certain to see his surprise at the unexpected arrival of his nieces. Or worse, what if they arrived at Gracechurch Street and nobody was home? Elizabeth slumped against the cushion, thankful when Jane redirected the conversation. "Our aunt grew up in Lambton. That is near your estate, is it not, Mr. Darcy?" His expression softened at the mention of his home, and Elizabeth inwardly applauded Jane's growing boldness. "It is near. What is your aunt's family's name?" he replied. Elizabeth doubted the grand Darcys rubbed elbows with the working-class villagers, so it was no surprise to her when he did not recognise their surname. Jane, being much more forgiving than Elizabeth, offered an explanation. "Our aunt was young when she left Lambton, and her family soon followed her to London to help our uncle with his business. You must have been too young to remember them." "She might have known my mother," Mr. Darcy said tenderly, a hint of a smile curling his lips for a second before he replaced it with a frown. He shifted the basket he held and looked intently out of the fogged window. The man was a puzzle. How could a man who had acted so callously towards his childhood friend speak of another with any affection at all? Would he justify his actions towards Mr. Wickham? And what of Mr. Bingley? How could Mr. Darcy deny his own friend a measure of happiness with Jane? He was capable of tender feelings. Elizabeth had seen it, although briefly, when he spoke of his mother and his home. Or maybe she was the one who needed spectacles. The sour expression he wore did not invite questions. Not that Elizabeth would ever inquire directly about the personal matter when others were present to overhear it. She was not like her mother. And Elizabeth had promised. Oh, bother that promise. Elizabeth sat in silence, trying to put Mr. Darcy out of her mind. Never had she known a more temperamental and contradictory person than the man brooding across from her. While she ignored him easily enough, or at least pretended to, she could not say the same for Mr. Bingley. His cheer smacked against an unbending wall of reticence. Wherever Mr. Darcy's mind had led him, it disturbed him greatly, which added to the discomfort of the other individuals in the carriage, who went out of their way to please those in their company. Unwilling to allow Mr. Darcy to spoil what should otherwise be a pleasant trip for Jane, Elizabeth brought up the subject which had provoked a smile earlier, Pemberley. She asked, "Do you intend to return to Pemberley soon?" Mr. Darcy kept his attention toward the window, but Elizabeth saw the corners of his mouth curve down and the muscle at his jaw tense, far from the tender smile she had expected. Jane shot her a pleading look. Even Mr. Bingley, who always had something appeasing to say, seemed at a loss. Elizabeth dearly wanted to roll her eyes. If one harmless question caused so much turmoil within the carriage, how was she to make it better? She resented that it fell to her to mollify Mr. Darcy when she considered him to be the most disagreeable gentleman of her acquaintance in all of England. What had Mr. Bingley seen in him to encourage Mr. Darcy's friendship? For Jane's sake, Elizabeth tried again. "I merely ask, because I would rather be in the company of my sister than so far away from my home. You must miss your sister dearly." She immediately knew she had said the wrong thing. Mr. Darcy's eyes cut over to Elizabeth, piercing her with an intensity that left her feeling exposed. "You know nothing of my sister," he said, with a bitterness that silenced her. She fiddled with her pearl, running it back and forth over her chain, until all the negative emotions Mr. Darcy provoked within her subsided. Tucking her necklace under her collar, she clasped her hands together and sat as far back against the cushions as she could. If Mr. Bingley and Jane wanted conversation, they could very well converse between themselves. Elizabeth was done with Mr. Darcy. Chapter 8. Darcy would rather be at Pemberley, instead of sitting opposite a curious young lady who asked all the wrong questions. What did she know about his sister? What had Wickham told her? His stomach lurched. Pressing his eyes closed, Darcy inhaled slowly through his nose and out his mouth. He had made it unmistakably plain to Wickham that the consequences to him would be dire should he ever speak against Georgiana or attempt to come near her. Quicker than he could blink, Wickham would find himself inside a debtor's prison from which he would never be permitted to leave. Wickham would not dare expose Georgiana to scandal at the loss of his freedom. Or would he? Darcy cracked open his eyes. Miss Elizabeth peered at him, as if she were near to discovering his greatest mistake. What would she think if she knew how near his own sister had come to ruin while under his protection? How dearly Georgiana suffered because he had not recognised the danger Wickham posed. Darcy detested the scoundrel for using Georgiana as he had. He despised Wickham's ability to charm otherwise intelligent females such as Georgie, and even Miss Elizabeth. Oh, yes, Darcy had seen her smiles when she was in Wickham's company. He had seen her eyes sparkle in interest, watched her lean forward in eagerness to hear Wickham's lies. Miss Elizabeth would not smile if she knew the truth. Did she believe Wickham? Darcy would have thought the idea preposterous. Who would give more consequence to a man such as Wickham, when it was his word against Fitzwilliam Darcy's? And yet Darcy sensed Miss Elizabeth's disapproval toward himself. A dark mood settled over Darcy. Miss Elizabeth abandoned all attempts at polite conversation, and Darcy wished Bingley would do the same. However, silence did not come easily to Bingley. At least he abandoned his efforts to include Darcy in his conversation. Bingley and Miss Bennet talked contentedly of nothing of import, while Mrs. Holton pretended to sleep. Intelligent woman. Miss Elizabeth occupied herself with a book she pulled out of her reticule. He read the title, surprised to find it was the same novel he had recently bought for Georgiana, the newest edition of Belinda by Maria Edgeworth. How ironic Miss Elizabeth should choose a novel wherein the heroine's problems were complicated by her belief in malicious gossip. What had Wickham said against him? Darcy was convinced he was the target of Wickham's newest, sympathy-inspiring tale. It was how he got what he wanted. Why change old habits when they proved effective? Darcy's legs grew numb under the weight of the hamper, but there was not room enough between himself and Bingley for the bulky burden. He was tempted to toss the loathsome thing out of the carriage. His temper worsened, and he hated himself for it. Bingley and Miss Bennet's conversation grew quieter as the tension mounted inside the coach. He wished they would ignore him, as Miss Elizabeth did. She was engrossed in another world, turning the pages rapidly as she chewed on her bottom lip. It was an engrossing story. Darcy leaned against the side of the carriage, shifting the basket on his knees. Rubbing the glass clear with the sleeve of his greatcoat, he saw the first fat snowflakes drift from the low clouds. It was good they had departed early. Unless they were delayed, they would arrive in London before the roads became too difficult to travel. The landscape became a sea of rolling hills, dusted with powdery snow. Soon there would be clumps of white dotting the muddy road. Darcy did not need to see the time, to know where they were, or to estimate when they would arrive in town. The next village was about an hour away, and London was another hour beyond that. He would see the Bennets to their uncle's house safely, and then he was free to go to his townhouse. Bingley could come or go as he wished. Pulling out his pocket-watch, Darcy rubbed his thumb against his surname engraved on the casing. Only 2 hours until he set foot in his domain, where a fine cognac awaited him in his study. He could allow himself to feel his insufficiency in isolation, and he would finally discover the source of the trouble preventing him from returning to Pemberley. If only he knew, he could mend everything Wickham had broken. Assured Bingley was in no danger of declaring himself, Darcy closed his eyes, conjuring up the most serene picture in his mind. He walked into Pemberley's entrance hall. Georgiana squealed his name and launched herself into his arms. He spun her in circles until they both grew dizzy. He told her all about his latest trip, and she played the latest piece she had been practising on her instrument for him. Darcy had not thought he slept, until the carriage lurched forward, sending both himself and the hamper crashing against Miss Elizabeth. The faint smell of honeysuckle clinging to her hair delayed his apology. A whiff of spring in the dead of winter. The sweet scent tangled his thoughts as thoroughly as her contradictory nature, leaving him muddled, and no closer to determining her true opinion of him. Not that he sought her approval. "My apologies," Darcy mumbled, the exertion to return to his side of the swaying carriage, while holding on to the infernal picnic basket, testing the limits of his strength and patience. Had his coachman gone mad? He heard the coachman shout, then another lurch, this time in the opposite direction, sending the ladies tumbling forward. By the time they righted themselves, the carriage had slowed considerably. Darcy peered through the glass. Where in the blazes were they? He struggled to cling to his anger when Miss Elizabeth's honeysuckle essence once again invaded his senses, but he managed. Raising his fist, he pounded against the top of the coach. Darcy's coachman knew his expectations regarding the care of his carriage and horses. He suffered few delays or incidents because of his servant's attention to detail, and to have an accident occur while Darcy was responsible for the ladies' welfare was disastrous. He received no reply. He pounded again. Deathly silence shrouded them. Darcy's ire froze as quickly as it had ignited, when a man's voice called out, "Stand and deliver!" Chapter 9. Elizabeth's heart sank to her toes. Many times during her tranquil country life she had wished for excitement. This was not at all what she had meant. Mrs. Holton looked about wildly. "Oh, no! It cannot be! It cannot be!" Metal clanked against something solid above them. No sooner had Mr. Darcy cried out, "No!" than the crack of a firearm echoed through the silence. No more sounds came from the coachman's seat. Elizabeth felt the blood drain from her face as she realised what had happened. She blinked her eyes several times, but this was not a nightmare from which she could wake herself. A man had been murdered, not a horse length from where she sat. Would they be next? Mr. Darcy turned to her, his voice deep and his words quick. "Stay inside the carriage as long as you can. Look under the cushion." Before he could tell her what she was supposed to look for, or under which cushion to search, the door flung open. A man dressed in black pointed a flintlock pistol at Mr. Darcy. "Out!" he barked. Mr. Darcy did not argue with the man. He and Mr. Bingley scrambled outside and closed the door behind them faster than Lydia could polish off a plate of cucumber sandwiches. Expecting the awful man to return any second, Elizabeth started searching under the cushions. She ran her fingers over the boards, feeling for whatever Mr. Darcy had told her to find, while Jane inspected under the cushions. If only Mr. Darcy had told them what they sought. They found nothing on the gentleman's side of the carriage. Elizabeth's pulse thrummed in her ears, increasing with every thump and grunt she heard from outside. She ought not to have looked out of the carriage window, but she did. She cleared the fogged glass with her pelisse sleeve, her gasp of breath clouding it again, at the cruel display toward Mr. Darcy and Mr. Bingley from two highwaymen. "Let us search the other side," she urged. Mrs. Holton found the hidden compartment under her seat. Pulling the panel away, she reached inside and pulled out a leather coin pouch as large as Elizabeth's fist. She handed it to Elizabeth, the weight of it pushing her hand down. Elizabeth reached for the carriage door. "If we give them this, perhaps the men will leave." Jane's firm grip stopped Elizabeth. "Mr. Darcy said to stay inside. We might only complicate matters for them." Another series of thuds, followed by a moan, reached Elizabeth's ears. "And do nothing. They need our help." She reached for the door again. Jane did not stop her. Mrs. Holton did. She said, "It will not be enough. Time is short, and you must listen to me. You will be safer with the gentleman than with this lot. You cannot stay inside the carriage." Her words struck Elizabeth a blow. "You know who these men are?" "You knew of this," Jane gasped at the same time. Mrs. Holton did not answer, nor would she look them in the eyes. She occupied herself with the basket their mother had sent, pushing it to no avail. "Help me, please, before they stop us. These provisions could save your lives, Mrs. Holton cried, her desperation growing with each failed attempt to shove the hamper closer to the door. Whatever Mrs. Holton knew would have to wait. Right now they needed to get out of the conveyance with the basket of food and do what they must to assist Mr. Darcy and Mr. Bingley. Elizabeth stepped out of the carriage, a blast of icy wind slamming into her and flinging the carriage door wide open. Two highwaymen, the one she had seen threaten Mr. Darcy with his pistol, and another, pummelled the gentleman along the side of the road. Through the snowfall, the criminals were nothing more than faceless black blurs, with their hats pulled low over their eyes, and dark handkerchiefs covering any distinguishable feature. What Elizabeth could discern at a glance filled her with rage. Mr. Darcy's hands were tied behind him, rendering him defenceless, when one of the cowards struck him in the ribs. Mr. Bingley struggled on the ground, where the pistol-bearing highwayman held him against the mud and snow. Elizabeth looked up at the coachman's box. Beside the slumped form of the coachman, Mr. Darcy's footman sat holding the horse's reins, with hands that shook like tree branches in a windstorm. He was terrified. He would be of no use to them if fear had prevented him from going to his master's aid. With one mighty pull, Elizabeth freed the basket from the carriage, her mother's precious china clashing and breaking when she dumped it on the ground. Charging towards the cowards, Elizabeth shouted, "Stop it right now! I have a pouch full of gold coins. Take it and leave." She held the pouch up for them to see, shaking it for good measure. The coins jingled louder than the gusts whistling past her ears. She knew the highwaymen heard them too, when they turned their attention away from the gentleman to face her. "Miss Elizabeth!" Mr. Darcy lurched forward, but the coward with the pistol caught him by his bound hands, pulling them up until Elizabeth's shoulders twinged at the sight. "Throw it here," the second highwayman said, in a gravelly voice Elizabeth tried to distinguish but could not. She held the coins away. "No, you must come and get it." Anything to get those awful men away from the gentleman and give her a closer look. Poor Mr. Bingley must be soaked through to the bone. Mr. Darcy's pride held him upright, but Elizabeth could see it cost him. Behind her, Mrs. Holton said, "We do not have the luxury of time. Let us hurry before we're caught in the storm." The man dropped Mr. Darcy's hands, shoving him away, and snatching the coin pouch out of Elizabeth's hand. Just as she thought to get a good look at his face, he reached to her neck, and she felt the delicate gold chain of her necklace press against her skin and break. He turned away before she recovered herself, saying, "Let us leave them to the storm." With one more kick of his boot, the other highwayman pushed Mr. Bingley back to the ground. The rogue took his horse from his accomplice, who then clambered up to the coach-box. The footman raised his hands, crying, "Please do not shoot me." Holding his pistol against the footman's temple, the coward growled, "Unless you want a bullet in your head, you will do exactly as I say." Mr. Darcy and Mr. Bingley limped and lunged until they stood between the criminals by the horses and the ladies beside the carriage. They were a pathetic sight, battered as they were, but Elizabeth felt protected. Mrs. Holton stepped away from her post. "I am so sorry," she said. Without another word, she got back inside the carriage, leaving Jane standing in front of the basket with the other side exposed. The highwayman saw it. Elizabeth stepped in front of the hamper, spreading out her skirts as if she were whisking off a piece of lint. It was difficult to act bored when her heart threatened to leap out of her chest. Their survival depended on keeping that basket. But it was too late. The highwayman rushed toward them, pointing at the basket and demanding, "What is this?" Mr. Bingley charged him, slamming the highwayman against the coach. "Do not lay a hand on them!" A pistol fired in the air. The coward holding the reins of Mr. Darcy's coach handed his smoking weapon to the terrified footman. "Get the basket inside the coach, and let us leave," he ordered. The highwayman shoved Mr. Bingley away and grabbed the basket, but not before Elizabeth latched onto the other end. She tugged with every ounce of her strength, gaining confidence when Jane helped her. Mr. Darcy shouted from behind them. What was he doing back there? Elizabeth did not have a chance to look or to hear what he said. Mr. Bingley grabbed the middle of the basket and pulled. With a crack, the reeds split, spilling its contents on the ground. Mamma's fine china, already broken, now scattered into tiny pieces, sliding over the slick road. The carriage jolted forward, the wheels crunching over her mother's prized porcelain. Satisfied he had left them as desperate as he could, the highwayman mounted his horse and cantered beside the coach. Elizabeth released her hold on the piece of basket still in her hand, watching Mr. Darcy's carriage get smaller as it travelled down the road. She looked at the pile of shattered porcelain and spilled provisions at her feet. At least she would have plenty to eat, and company with whom to share it. 2 single ladies with 2 single gentlemen. If Elizabeth did not know better, she would have thought her mother had planned this. Chapter 10. Darcy wanted to kick something. He had been so close to freeing his horse, but without the use of his hands, and with Bingley so preoccupied with that infernal basket, Darcy had been forced to use his teeth to loosen the ropes. He had not been fast enough. Grumbling, Darcy repeated, "May you please untie me, Bingley?" This time Bingley heard him. He peeled off his gloves and shoved them in his pocket. Moving behind Darcy, he fumbled with the rope. Miss Elizabeth and Miss Bennet picked through the remains of Mrs. Bennet's hamper, putting what they could salvage in the middle of an embroidered tablecloth. Miss Elizabeth held up a pewter kettle, handing it to her sister. Who packed something so cumbersome as pewter in a flimsy picnic basket? Darcy knew Mrs. Bennet to possess little sense, but he was shocked she would place the heavy kettle beside her fragile china in a carriage which would traverse a bumpy road for hours until they reached London. It explained her insistence that the basket be carried inside the carriage, but it did nothing to lessen the ridiculousness of it. Then again, what was Mrs. Bennet if not ridiculous? Miss Bennet cradled the kettle to her chest and sighed contentedly. Darcy could find nothing to be content about in their current situation. Evidently the daughter was as silly as her mother. Bingley tugged on the ropes around Darcy's wrists, but they were no looser for all of his attempts to loosen them. If anything, they were tighter. "I apologise, Darcy, but I cannot make my fingers work," Bingley said. Darcy turned around to see Bingley shaking, his teeth chattering. Before Darcy could inquire after Bingley's injuries or assist him in any way, Miss Bennet ran to his side. Handing him the kettle, she said, "Most of the chocolate's spilled, but the pewter is still warm." She helped Bingley wrap his hands around the vessel when he nearly dropped it. Her eyes widened in horror when she pressed the warm kettle to his chest and pulled her fingers back to dry them on her pelisse. "Your coat is soaked through. You must be chilled to the bone," she exclaimed. Darcy felt as low as his boot heel. While he had taken the majority of the blows, Bingley had been kicked and held to the ground. His wool greatcoat would have been drenched and heavy. No doubt his clothes were wet underneath as well. Miss Bennet, who Darcy had criticised a moment ago as silly, had selflessly offered Bingley the warm kettle before Darcy had even noticed how miserable his friend must have been. The frigid breeze plastered snowflakes against Darcy's skin, and he was unable to turn up his collar. His skin burned where the ropes pinched his arms. They needed to find a shelter, and fast. He needed to rid himself of the blasted ropes binding him. Setting the food-laden tablecloth on a patch of fresh snow, Miss Elizabeth walked behind him. Her gentle fingers tugged at the rough ropes. Relief flooded through Darcy when the coils loosened their hold. It was all he could do not to strain against them in his haste to be free of the restraints. They were no longer in danger from the conscienceless criminals, but the weather was soon becoming a detriment. Darcy looked around, taking in his surroundings and forming a plan. Miss Bennet returned to the pile of broken china, picking through to recover a broken cup and a few dishes undamaged enough to be useful. Racing back to Bingley's side, she poured some of the chocolate into it. Bingley shook so hard he spilled most of it down his coat in an attempt to drink. Miss Bennet took the cup from him and raised it to his lips, saying gently, "Allow me to help you." She was nothing like her mother. Darcy had always believed Miss Bennet to be insipid and easily influenced, but there was a firmness and decisiveness in her actions that bespoke a stronger character than Darcy had accredited to her. With a final pull, Miss Elizabeth freed Darcy. He rubbed his wrists, The skin above his gloves chafed and swollen. It burned, but Darcy was too cold to cool his injury with snow. When he looked up, Miss Elizabeth faced him. He was amazed at the presence of mind both Bennet sisters displayed in the wake of their harrowing ordeal. Most ladies would have remained in the carriage rather than attempt to assist them. Most ladies would have fainted. From the depths of his heart, Darcy said, "Thank you." Miss Elizabeth's eyebrows furled together, her expression pained. Darcy started. "Are you hurt?" he asked, his eyes wandering over her for any sign of injury. She pulled a handkerchief from her pocket, dampening it in the snow. "I am not, but you are," she said. Dabbing gently, she cleaned a trail from his aching cheek to his throbbing forehead, easing the hurt with her touch. Miss Elizabeth stood close enough. Darcy again caught the smell of her hair. He would forever associate honeysuckle with comfort. At that moment he felt no pain. He did not flinch or blink, lest he break the spell she cast over him. A burst of freezing wind slammed against them, trickling down his neck and sending shivers through his limbs. Darcy widened his stance before he lost his footing. Miss Elizabeth stepped away from him, folding the stained handkerchief and putting it inside her pocket. Nature had come to his rescue, bringing Darcy back to his senses. "We must find shelter immediately," he said. He looked about for chimney smoke, for a horse and rider, for any sign of life, but there was nothing in sight to encourage hope of a prompt rescue. Miss Elizabeth rose to her tiptoes and examined their surroundings as intently as Darcy did. Finally she said, "These fields are cared for. See the fence lines? All we need is to find a tenant willing to take us in until the storm subsides and our clothes have a chance to dry. Thanks to my mother, we have provisions to offer in exchange for a place before the fire." Bingley groaned. "I shall never be warm again," he said, between the chattering of his teeth. He cradled the kettle against him, as if his life depended upon it. In all likelihood it did. Darcy determined not to criticise Mrs. Bennet again. If her extravagance saved his friends, it was only right that he overlook her faults. "We will walk along the road. It is our best chance of meeting with someone who might be able to help us. If we see a house, we will seek refuge there," he said. It was doubtful anyone would travel behind them in this weather, but better to wander along a travelled road than to get lost in the fields, with no hope of being seen by a passer-by. Miss Elizabeth extended her arms before her, snowflakes flurrying around her hands. "I can hardly see my own hands right in front of me. Perhaps the view from your height offers a better perspective?" She arched her eyebrow at Darcy. She smiled, but Darcy saw her concern. He knew she used humour effectively, but he then learned that Miss Elizabeth used humour to mask her fear. He admired her attempt to ease their worries while hiding her own. He ought to have laughed as Bingley did, but the gravity of their situation weighed upon him too heavily. Bingley teased, "I am so relieved we are with you and not my sisters. They would have fainted in the carriage and been no use at all." His laboured speech added urgency to their situation. Miss Bennet replied, "Our sisters will be heartbroken when they learn they have missed out on all of our excitement." Darcy rose to the tips of his boots, hoping the extra inches would be enough to see a rooftop. Nothing. Miss Elizabeth laughed. "Lydia and Kitty would have assaulted those cowards with snowballs and anything else they could throw." Her sister added, "Mary would have recited the best parts of Fordyce's sermons to them in an effort to save their souls, or to fan the flames of purgatory until it burned their toes. Where sermons are ineffective, Mary is of the belief that fear moves people to change," Miss Elizabeth said. Bingley's laughter sounded more like a hiss and a wheeze. "The highwaymen would have run off, wishing they had chosen a different target." Having turned in a complete circle, and seen nothing to inspire the hope they would survive until they reached the next village, Darcy lifted the bulky tablecloth from the ground. His muscles screamed in pain, and his ribs stabbed him so that he could not breathe. Miss Elizabeth reached for the food pack. I can carry it. A gentleman would never allow a lady to carry a heavy load when he is capable of doing it himself. You would insist on propriety when you are injured. We do not have time for niceties when we must walk faster and find shelter before the storm worsens. There was no point in arguing. Right was right. Darcy tightened his grip around the tablecloth and started walking, all the time scanning the horizon for signs of a refuge. Miss Elizabeth was right about one thing. In his and Bingley's condition, they would not last long. Chapter 11. Elizabeth watched Mr. Darcy turn, the snow already dusting his black coat. His wide shoulders carried the load with ease. He did not bemoan the loss of his possessions. He did not mourn the loss of his carriage. He minimised his pain, focusing instead on seeing them to safety. She felt his protection. Even when he had been tied up, Elizabeth sensed he would rather endure the blows of those evil men than have them turn against her and Jane. Those blackguards, the cowardly brutes, tying up a man, taking away his ability to defend himself. Elizabeth felt Mr. Darcy's humiliation. Had that been their intention? Was their purpose to humble him? Or had they feared Mr. Darcy's fists? Now, that was a thought. The more Elizabeth pondered what had happened, the slower she walked, and the more convinced she became that the highwaymen knew Mr. Darcy, that he had been their target. But why? The questions flooded forth, new theories forming as quickly as Elizabeth thought of them. Mr. Bingley and Jane walked together, and Elizabeth's half-boot slipped over the icy road as she passed them on her way to Mr. Darcy. The exercise did little to warm her, and Mr. Darcy's stern semblance did not encourage her to voice her curiosity. How fortunate she was not intimidated by him. "Mr. Darcy, is boxing among your many talents?" she asked, reaching for her necklace, only to be reminded it was forever gone to her. Pulling up her collar, she wrapped her arms around herself and tried not to think of her pearl. "I can usually defend myself and those dependent on me," he answered. She heard his bruised pride, and while she would otherwise have believed a dose of humility beneficial to Mr. Darcy, she could not support how the highwaymen had gone about it. "Those men bound your wrists," she said. After a long pause, he answered, "They did." This conversation was not going anywhere fast, much like their little group. She asked, "Why did they bind you?" "I can only assume they did so to prevent me from fighting back." Any fool would draw the same conclusion, and Mr. Darcy was not a fool, nor was she. Why did he not speak freely? Was he hiding something from her? She observed, "And yet they did not tie up Mr. Bingley." "No, they did not." He offered no opinion, nor any explanation. How maddening, when it was information Elizabeth sought. Loosening her arms to gesture, Elizabeth slipped over an icy patch of ground. Before she could squeak, Mr. Darcy caught her arm and held her firmly. The speed with which he came to her assistance was impressive. It would not have been an easy thing for those two men to have tied his hands. Had they pressed the pistol against his temple? Elizabeth imagined what Mr. Darcy would not tell her. He released his hold and resumed walking, albeit closer to her than he had been before. It was the perfect distance for conversation, and Elizabeth took courage to try again. She said, "If only I had thought to free the 2 horses at the back of your coach." "Do not trouble yourself. I tried to free them while you distracted the highwayman with that horrible hamper." The side of his mouth twitched upward. Was Mr. Darcy displaying a sense of humour? There was hope. With a smile she answered, "That horrible hamper will be our salvation. My mother's foresight is disturbing, but I am indebted to her." She looked over her shoulder at Mr. Bingley, who clutched the kettle to his chest, his chin hovering over the warm pewter. Mr. Darcy's voice, low and clear, cut through the wind whistling over Elizabeth's ears. "As am I." It shocked Elizabeth to hear Mr. Darcy express anything favourable toward her mother, much less gratitude. Or perhaps he meant to say that he, too, was disturbed by her mother's foresight. Yes, that must be it. Not knowing what else to say to get him to talk, She mentioned the horses again. She really ought to have thought of them sooner. How simple it would have been for her or Jane to release them while the men were distracted. I should have thought of the horses before. My hands were free to untie them. He looked down at her. Would the horses have been helpful? The incredulity raising his eyebrows irked her. He clearly doubted her ability to ride a horse when he knew her to be a gentleman's daughter. All ladies knew how to ride, even if they preferred to walk on their own 2 feet on solid ground. Of course they would have been helpful, she replied. In all the time I spent at Netherfield Park, not once did I see you on a horse. When you came to care for Miss Bennet, you walked. She could not argue with the truth. Elizabeth shrugged her shoulders and tightened her arms over her chest for the little warmth it provided. I enjoy walking. Too much is missed when one travels in a hurry. A fine notion, so long as you are at your leisure. I would give anything for a carriage and horses right now. A gust of wind rushed past Elizabeth, pressing her damp skirts against her legs. She shoved her fingers deeper into her wool gloves and shivered uncontrollably. Poor Mr. Bingley must be absolutely miserable, and with Jane holding his arm, she would be damper than Elizabeth by now. I would give anything for you to have a carriage right now too, she agreed wholeheartedly. However, I cannot help but note that if any of us had ever walked this portion of the road before, we would know where to find shelter now. I have travelled this way many times by carriage, and yet I am not confident of my surroundings. Mr. Darcy stopped, rising up on the toes of his boots and stretching to his full height. Impressive height it was too. Elizabeth tried to see what he could, but all she saw was a white blanket of snow that was coming down in earnest. Soon it would be difficult for them to see the road at all. While she had teased about not being able to see her hands before, her jest was not far from the truth now. Mr. Darcy moved forward a few more paces, then stopped again, pointing. Is that a path? Elizabeth followed the direction of his finger. She squinted, trying to see through the flurry of flakes clouding her view. He added, It looks like a break in the hedge. Do you see it? She did. It looked like nothing more than a shadow, but the space between hedgerows was wide enough for a horse and cart to pass through. She said, It appears to be. Shall we see? Mr. Bingley shuffled his feet from side to side, his body visibly trembling. Jane moved along with him, lest he turn into an icicle. We have no other option, Mr. Darcy said, his vision fixed on the barrier marking the property. It was a risk. If the path led nowhere, they would have to turn back, colder and more exhausted than when they had detoured off the road. Elizabeth shook her head. Dwelling on the dangers would do nothing to produce a cottage along the lane. For Mr. Darcy's benefit, as well as her own, she said cheerfully, After what we have been through this morning, something is bound to go our way. He looked down at her. In the darkest trouble, you see a bright side. He may not have meant it as a compliment, but Elizabeth accepted it as such. Why would I see things any other way? How tiresome to always think the worst of everything and everybody, except for those men we met today. I cannot think of anything kind to say about them. Mr. Darcy did not offer his opinion. Not even his expression changed, though Elizabeth peeked at him numerous times. She still had a multitude of questions requiring answers. She tried again. I am sorry they killed your coachman. Me too. The footman was too afraid to be of any help, she commented. Mr. Darcy's sigh was longer than his reply. He was. So they were back to short, clipped answers, were they? She persisted. But they did not kill him. No. And they did not kill us. No, they did not. Why did he not want to discuss what had happened? Growing in frustration and lacking in patience, Elizabeth stated her conclusion directly. Mr. Darcy, I think those men knew you. This time he did not offer any sort of reply at all. Elizabeth burst in frustration. Do you not want to know who those awful men were? Does not your sense of duty demand they be brought to justice? Mr. Darcy stopped, turning to face her. His angry gaze travelled with unnerving thoroughness over her. Elizabeth felt Jane's skirt brush past her, but Elizabeth did not waver. She met Mr. Darcy's penetrating gaze, her courage rising along with the angle of her chin. Her feet were firmly rooted in place, but her tongue was loose enough to speak. If Mr. Darcy had any sympathy, she would appeal to it. "We must find those men and ensure they do not harm anyone else. What if they attack others as they attacked us?" Mr. Darcy raised an arm heavenward in a wild gesture, his controlled voice a riveting contrast, when he said, "I know who they were, and if you were not so blinded by your prejudices, you would too." Elizabeth's exhale rose like a cloud of steam in front of her, blending with Mr. Darcy's irate puffs of breath. She opened her mouth to speak, but produced only fog. "A cottage!" Jane shouted. Mr. Darcy continued down the path, pausing until Elizabeth caught up with him, even though he was the last person in the world she wanted to walk with right now. She was too angry to care he had insulted her character when he guarded secrets that were not his to keep. Mr. Darcy knew who had attacked them, and not only was it someone he knew, it was someone she knew. Chapter 12. The closer they got to the cottage, the more derelict it appeared. No smoke came from the chimney, no light from the single window facing them. Any hope Darcy held of borrowing a horse and galloping to London died when he lifted the latch. He did not bother to knock. Just as he had thought, abandoned. Stepping aside to allow Bingley and the ladies to pass, Darcy closed the door, shutting out the wind and any trace of light. Straw and oak scented the stale air. Slowly, Darcy's eyes grew accustomed to the dreary room. A straw pallet lay beside the fireplace opposite him. Against the wall beside the door rested a table with only 3 legs and 2 chairs of questionable sturdiness. The floor was hard-packed dirt, littered with bits of straw. It was dry so far as he could tell. There were no visible holes in the roof. But what drew Darcy's eye was the pile of wood stacked beside the hearth. He would warm himself before he battled against the weather to London. He would find his coach, and the man responsible for taking it, there, he was certain. Darcy walked over to the fireplace, searching with his hands and his eyes. His fingers were so numb and clumsy, he could not trust them completely. He searched once, and then again. All the wood in the world would not serve them, unless he found a flint knife. Miss Bennet pulled a chair in front of the hearth, leaning against it to check its sturdiness, before encouraging Bingley to sit. Her optimism was not lost on Darcy. There was no sense in sitting in front of a hearth, unless one expected to warm oneself. Miss Elizabeth plucked something off of the table, handing it to him. "I do not know how to start a fire, but I know we will need this." It was a flint knife. "Thank you," he mumbled. He had walked right by it. Few things got past Miss Elizabeth, except for when charm blinded her. "Mr. Darcy?" she asked, still holding the flint knife out to him. He took it from her, eliminating all trace of that evil fiend from his mind, to focus on the task at hand. Gathering loose straw from the floor, Darcy set to work, coaxing the sparks into flames. He would start a fire, which Bingley could maintain, while Darcy walked to the village. Once there, he would arrange for a villager to convey Bingley and the ladies to the inn, where they would sleep in proper rooms. Their needs and comfort seen to, Darcy would use his name to secure a horse, which he would ride to London. Weather permitting, he could be there before nightfall. His business would be done before dinner. Until then, he would have no peace, no restful slumber, no happiness, with the thorn in his side threatening to attack again without warning. Dried sap from a twig snapped, spewing fiery sparks at him. Darcy needed to concentrate, or risk setting himself on fire. He added a piece of wood to the flame, praying it would catch fire. It reminded Darcy of the adventures he and his older cousins had enjoyed in the woods surrounding Pemberley, and the caves near his uncle's estate. Bingley had thought enough to offer to help. It was kind of him, but he trembled too much to be of any use. His lips were blue, and though he clutched the kettle to his chest still, the warmth would have left the pewter vessel long ago. Darcy would never forget how Bingley had tried to help him. The cowardly fiend had kicked Bingley to the ground and held him there, threatening to shoot Darcy in the head, while his thieving companion tied Darcy's hands so tightly his fingers tingled. Bingley was the best of men, and a good friend, and Darcy swore he would repay him somehow. Miss Bennet pried the kettle from Bingley's hands, setting it near the glowing embers. Bingley watched her every movement with a silly grin. Even in his misery, he only had eyes for Miss Bennet. Only now, Darcy did not believe him so foolish. Miss Elizabeth bustled about behind them, laying out the provisions Darcy had laid by the doorway, while he blew gently on the flames. Finally the wood caught fire, snapping and brightening the room with its glow. Darcy breathed in the pungent odour of the oak wood. Bingley spread his hands out in front of him, a cloud of steam rising off his coat sleeves. Darcy took off his greatcoat, laying it over the wood pile to dry. "We can spread your coat over the table," he suggested to Bingley. Darcy carried the furniture closer, noting with dismay how his skin prickled at the cold creeping over his flesh, only 2 steps away from the fireplace. He helped Bingley out of his coats, taking off more layers of clothing, until his friend wore nothing but his shirt-sleeves and breeches. Decency prevented him from removing anything more, though Bingley was damp to his skin. The ladies doffed their bonnets, gloves and pelisses. Soon every available surface in the tiny cottage was draped with soggy clothing in various shades of pink and green. Darcy preferred the dark green Miss Elizabeth wore. It was the same colour as the grass at Pemberley, and it suited her eyes. She had fine eyes. Darcy watched in fascination as she squeezed her muddy hem. He nearly chuckled when he recalled Miss Bingley's shock at the 6 inches of mud soaking Miss Elizabeth's hems when she showed up at Netherfield Park to care for her sister. Darcy had thought her lovely then. Looking at her reddened cheeks and bright eyes, he thought her lovelier still. She removed her half-boots, reaching under her skirt to peel off a stocking. Darcy looked away before she noticed him, but the image remained with him. The dampness of her skirts against the shadows of the fire made it impossible for him not to notice her figure. "You are not with a fever, are you, Darcy?" Bingley exclaimed loudly. "I am well, thank you, Bingley," Darcy replied graciously, relieved his polished manners had helped him utter coherent words, when his thoughts were anything but appropriate. He cleared his throat, his voice unusually hoarse. Darcy took a step away from the fire, adding for good measure, "I am only too close to the fire." He cleared his throat again. "It is the oak." Darcy prayed nothing more was said on the subject. "You sound like you are sickening with a cold. Here, have a seat, Mr. Darcy," Miss Elizabeth said, pulling the other chair closer to the fire, close to where he stood, close enough for her honeysuckle-scented hair to ignite his senses. Dear Lord, what had he done to deserve this? Miss Bennet, who had been cleaning the grime from the window and could now see his heated complexion more clearly for it, said, "You are rather flushed, Mr. Darcy. I will collect some snow to melt for you to drink." "I do not fall ill," Darcy growled. Would they not change the subject away from him and his blasted state? It was a good thing he planned to leave as soon as they were comfortably settled. Miss Elizabeth stood behind the chair, too near him. He would rather stand too close to the fire than sit too close to her. He sensed the danger she posed to him more than ever. Her eyes gleamed impishly at him. "I'm not surprised. Few men exercise as much restraint over themselves as you do." She had no idea. Darcy comforted himself in the knowledge of his departure. The sooner he left, the better. Bingley chuckled. "You mean few men could attend a ball and fail to dance even once? What a clever judge of character you are, Miss Elizabeth." Darcy levelled his glare at Bingley. He would air his resentment now, and to Miss Elizabeth, who could not recognise a scoundrel when she stood face to face with one. Bingley looked comfortable enough. Darcy needed to leave. Now. He went over to the window. Ice crystals froze against the glass, obscuring his view. It would be an arduous walk to the village, and a miserable ride to London, but what were a few hours of hardship when he could ensure his travelling companions' safety, avoid their compromising circumstance, and avenge himself. Darcy returned to the woodpile and put on his coat and gloves. "Mr. Darcy, you are not leaving, are you? It is not safe," Miss Elizabeth said. Darcy would wager it was safer for him out of doors than inside the room with her. "I must send for help," he said. "In this storm?" The wind blew against the cottage, its joints creaking and groaning. Amidst the cloud of steam rising from his person, Bingley said, "It sounds worse than it was minutes ago. If you insist on going, then I will go too." Miss Bennet pressed down on his shoulder when Bingley gathered his feet under him to stand. "You will catch your death," she said, looking imploringly at Darcy. "Both of you will," Miss Elizabeth added, locking eyes with Darcy. The softness in her tone and the concern etching her face confused him. Had he gained her sympathy when he ought to have prevented the events of the morning somehow? Better she direct her pity to the one most deserving, to Bingley, who was caught in the middle of this senseless feud through no fault of his own, and who presently suffered the most from it. Darcy prayed that Bingley's ruddy complexion resulted from his nearness to the fire, and not the beginning of a fever. Feeling trapped, Darcy went to the window. The snow fell so thickly he could not see far. It was perfect weather in which to get lost. It took all of his restraint, but he did not strike the wall with his bare fists or cry out in frustration. They were comfortable enough in the cottage, and revenge would be no less satisfying for having to wait for it. The only disadvantage was the most obvious. Already they faced compromise. If they spent the night together in the cottage without a chaperone, their futures would be decided. "Mrs. Bennet got her wish after all," Darcy thought sarcastically. Bingley would be pleased. And why would he not be? Miss Bennet anticipated his every need. It was she who had the presence of mind to hand him the kettle, to give him a drink of the warm chocolate. Her encouragement had kept him moving until they found the cottage. Now she pressed a plate, one of the remains large enough to be used as a plate anyway, into his hand. It was piled with cold cuts of ham and bread slathered with butter. Miss Elizabeth handed Darcy a plate too. "Will you stay?" she asked. He hesitated. He had no stomach for food, not with what he knew, not with what he feared would happen if he did not act quickly and decisively. She pushed the shard in front of him. "Come, Mr. Darcy, you must be hungry, and we have a lot of food it would be a shame to let spoil." The room shivered and creaked, the wind battering against the side of the cottage. Only a reckless fool would wander out of doors in that storm. Darcy took the plate and sat on one side of the hearth. Miss Bennet sat beside Bingley, and Miss Elizabeth sat on the other side of the hearth. Darcy noticed how she pushed her food from one side of her plate to the other, and he suspected her thoughts were too disturbed to give much attention to her plate too. It had been a dreadful day. He knew the questions would come again soon. He wanted so badly to tell her everything. But for a reason he did not completely understand, he needed for her to discern the truth on her own, without his influence. He needed her to see. "You said you knew who attacked us on the road. Now is not the time for secrets," she said. His stomach clenched. She had jumped straight to the point. He set his plate on the hearth. "You would not believe me were I to tell you." "You presume to predict my reaction." "You have many accomplishments, Miss Elizabeth, but disguise is not one of them. I am certain you would disagree with me." Darcy could not fathom what he had said to cause her confusion, but he saw it as plainly as every other emotion she openly expressed. He added, "It is not my custom to fling accusations without proof." She nodded, albeit reluctantly. "Very well. Then let us discuss what we know. Those men knew you. They knew when to expect us on the road, and they waited for us. They displayed particular aggression toward you, suggesting that not only do they know you, but they resent you. They knew you capable of defending yourself, and so they tied your hands like cowards." He ought to have known she would try to puzzle the truth based on the clues at her disposal. Given enough time, Darcy knew she would do it. He only needed to be patient. Miss Bennet said, "Mrs. Holton knew about it." She had Darcy's full attention. "What is this?" "Mrs. Holton knew the highwaymen would not be satisfied with only money. She told Lizzie and me that we would be safer in the storm with you and Mr. Bingley than to stay in the carriage with those evil men. She feared for us, and she helped us," she replied. Bingley was dumbfounded. Darcy pressed his fingers against his throbbing temples. He had known the ladies would not be allowed to remain in the carriage. The highwaymen would not have risked having their identities discovered. Mrs. Holton had only done what the thieves would have done themselves. Did that make her a friend or a foe? He asked Bingley, "How did you come to hire Mrs. Holton?" "Your London housekeeper recommended her." It was sensible of Bingley to ask Mrs. Bennet, a woman Darcy trusted implicitly with his household, for a recommendation. However, it made Mrs. Holton's conduct confusing. Darcy planned aloud. "I trust Mrs. Bennet completely. Once I reach London, it will be a simple matter to make inquiries. If my housekeeper trusts Mrs. Holton enough to recommend her to you, she will know where she can be found." Miss Elizabeth asked, "If those men knew you and resented you, why did they not shoot you when they had the chance?" Darcy did not care for her line of reasoning. Bingley shivered violently. "I would rather be shot than die of cold." He rubbed his hands before the fire, then poured the last of the chocolate and handed it to Miss Bennet. Miss Bennet offered it to Darcy. When he refused, she offered it to her sister. Only when Miss Bennet had ensured no one else in the room desired the hot chocolate did she drink. Taking a sip, she suggested, "If they wished you dead, they took a great risk in leaving you alive. Even in the storm, they would have to know it was possible you would survive, that all of us would survive." That was what most disturbed Darcy. His instincts told him that something was amiss, that he had unwittingly walked into a trap. He felt Miss Elizabeth's eyes studying him, and he met her scrutinizing look defiantly. Would that she drew a reasonable conclusion distinct from his own, for his explanation was troublesome. "What else do they mean to do to you?" She asked the same question that had tormented Darcy since his first glance at the man who could not hide himself from Darcy. Wickham. Chapter 13. The more Elizabeth thought about it, the more she sympathised with Mr. Darcy. He had suffered horrible, humiliating injustice at the hands of two brutes, but he was as strong and resolute in purpose as ever. She appreciated how seriously he took his responsibilities, of which she knew herself to be included, when she would have poked fun at his grave manners before. Well, she was not laughing now. She witnessed the determination with which Mr. Darcy provided for their needs, when he had not wished for her and Jane's company in the first place. They had imposed on his generosity, and he treated them with respect. Not once did he imply they were a burden, when Elizabeth knew that was exactly what she was. A burden society and the rules of decorum would bind him to marry. Jane and Mr. Bingley stood before the fire, turning slowly in circles to dry their clothes, and exchanging shy glances whenever their turn brought them face to face. Elizabeth was happy for them. Maybe Mamma's plan would work out for the best after all. At least it would for them. They were in love with each other. A smidgen of envy filled Elizabeth with longing. There were qualities she admired in Mr. Darcy. He had earned her respect that day. But she could not reconcile the man brooding by the window with the man who had treated Mr. Wickham with contempt and had influenced Mr. Bingley to leave Hertfordshire. How was it possible for a man to possess such opposing traits as honour and treachery, selflessness and pride? Were she easily satisfied, Elizabeth would rejoice in her good fortune. Mr. Darcy was handsome and rich, and she did not doubt that many young ladies and their mothers had conspired to ensnare him. But fortune and a firm chin were not enough to satisfy her. Elizabeth wanted to marry the man who would become her best friend, a man who would ignite her heart and stir her senses with a touch. Elizabeth did not realise she had been staring at him until Mr. Darcy met her eyes. She looked away, embarrassed at her thoughts. He read them too easily. She looked about the room. If only there were something with which to occupy herself. She did not trust her thoughts. They were dangerous. Her novel sat on top of the table, and she grabbed it eagerly. Of all her possessions, it was the only one she had salvaged by sticking it inside the hamper instead of her reticule. "We are sorely in need of entertainment. Shall I read aloud to you?" She held up the book. Jane clapped. "Please do. I love it when you read." "A lovely idea," Mr. Bingley agreed. Mr. Darcy nodded, turning back toward the window. He glared out into the storm as if he could quench it with a look. Elizabeth read, doing her best imitations of the characters and losing herself in the story before the turn of the first page. She forgot her concerns, leaving the cold cottage and reputation-ruining situation behind, to become the heroine of the novel. She laughed, she danced, she fell in love. She took a deep breath and turned another page, jarred to the present when she heard applause. It had been a particularly engrossing chapter, and Elizabeth was not ready to return to reality. She looked around her, rubbing her hands over her arms, and realizing she was cold. The light in the room had dimmed. It was growing dark out of doors, but the fire cast a comforting glow throughout the room. She stepped closer to it and curtsied at the applause, as if she were a grand actress performing at the theatre. Mr. Darcy did not clap. He held his post before the window like a statue, an attractive statue, with stubble covering his cheeks and chin. Jane exclaimed, "We could not have been more entertained had we gone to the theatre. You must be tired, Lizzie. Please drink some water." She handed Elizabeth a cup of melted snow. Mr. Bingley added, "I see why your nieces and nephews love your stories, Miss Elizabeth. If you tell them with half the emotion with which you read, they would be captivating." He looked expectantly at Mr. Darcy. It was his turn to pay a compliment. Had the monotonous scene on the other side of the glass been more entertaining than her reading? Elizabeth tried not to care. She pretended to laugh, using humour to disguise her disappointment, or she hoped she disguised it. According to Mr. Darcy, disguise was not one of her accomplishments, though she had to wonder what he had meant by the praise. Emboldening herself, she said, "I am only sorry my performance was not up to Mr. Darcy's standards. I suppose you are accustomed to better, sir." He turned to her with all the concentration with which he had stood vigil at the window. "To the contrary, I enjoyed your reading, and only apologise I could not give it my full attention." She had no witty retort for that. Had the proud Mr. Darcy apologised to her? If he continued this course, she was in grave danger of liking him very much, except for his past dealings with Mr. Wickham and his apparent influence over Mr. Bingley. Oh, bother! She had been firmly decided to dislike him earlier that morning, and now Elizabeth did not know what to think at all. And unless a miracle happened, she would be stuck with him for the rest of her life. Should she weep or celebrate? She looked out of the window, willing a carriage with an understanding gentleman who would be willing to overlook their unchaperoned state to rescue them, in the abandoned cottage, in the middle of a snowstorm, at nightfall. Mr. Bingley cleared his throat. "It is unlikely anyone will come to our rescue here, but I cannot be sorry about it, when circumstances lend me the boldness to say what I ought to have said sooner." The only sound in the room was that of the driving wind. Turning to Jane, he continued, "Miss Bennet, I love you with all of my heart. I have since the first moment I saw you, and my affection has only strengthened as I have learned that you are as beautiful in character as you are in appearance. I wish to make you happy, to share my life with you, if you think you might love me too." Tears trickled down Jane's face. She whispered, "I do love you." Nobody could doubt the sincerity in her expression. Mr. Bingley took her hand, raising Jane's palm to his lips. "Dearest Jane, will you do me the honour of becoming my wife? Will you marry me?" "Yes!" Jane shouted joyfully. They embraced, and Elizabeth felt tears prickle her eyes when she heard her sister say, "I have never been so happy as I am at this moment." Mr. Bingley cooed softly, "And this is only the beginning." Abruptly, he shoved Jane to arm's length, burying his face in his upper arm and bursting into a series of violent sneezes. Elizabeth hurried to pour more of the melted snow from the cleaned kettle for him to drink. Jane pressed her fingers against his forehead. "Oh, you feel feverish." Mr. Bingley covered her fingers with his. "It is only the smell of the oak burning. It always makes me sneeze. It is nothing," he reassured them, adding, "Nobody ever dies of a cold." Elizabeth laughed. "Our mother said the same thing when we heard Jane had fallen sick with a cold at Netherfield Park." Elizabeth did not fail to see the irony. Mamma had got her wish. Jane was engaged before they reached London. Mr. Darcy smiled too. Had he been responsible for attempting to separate them, he would not grin so genuinely, would he? He was too honest to pretend what he did not feel. His gaze tangled with hers, riveting Elizabeth in place, and warming her through for the first time that day. Maybe a life with Mr. Darcy would not be so bad. So long as she had the hope of love, she could be happy. Maybe she could make him happy too. Mr. Bingley said, "I am so happy Darcy suggested we leave Hertfordshire." Elizabeth's laughter dried up, and her smile faded. For Mr. Bingley and Jane's sake, Elizabeth kept a level tone, though her heart thrummed at her temples. "Why would Mr. Darcy suggest you leave Netherfield Park, if he knew you loved my sister?" Mr. Wickham had been right to warn them. "Lizzie, you promised," warned Jane. Elizabeth gritted her teeth. Why had she ever agreed to hold her peace when 2 paces from her stood the most contentious man in England? Oh, how she despised him! Mr. Bingley opened and closed his mouth several times without uttering a word. His inability to reply told Elizabeth all she needed to know. Jane soothed Mr. Bingley with a smile. "It does not matter any more. No damage has been done." Elizabeth bit her tongue. No damage done. Was she to be stuck with Mr. Darcy, the man who nearly ruined the happiness of her most beloved sister, and delight in it? She would not marry him, if he were the last man in the world. Elizabeth would rather face the disapproval of society and live the remainder of her days as a spinster with a ruined reputation than attach herself to Mr. Darcy. Chapter 14. Miss Elizabeth looked like a pot about to boil over. Had Miss Bennet and Bingley not been in the room, Darcy had no doubt she would tell him exactly what she thought of him at that moment, and it would not be favourable. Now that Bingley had untangled himself from Miss Bennet, Darcy clapped him on the shoulder. "Allow me to offer my sincerest congratulations." He felt Miss Elizabeth's unrelenting glare. Her eyes, narrowed to slits, scrutinised him. When she spoke, her voice carried a sharp edge. "I am curious. Why did you suggest a trip to London, if you knew your friend's feelings for my sister?" "At the time, I felt it was in Bingley's best interest," he answered honestly. He was not ashamed of what he had done. She clasped her hands together. "What do you mean?" she asked. Darcy knew she would not appreciate his reply. "I had reasons to doubt Miss Bennet's affection for him." Miss Elizabeth's voice raised an octave. "Did Mr. Bingley share these doubts?" Before Darcy could answer, she repeated the question to Bingley. "Did you doubt?" Bingley answered truthfully. "I did not doubt." "But you did." Miss Elizabeth returned her full attention to Darcy. "May I inquire why?" Her skilful mastery over her obvious anger only added to Darcy's discomfort, and it sparked his ire. He had only acted honestly and out of concern for Bingley's happiness. Darcy had done exactly what he ought to have done as a gentleman and a friend. There was no shame in that. And he did not appreciate how Miss Elizabeth cast a villainous shadow over his motives when they had been pure. Darcy crossed his arms. "I saw no encouragement from her. I watched them closely together and observed no particular affection from your sister toward Bingley. I meant to spare him a broken heart and an unfortunate attachment." For Miss Bennet's benefit, he added, "I am pleased to witness differently. I now believe you shall make each other happy." Miss Elizabeth's cheeks flamed in high colour. Miss Bennet put her hand on Miss Elizabeth's shoulder, much like Darcy did to calm his most aggressive hunter when he growled at a stranger. "Come, Lizzie, we both know it is true. Did not Miss Lucas suggest I ought to encourage Mr. Bingley along? Knowing my nature, she tried to warn me. Mr. Darcy only proved she was wise in her counsel." Miss Elizabeth burst. "But you are shy. You rarely show your feelings to me." Her words struck Darcy. Too many times he had lamented his own sister's shyness. So profound was Georgiana's timidity, he had not known she had fallen in love with Wickham. He had not seen it. Nothing in her manners had suggested she had lost her heart to the fiend. He looked at Miss Bennet again, and his chest ached when he saw his own sister. Miss Elizabeth continued. "Were you to act contrary to your sweet nature when Mr. Bingley clearly loves you how you are? Are all ladies expected to change to suit the whims of gentlemen?" Bingley took Miss Bennet's hand, holding it close and looking into her eyes. He said, "I would not have you change for the world. I love you as you are. My sole purpose in going to London was to ensure that time and distance would do nothing to change your affection for me, for I was convinced it would not change mine. I had every intention of returning to you, if you wanted me." Miss Bennet smiled at him. "I knew there had to be a reasonable explanation for your sudden departure." Bingley returned her smile, and they lost themselves in each other, chattering contentedly before the fire. They chose wisely. Why waste their time on fruitless altercations when they could enjoy their time together? If only Miss Elizabeth thought the same. Her arms were stiff, her hands clutched at her sides. She paced back and forth in the small enclosure, like a prowling cat, ready to pounce at the slightest provocation. Her claws would be sharp. There was nowhere to go to avoid each other, and Darcy would rather have her think well of him than despise him over a misunderstanding. Despise him like he did Wickham. Softly, Darcy said, "Come, Miss Elizabeth, they are content. Let us not spoil their joy. It is not in your nature to diminish your sister's happiness for the sake of your own gratification." He rubbed his chest, missing Georgiana so much it hurt. He and Miss Elizabeth were similar that way. If only he could make her understand. Miss Elizabeth gestured upward, then let her hands drop to her sides. "How can you assume to define my nature when you so completely misread my sister's character?" Darcy did not have a satisfying answer. She would resent a comparison to him when he was in her disfavour. He said, "I do not pretend to understand more than what you have revealed openly. You are not shy." That was an understatement. She glared at him, and it was all Darcy could do not to smile at her. Miss Elizabeth lifted her chin. "I am deaf to your insults, Mr. Darcy. You do not intimidate me." "You insist on misjudging me. When did I insult you?" Her eyes narrowed into disapproving slits again, and she shook her head as if he were the slowest child in the schoolroom. When she did not have a ready answer, Darcy continued, "I might have discerned some of your character, Miss Elizabeth, but I cannot read your mind. In our brief acquaintance, I have never known you to back down from a debate. Pray, tell me what disturbs you, and let us discuss it openly, as friends." She glanced at Bingley and her sister. They were too enraptured with each other to give them any notice. Miss Elizabeth spoke quickly. "While I am relieved for Jane's sake that Mr. Bingley's actions were not so directly influenced by you, it troubles me that you separated them." "Was that all?" "I only meant to protect a friend, just as I suspect you would have done. Am I wrong to assume your anger at me is largely due to your loyalty to your sister?" "I would do anything to see her happy." "You wish to protect her, just as I wished to protect Bingley. I applaud you for it." She did not react to his praise as he had suspected she would. Arching her brow saucily, she said, "My good opinion, once lost, is lost forever. I could never forgive anyone who would interfere with my sister's happiness." How clever Miss Elizabeth must think herself to use his own words against him. Darcy would have pointed out her resentful nature had it not reflected so poorly on himself. She resent him. He retorted, "I am not asking for forgiveness. I did what was right, and as you have observed, they have cast all our doubts aside." "Your doubts?" she interrupted, crossing her arms. Insufferable female. They are happy now. What more do you want? She stepped closer to him. If you take credit for their current happiness, then you must also accept the despair you caused them before tonight. My sister grieved the loss of the man she loved when we learned he planned to leave Hertfordshire. You obviously believe yourself justified in your actions. But what is right is not always kind. You were wrong to interfere. This was his reward for trying to make peace. Darcy was not a man given to anger. Not even Richard, in all of his insolent glory, could provoke him as this slip of a girl did. Nay, not a girl. There was nothing girlish about Miss Elizabeth. Neither was she the sort of lady society extolled. She was judgmental, impulsive, and intent on believing the absolute worst of him. And insensible. She blamed him for their current situation, when they all knew the only one who would be happy about it was her own mother, who, had she half the intellect required, would have arranged the entire affair. He would have to marry a woman who hated him. Darcy's stomach twisted as understanding gripped him with a firm hold. It was not until that moment, when Miss Elizabeth made her opinion of him clear, when she denied him her friendship, that Darcy realised he wanted her approval. For some inexplicable reason, her opinion mattered to him. And he had thought Bingley a fool. Who was the fool now? Chapter 15. Mr. Darcy proved himself to be every bit as haughty as Elizabeth had believed him to be. His insistence on being right, the way he justified his actions when he ought to apologise, did nothing to raise him in her estimation. Mr. Wickham may have been wrong about Mr. Bingley, but he had been right about Mr. Darcy. She and Jane squeezed onto the straw pallet. It was so narrow, Elizabeth could not flinch without disturbing Jane, but at least they were warmer than the men sleeping on the floor. The tablecloth separated them from the dirt, but it would provide no warmth. Elizabeth's concern was strictly for Mr. Bingley, whose sneeze had turned into a cough before bedtime. Mr. Darcy, on the other hand, stood to benefit from a night sleeping in the dirt. The worm would feel right at home. Accompanied by her disapproving thoughts, Elizabeth fell asleep, only to wake when Jane crawled off the pallet. Through eyes blurred with sleep, Elizabeth saw Mr. Darcy holding a cup of water up to Mr. Bingley's mouth. Jane pressed her hand against Mr. Bingley's forehead. "He's burning with fever." Her words were like a douse of cold water over Elizabeth. She scrambled off the pallet, dragging it closer to Mr. Bingley. "Perhaps you will be more comfortable on the straw?" Mr. Darcy helped Mr. Bingley over to the pallet, lowering him gently. At one point, Mr. Darcy pressed his eyes shut, his mouth pinched closed. He was slow to stand after Mr. Bingley loosened his hold around him, and the way Mr. Darcy held his side and breathed shallowly made Elizabeth wish she could take away some of his pain. Not that she wished to help him, it was only that she did not wish for anyone to suffer like that, not even Mr. Darcy. Once Mr. Bingley was calmed and settled, Mr. Darcy tended the fire, and then returned to his spot by the window. Elizabeth knew what he would see. She had already looked. An endless sea of white and snow falling so thickly it was difficult to separate the ground from the sky. It was going to be a long day. Having no other occupation with which to busy herself, Elizabeth moved the chair behind where Jane sat beside Mr. Bingley. While Jane bathed his face with linen soaked in melted snow, Elizabeth extracted the tangled pins, holding Jane's elaborate coiffure. Elizabeth smiled as she remembered how their mother had risen hours before her normal time to prepare their hamper for travel and ensure Betsy had enough time to style her and Jane's hair in the latest fashion. Elizabeth had argued that their bonnets would cover their hair for the duration of the trip. But what did she know? Elizabeth would think twice before doubting her mother again. With Mr. Bingley sleeping restlessly and Mr. Darcy peering out of the window, Elizabeth could almost pretend she was at home in Longbourn. It was the day of the Netherfield ball, and she was brushing Jane's hair. Using her fingers, Elizabeth separated the strands and let Jane's beautiful hair spill down past her waist. Jane had beautiful hair, like liquid gold, soft and silky, gleaming in the firelight. Elizabeth fussed a little more over her hair than she needed to. There were few things more delicious than having your hair brushed. She braided it, twisting and pinning Jane's tresses into a simple bun. Their mother would be appalled, but it was the best Elizabeth could do. Jane was so beautiful, she could wear thistles in her hair and still look elegant. Elizabeth traded places with Jane, who soon had her purring like a kitten under her gentle touch. "I do not know how you do it, Jane. My hair must be an absolute disaster, full of snarls and knots, but you never tug or pull," Elizabeth cooed. She did not have the advantage of Jane's straight hair. Her hair curled rebelliously. It was the bane of Betsy's existence, or so the maid said, every time she tried to twist it into submission. Elizabeth closed her eyes, her muscles melting. She could sit there all day. She might have groaned in delight. She did not care what noises she made when she was completely at peace and relaxed. Too quickly, Jane pushed the last pin into Elizabeth's hair, securing her plaited bun in place. Elizabeth did not want to open her eyes, and when she finally did, the sight of Mr. Darcy staring at her coiled her into knots again. He probably thought it was the height of impropriety for Jane and her to loose their hair in his presence. What was Elizabeth supposed to do? Let her hair snarl into a knot resembling a bird's nest? She could have pointed out to him that there was nothing proper about their current circumstances, but he spared her from defending her behaviour when he jerked open the latch and stepped outside, slamming the door behind him. Jane exclaimed, "He does not have his coat on. He will freeze to death." Mr. Bingley snored, and Elizabeth imagined Mr. Darcy falling ill with a cold. Undesirous of caring for two ailing gentlemen, she charged over to the woodpile and grabbed Mr. Darcy's greatcoat. It was mostly dry, thanks to its proximity to the fire. "I will take this to him," she said, with all the enthusiasm of a martyr. If Mr. Darcy thought she would attend to him as tenderly as Jane cared for Mr. Bingley in his illness, he was in for a surprise. She would sooner slap him in the face with a cold rag than gently bathe his brow. Donning her pelisse, her dislike for Mr. Darcy growing more severe as the damp fabric chilled her skin, Elizabeth pulled the collar up and braced herself. Taking a deep breath, she opened the door and secured it behind her in one fluid motion. Her entire body shivered, and her chin shook. Propriety be hanged. She wrapped Mr. Darcy's greatcoat around her like a cloak. Snuggling into the thick wool, Elizabeth breathed in smoky oak and earth, odours that would forever remind her of Mr. Darcy. She sniffed the fresh air, trying to rid herself of it. Mr. Darcy stood at the edge of visibility, his dark hair whipping around his face in the wind, and his coat-tails flapping against his breeches. Did he want to catch a cold? Kicking the snow away to save her skirts, Elizabeth joined him, shoving the coat in front of him. He pushed it back to her. She had little patience for a man who would stand in the frigid wind without his coat. "What are you doing? Have you gone mad?" Mr. Darcy threw his arms up in the air. "I must be," he exclaimed, with more energy than Elizabeth could ever recall him speaking. She did not understand what had brought on this episode, but it did not change the fact that he needed his coat. She shoved it toward him again. "Then be so kind as to put your coat on. If you are to lose your mind, you might as well be warm." He cackled harshly, taking the coat and putting it on. She looked at him from the corner of her eyes. What had come over him? He made no effort to return to the house, and she stood with him for as long as she could, rubbing her arms and bouncing up and down to keep from freezing in place. When her teeth began to chatter, she said, "Mr. Darcy, I cannot stay in the cold much longer, and yet I do not trust you alone out here. You are not well." He folded his arms over his chest and peered down at her. She must have been a pitiful sight. He slid his coat off and wrapped it around her shoulders quicker than she could protest. "What do you care? You despise me," he said, pulling his coat around her snugly. Mr. Darcy looked at her as if her answer was important. Unable to think of something clever when he had been nice to her, and when she was certain her brain had iced over, she said, "You crossed the line when you interfered with my sister's happiness, but the truth is I do not know what to think of you. Yes, there are times I despise you, but then you will do something so honourable and sincere, I doubt my reasons for disliking you." Lest he use her words to minimise his betrayal, she added, "How would you feel if someone, no matter how well-intentioned, ruined the prospects of your sister. She wanted Mr. Darcy to feel her sister's pain, to understand what he had made Jane suffer. He stepped toward her, leaning forward, so he filled Elizabeth's vision. The look in his eyes was fierce as he said, "I would hate him forever. He would be dead to me." Overwhelmed by his intensity, Elizabeth stood firmly rooted in place, the wind whipping her skirts around her legs and pulling her hair loose to whirl around her head. She was aware of her surroundings, but they had no impact on her, not when Mr. Darcy allowed her to see him fully in his vulnerability. What she saw moved her. Elizabeth felt his pain at her very core. He understood her, and he hated himself so much Elizabeth could no longer hate him too. She tugged on his sleeve, urging him. "Come inside, Mr. Darcy. You see how thick the snow falls. None of us can leave here today." He allowed her to pull him inside the cottage, where he spent the rest of the day in contemplative silence. He was vigilant, assisting with the few measures they could take to ease Mr. Bingley's discomfort, but he withdrew into himself. Elizabeth's curiosity grew the more she pondered Mr. Darcy. Opinions and gossip aside, who was he really? She burned to know. Chapter 16. Bingley's fever kept Darcy awake through the night. Not that he could have slept anyway. Miss Elizabeth filled his thoughts when he closed his eyes, and she was ever present when he opened them. Rebellious curls escaped from her pins, brushing against her cheeks and falling down her shoulders. One in particular was longer than the others. It coiled near her collarbone, and every time Darcy saw it glide over her skin, he wanted to wrap the tendril around his finger. Miss Bennet cooled Bingley's face tirelessly with a damp cloth, and Miss Elizabeth read to them by the light of the fire. Bingley could not wish for better nurses. Darcy checked the kettle for water. It would be daylight soon, and Miss Elizabeth would fetch more snow unless he got it for her. Putting on his coat, so as not to alarm her, he grabbed the vessel and lifted the latch on the door. The force of the wind pulled the rough wood out of his hands to swing wildly in the gale. It would be another day stuck in the cabin, and Bingley showed no signs of improvement. If anything, he was worse. The ladies looked at Darcy expectantly when he wrenched the door closed and dropped the latch in place. He shook his head. "It is still too dangerous for us to leave. I could not see over 10 feet in front of me." The longer he delayed in getting to London, the more time Wickham had to use against him. What was he planning? Darcy took off his coat and draped it over the diminishing woodpile to dry. That was another source of concern. If the storm did not pass soon, they would run out of fuel for their fire. Miss Elizabeth handed him a piece of spiced cake topped with strawberry preserves. He smiled, both in thanks and for the happy memories he recalled on seeing the preserves, and for her kindness. She handed another plate to her sister. Miss Bennet took it, once she reassured herself Bingley slept. With every display of attention Miss Bennet lavished upon Bingley, Darcy's guilt increased. He had been right to warn Bingley, given how little Miss Bennet had revealed about her character in the time they had known her. But Darcy had misjudged the lady. Dark circles ringed her eyes. Others would have succumbed to exhaustion, but she fussed over her betrothed selflessly. Darcy was not too proud to admit to his mistake. It was the right thing to do. Taking a deep breath, he said, "I was wrong to doubt your attachment to Bingley, Miss Bennet. He is fortunate to have you." She smiled brightly. "Thank you, Mr. Darcy. Your opinion means a great deal to him." He felt the grace of her forgiveness, and the shock of Miss Elizabeth. She stared at him, her lips parted. His grin widened when she returned his smile. He basked in her approval, feeling light-hearted for the first time since before Wickham's treachery. Darcy had spent all night weighing the consequences and had come to a decision. He needed to tell them about Wickham. Miss Bennet and Miss Elizabeth would protect Georgiana's reputation as surely as they protected each other. Darcy did not doubt. "Is Bingley asleep?" he asked. Darcy trusted Bingley, but not with this. Miss Bennet assured Darcy that Bingley was sleeping soundly. Miss Elizabeth still gaped at him. He wondered how she would react to what he was about to tell her and her sister. Darcy rubbed his palms against his breeches and began, speaking deliberately and clearly. He had no desire to repeat a word of what he was about to reveal. I must now mention a circumstance which I would wish to forget, and which no obligation less than the present should induce me to unfold to anyone. He sat on the hearth, facing the Bennet sisters. Miss Elizabeth reached up to her collar, then dropped her hand to her lap with a sigh. Darcy had not noticed before then that her necklace was gone. She said, "With such a statement, I will own to a great deal of curiosity, but the secrecy you suggest gives me pause. Mr. Darcy, are you certain you must tell us what you admittedly wish to forget?" "I trust you." Darcy meant what he said. Miss Elizabeth was genuine in her loyalty, even when it was misplaced. Her compassion would extend to Georgiana when she heard of the grave injustice done to the innocent girl. And Miss Bennet would never speak out against anyone. She was consistent in rising to the defence of her faintest acquaintance. Georgiana was safe with these Bennet sisters. Having their full attention, he continued, "My sister Georgiana is more than 10 years my junior." "Lydia's age," Miss Elizabeth noted. Darcy nodded. "I was left guardianship of her, along with my mother's nephew, Colonel Richard Fitzwilliam, a good, trustworthy man, as attentive to Georgiana's happiness as I have always been. About a year ago, I sensed a restlessness in my sister's letters. Thinking a change of place and occupation would please her, I took Georgiana from school and formed an establishment for her in London." He paused. "She did not mention why she was restless?" Miss Elizabeth asked, leaning forward in her chair, her eyes intent on him. "No." She looked at him askance. "Did you ask her?" He had not, nor had he thought to ask until Miss Elizabeth suggested it then. "Pray do not answer, Mr. Darcy. You do not need to. It is not my aim to add to your discomfort by pointing out what is obvious to a lady with 4 sisters. Miss Elizabeth's eyes softened, and her voice lightened. "I have not had the advantage of having a brother, but I have observed how they are more prone to action rather than conversation." "Your observations are correct, though I see now how I might have benefited from an upbringing with 4 sisters," he replied, with the same humour with which she eased his confession. She shared a look with Miss Bennet, then replied in a dry tone, "If it did not kill you first." He continued, his heart lighter, secure in their sympathy. "Last summer she went with the lady who presided over the London establishment to Ramsgate. Mrs. Young was her name." This was where the story grew more complicated. Darcy did not want to mention Wickham's name. While he was certain Miss Bennet would believe the truth, he needed Miss Elizabeth to draw her own correct conclusion. Taking a deep breath, he said, "A young man, known to my family, followed Georgiana to Ramsgate. I later learned there was a prior acquaintance between him and Mrs. Young, in whose character we were most unhappily deceived. By her connivance and aid, he courted Georgiana in secret." Miss Elizabeth chewed on her lips and shifted her weight in her seat. Had she guessed he spoke of Wickham? Darcy continued. Georgiana's affectionate heart retained a strong impression of his kindness to her as a child, and she was persuaded to believe herself in love. Miss Elizabeth reached toward her throat again, pressing her palm over her bare skin when there was no pearl there to fiddle with. "Oh, poor dear girl," said Miss Bennet. "He broke her heart?" Miss Elizabeth asked. Darcy swallowed the lump in his throat. "She consented to an elopement. She was only 15, which must be her excuse. I joined them unexpectedly the day before the intended elopement. Georgiana, unable to act deceitfully and offend a brother she looked up to, acknowledged the whole to me." Miss Elizabeth sighed, sitting back in her chair. "How relieved you must have been that she confided in you." There had been no time for relief. Not when Wickham stood there, listening to Georgiana as she wept in shame. Had he loved her at all, he would have consoled her. Clutching his hands together and controlling his tone, Darcy said, "The young man exposed his true motives, and he did his best to hurt her with his vile words, until I made him stop." Darcy rubbed his knuckles. It had only taken one swing of his arm to quiet the blackguard. Darcy's only regret was that Georgiana had seen it. Wickham had retaliated. The bruised flesh on Darcy's face and the piercing at his ribs with every breath he took were daily reminders of the damage the evil man had done, and could do. Miss Elizabeth's nostrils flared. "I would have wanted to run him through with a sword. Nobody hurts one of my sisters and gets away unscathed." Darcy was aware of that. She must have realised how loaded her statement was, for she added, "What he did to your sister could not be undone. He not only broke her heart, he trampled on it. I suppose he was motivated by money?" "Her dowry is £30,000. But I cannot help supposing that the hope of revenging himself on me was a strong inducement. Had he married Georgiana, his revenge would have been complete." A tear trailed down Miss Bennet's cheek, and she muttered, "Your poor sister." Miss Elizabeth stilled, her mouth agape. Had she realised he spoke of none other than Wickham? Surely she had to know. She did not know the rest of Wickham's offences yet. If she did not come to the correct conclusion after hearing it, then Darcy would never presume to know her at all. He continued, "The young man threatened to ruin Georgiana's reputation unless I gave him a large sum of money. I refused to meet his demand, being unwilling to allow him any control over my family's fortune and my sister's future." "Such a man is not to be trusted. He would exploit your fear for the rest of your lives." Miss Elizabeth reached for her necklace again, her lips pinching into a frown at the reminder of its absence. Darcy said, "I purchased a commission for him, all the while collecting evidence to use against him before he made his next demand. Sure enough, I heard from him not 1 month after the events in Ramsgate. He had accounts in London he assumed I would cover. He had indebted himself to unscrupulous men he had no business dealing with, and the sum was large. I told him of the receipts in my lawyer's possession totalling thousands of pounds for debts he had incurred from defrauding honest people. I made it clear that if he ever came near my sister or attempted to harm her, I would hand the receipts over to the authorities to do with him as they saw fit." "He did not insist?" asked Miss Elizabeth. "There is nothing he fears more than debtor's prison. I did not expect ever to hear from him again." She narrowed her eyes. "Where did you say his regiment was stationed?" "I did not say." Darcy did not need to tell her, for her to know. He could see it plainly on Miss Elizabeth's face. She knew. "Then let me ask plainly, where was this man stationed?" she asked. "Meryton." Miss Bennet's eyes widened in shock. "The man was Mr. Wickham. And his accusation that you deprived him of the living bestowed upon him by your father?" Miss Elizabeth asked, her nostrils flared and her eyes flashing. Darcy replied, "My father did indeed promise a living to Mr. Wickham. What Mr. Wickham failed to tell you, what he fails to tell anyone, was that he sold the value of the living to pay off his debts. He later appealed to me for the living after he had squandered the money I had given him. I can summon more than one witness of undoubted veracity, should you wish to confirm what I have told you." "There is no need, Mr. Darcy." She looked down briefly before meeting his eyes boldly. "I have doubted your character, your pride, what I perceived as a flaw, as the blunt, ungentlemanly speech of a man lacking sympathy for anyone other than himself, is the very trait that makes me believe you." Darcy drew no comfort from her words. They stung when they ought to have soothed. Perhaps he was a glutton for punishment, but he needed to understand why Miss Elizabeth called him ungentlemanly. "Is it your opinion that a gentleman must sacrifice truth to please society? Must a gentleman change his character to suit the sensibilities of others?" He would like to see her argue against her own words. She arched an eyebrow, one corner of her lips curling up impishly and disconcerting him completely. "You desire my honest opinion? You may soon wish you had not asked, Mr. Darcy, for I do not see how we could possibly agree. You are always right, and I am seldom wrong." She crossed her arms, challenging him. Darcy had no patience for riddles, not when she called his character into question. "Truth is simple, Miss Elizabeth. Wrong is wrong, and good is good. Gentlemen who waver between the two often confuse them, compromising their values and disappointing those who had previously held them in esteem. A gentleman never fails to hold himself to the highest standard, and he rightly expects others to do the same.
A rigid view, Mr. Darcy, but proof of your honesty all the same. I have never thought you a liar.
Him? Rigid? He relaxed his posture, lest Miss Elizabeth use it against him to prove her point.
She continued, I misjudged you as badly as I misjudged Mr. Wickham. I allowed his charm to deceive me. It is a mistake I will not easily make again.
Darcy exhaled, his shoulders relaxing. He did not know what relieved him more, that Miss Elizabeth believed him, or that he had been right about her.
Chapter 17.
Elizabeth was crestfallen. A gentleman as proud as Mr. Darcy would never reveal details about his sister's near ruin, details difficult for him to reveal, unless they were the absolute truth. Why had she not demanded proof of Mr. Wickham's claims against Mr. Darcy? Why had Mr. Wickham deemed it appropriate to speak against the gentleman to her? Had he believed her so gullible? She cringed in shame. She had been that gullible. She had swallowed his sob story with one greedy gulp. Elizabeth's heart raced in panic. She had told no one other than Jane of Mr. Wickham's complaints, but she had made her disapproval of Mr. Darcy obvious, based on her misbelief of him. She had thought him a heartless monster. She had accused him of acting ungentlemanly to his face. She was praised in Meryton for being an excellent judge of character, praise in which she had prided herself, and which she clearly did not deserve. The villagers despised Mr. Darcy, while they adored Mr. Wickham. Truth cast an ugly shadow over her own actions, and Elizabeth saw Mr. Wickham in a new light. What she had considered pleasing and charming now lay exposed as the scheming, superficial act of the accomplished deceiver. The audacity of Mr. Wickham showing his face at a ball where he knew Mr. Darcy would be in attendance. If a man treated any of her sisters as Mr. Wickham had treated Miss Darcy, she shivered at the thought. Elizabeth clutched her stomach, feeling ill. "My sisters," she whispered, the full danger of Mr. Wickham's close association with her family clear. Reaching forward, she grasped Mr. Darcy's hand. She squeezed harder than she meant to, but her need to hear his honest reply did not allow for a looser grip. "Mr. Darcy, pray tell me if you believe my sisters to be in danger. They are silly girls with no one to check their behaviour. They would be easy conquests." It pained her to admit as much, but her love for her sisters did not blind her to their faults. Jane was as still as a statue, not even breathing. Mr. Darcy did not pull away from her. He turned his hand, squeezing hers gently. It was a reassuring gesture. Softly he said, "Wickham must marry a fortune. What is more, he is not currently in Meryton, nor do I suspect he will return." "Thank God for that," Elizabeth heaved, sinking back into her chair and crossing her arms over herself. A blast of wind struck the side of the cottage, causing the timbers to groan and sending a burst of biting air through the draughty room. A harsh reminder that they could not charge after Mr. Wickham and bring him to justice for his crimes. Jane pulled Mr. Bingley's dry greatcoat more tightly around his chin, her eyes melancholic, as she looked down at him and said, "I pray you are correct, Mr. Darcy, for all of our sakes." Elizabeth knew where Jane's thoughts had led her, and it chilled Elizabeth worse than the winter weather out of doors. Mr. Wickham may not intend to do any harm to their sisters, but that may not be enough to save him from them were he to return to Meryton. Their mother would encourage Lydia and Kitty, and their father was not one to prevent a calamity when the absence of his silliest offspring meant he had more peace at home. Elizabeth's concern returned with a vengeance. Lydia was the most determined flirt in all of Hertfordshire. She lived to selfishly snatch every wrap, bonnet, pair of slippers, or bit of ribbon that caught her fancy from her sisters. She would consider it her greatest accomplishment to snatch Mr. Wickham, believing that Elizabeth favoured the officer. She shivered. He repulsed her now. Elizabeth tried to rein in her thoughts,
but they had gone too far down the darkest path of possibilities. Dropping her hand down to her lap, she prayed Mr. Darcy would not read the distress in her expression. In all likelihood, she and Mr. Darcy would have to marry. The horrible speculation had struck her that if Lydia forced Mr. Wickham into a match, then he and Mr. Darcy would be family by marriage. They would be brothers. Mr. Darcy opened his mouth, and Elizabeth already felt the flush crawling up her neck and warming her cheeks. She squeezed her eyes shut, wishing she could turn back time. She would reprove Mr. Wickham for sharing intimacies that did not belong to her to hear. She would have given Mr. Darcy the benefit of the doubt. Elizabeth reached up for her necklace, needing the reassurance the smooth glass pearl offered. It was not there. No comfort, no reminder that all would be well. Mr. Darcy's velvety baritone intruded on her self-reproach. "Where is your necklace?" he asked. Opening her eyes, she instinctively reached for it again. Would she never learn? It was gone, taken. "Oh, dear Lord!" Her stomach dropped, and her skin prickled as she thought back. She often ran the pearl over the chain, in which case it would have dangled over her collar for the thief to see. But she was almost certain she had tucked it under her collar. A stranger would not have known she wore her pearl every day. "Mr. Wickham took it," she groaned. He had asked her about it, and she had told him of its importance to her, while leaving out how worthless the bauble was, without the sentiment she attached to it. Curse her vanity. Mr. Darcy spoke reassuringly. "Pray do not be troubled, Miss Elizabeth. We have enough concerns as it is. Bingley needs a doctor, and we cannot stay here." Of course Mr. Darcy would act the perfect gentleman and console her, but Elizabeth would have none of it. She did not trust her instincts now as much as she had a quarter of an hour ago. She could not change the past, or calm the weather, but she could make peace with the man who would undoubtedly become her husband. Inhaling deeply, Elizabeth began, hoping she could say what she needed to in one breath and be done with it. "I apologise for misjudging you, Mr. Darcy. I was wrong." He did not say anything. Curiosity spurred her to lift her chin, but shame kept her eyes downcast. If only he would speak. Seconds crawled by, and still he said nary a word. Why did he say nothing? Curiosity won over humiliation, and Elizabeth peeked through her eyelashes at Mr. Darcy. The blush returned to her cheeks. He was infinitely more handsome with the glow of goodness softening his features. Dishevelled and unshaven, he reminded her of a rugged adventurer in a novel. Oh, how she must look! 2 days now without a bath, after battling the wind and snow to get to the abandoned cottage. She must look a fright. No sooner had the vain thoughts pounced on Elizabeth's conscience than she scolded them away. Mr. Bingley was dreadfully ill. They were running out of wood for the fire and food for sustenance. Nobody knew where they were. The storm showed no sign of abating, and it would take a miracle for them to escape forced marriages once they were found out. Vanity be gone. Finally, Mr. Darcy spoke. "Mr. Wickham is well practised in the art of deception. Do not reprove yourself. I do not." Elizabeth shook her head, dispelling herself of the what-ifs and should-haves tormenting her. "If you do not reprove me, then pray do not reprove yourself either. I dare say it might do both of us good to be wrong every now and then," she added with a smile. She had run the gambit of emotions and was ready to return to good humour. Jane said nothing, though she very well could have. "I told you so" was not in her vocabulary. She was far too forgiving and kind, and Elizabeth loved her all the more for it. Much like Mr. Darcy's actions showed how much he loved his sister. Chapter 18. Miss Elizabeth spoke softly. "Not only did Mr. Wickham assault you, he stole everything in our possession and murdered an innocent man. He could hang for his crimes." Miss Bennet asked, "What of the other highwaymen with him? Do you know who he is?" "Most likely he is a friend of Wickham's. We find Wickham, we find his accomplice." Darcy squeezed the back of his neck,
rolling his head around to loosen the knots and adding, "I never would have believed the boy I grew up with at Pemberley, who was as close to me as a brother, would fall so low. That he betrayed my sister was unforgivable. But this—" He rubbed his hands over his face, the pain from his bruises nothing compared to the anguish in his soul. Wickham's bitterness was so great, and his conscience so hardened, he had hurt others to get to Darcy. Who knew what he would do next? He had started down a path from which there was no return. And Darcy would have to see Wickham paid for his crimes. He would never endanger his friends, family and household, when he knew Wickham capable of abusing them, of killing them. "He is still a danger to you, to all of us, if he has been unwilling to face the consequences of his poor decisions in life, cowardly seeking an easy solution by resorting to murder and robbery to cover his debts. Then there is nothing he will not do to avenge himself against you." Miss Elizabeth spoke quickly, her eyes searching his face, as if she wished for him to disprove her. He could not reassure her when he had drawn the same conclusion. Miss Elizabeth's plump lips pressed into a thin line. Once again she was angry. It amazed Darcy to see how easily he could read her expression. Her eyes were like a book. Right now they sparked and flashed in ire. "Then it falls to us to capture him," she said firmly, reaching over to clasp Miss Bennet's hand. Darcy exclaimed, "Absolutely not. Your involvement ends here." "I know things you do not," she insisted, adding, "For instance, did you know that on the night of the Netherfield ball, I saw Mr. Wickham riding on horseback away from the estate?" Darcy sat forward in his chair. "What was he doing there?" "He implied he had spoken with Mr. Bingley, who made it clear to him that perhaps his presence would not be appreciated while you resided under his roof. I was with my mother, Mary, and Mr. Collins in the landau. That was when Mr. Wickham warned us about the influence you held over Mr. Bingley. My mother, her every thought stemming from her motivation of marrying her 5 daughters well, understood him to mean that you would separate Mr. Bingley from Jane." With a sympathetic smile toward her older sister, Miss Elizabeth said, "That is, perhaps, why Mamma boldly petitioned Mr. Bingley that he convey you to London." Miss Bennet lowered her hand to her chest. "No wonder she was so quick to act. With Mr. Wickham's warning, she knew what to look for, and took measures to prevent it." She narrowed her eyes. "While that explains our mother's behaviour, it does not explain what Mr. Wickham was doing at Netherfield Park. Did he, in fact, call on Mr. Bingley?" she asked Darcy, Mr. Bingley still sleeping soundly. "He did not. Bingley takes his responsibility as a host seriously, and he was downstairs greeting his guests. I would have noticed had he been called away." Miss Elizabeth voiced Darcy's next thought before he could. "He must have met with the housekeeper." If Miss Elizabeth thought her current cooperation meant he would allow her to help him capture Wickham, she was greatly mistaken. He said, "As soon as we get to London, I mean to find her." Miss Bennet sighed. "She seemed like such a kind woman." "Appearances are often deceiving," Miss Elizabeth said, her gaze fixed on Darcy. He wondered what her opinion of him was now. "Which is why we will not rest until Mr. Wickham is arrested," she added. Darcy heaved a sigh. "I will take care of Wickham. My aim is to see you safely to your family in London. Once Wickham is no longer a danger, then we will repair the damage he has done." Miss Elizabeth glowered at him, but she did not argue. It made Darcy uneasy. She never backed down from a debate, and it was plain to observe that she did not agree with him. Sensing it best to change the topic, he said, 2 days have passed since your family in London expected you to arrive. How long will they wait before they search for you? Or would they send word to your father first?" Miss Elizabeth squirmed in her seat. Miss Bennet occupied herself with the soaked linen she used to bathe Bingley's forehead. "I think it more likely for us to meet up with the rest of Mr. Bingley's household," Miss Elizabeth said, peering at everything in the room except Darcy. What was she hiding? He said, "They will have to wait until the storm abates, and the roads are safe for travel. Unless the storm has reached London, your family will not know you have been delayed. They might be anxious."
Miss Elizabeth twisted her fingers in her lap and worried her bottom lip. "Oh, I doubt that." Taking a deep breath, she looked up and said, "Our relatives in London are not expecting us at all. Our mother made arrangements for us to travel with Mr. Bingley before she could send a letter telling them of our impending arrival. In fact," she chuckled nervously, "I have her letter tucked away in my book in this very room. So you can see, Mr. Darcy, there is nobody who will come to our aid. We are alone." Darcy closed his eyes and sighed. Cursed be the man who gained Mrs. Bennet as a mother. Chapter 19. The wind calmed during the night. At the first hint of dawn the following morning, Darcy pushed the cottage door open enough to squeeze through, leaving a mound of piled snow around him. It was knee-deep, and the snowflakes softly fluttering from the clouds would not add much to its depth. He looked around, searching for chimney smoke or any other sign that help was nearer than the next village. Kicking the snow away, he trudged a path around the house, searching for anything which might add to the comfort of his travelling companions. There was nothing more to it but for him to leave and seek help, but he could not in good conscience leave them with so little food and firewood. Rolling white fields surrounded him, farmland stripped bare of anything which might be of use to them. Discouraged, Darcy returned inside, where he nearly trampled on Miss Elizabeth upon opening the door. She stepped back, rubbing her hands together and warming them with her breath. "I thought you had left." "The wind stopped blowing during the night," he explained, uncertain how to translate her apparent anxiety. "What do you plan to do?" she asked. "I shall return to the road and follow it until I reach the next house or village. I will bring back help. There is no other choice." She looked down at her hands. "Of course." Looking up with a smile, she said, "You will need sustenance. We do not know how long you will have to walk." She moved over to the table, handing him the last of the cake and preserves. That left her with butter and a chunk of bread too hard to spread it over. Darcy could not accept it. "Thank you, but it is too early for me to have any appetite at all." She pushed the plate toward him. "You will soon wish you had it," she insisted. He smiled. "I will buy fresh bread as soon as I reach the village, and when you all arrive you will join me for a proper meal at the inn. We will eat our fill before a blazing fire." After he had a hot bath and a shave. Oh, to be warm and clean. Miss Elizabeth stood before him for some time, before she finally returned the cake to the table. Darcy did not know what to do with his hands. They felt awkward dangling at his sides, so he folded them over his chest, only to clasp them behind his back when the posture felt too imposing. Beyond Miss Elizabeth lay the kettle. It gave Darcy the perfect excuse to move from the spot where his boots were rooted. He mumbled, "Let me fill this with snow, so neither you nor Miss Bennet will have to venture out of doors. The storm has passed, but it is still remarkably cold." Gathering the kettle, he packed it with snow, setting it before the fireplace. Only then did he notice Miss Bennet, soundly asleep on the ground beside Bingley's pallet, the linen with which she had soothed his fever clutched in her hands. Bingley was still, his breath heavy with deep slumber. Darcy prayed he would wake much improved. He felt Miss Elizabeth at his side, and it shocked him when his impulse was to lean closer to her. From the corner of his eyes, he watched her raise her hands in front of the fire. Of course she would wish to warm herself. The room was small, and there were few places to stand that would not put her in close proximity to him. Necessity brought her near, not him. Though Darcy wondered what her hand would feel like in his, or more dangerously, where her head would rest against him in his arms. Looking at her sister, and speaking softly, she said, "I am happy Jane is getting some rest, or she might have fallen ill as well." Darcy turned to Miss Elizabeth, wanting her to hear what he wished to say. "They shall be happy together." She raised her eyebrows at him, clearly expecting more. He added, "I was wrong to interfere." She tilted her chin and smiled crookedly. "Is that an apology, Mr. Darcy?" He smiled despite his attempt not to. "I am rarely wrong, but contrary to what you believe of me, I am not too proud to admit when I have acted in error." You surprise me. You have eliminated every fault I held against you, and I am in danger of believing you to be an excellent man, a true gentleman.
Then it is good I am leaving before you discover more of my faults.
Miss Elizabeth had a lovely smile. Her lips curled up, and her eyes twinkled like stars. It was enchanting to behold, and no amount of self-control could persuade Darcy to look away from her. To think I was about to take comfort in your lack of humour, she teased. Darcy chuckled softly. A serious thought must have crossed her mind, for Miss Elizabeth's laughter died, and her fingers reached to her collarbone, where her necklace should have been. He could understand her loss. Too often he tapped the pocket of his waistcoat for his timepiece, only to find it gone. There was a comfort to be found in running his finger along the smooth edge of his watch, and hear the click it made when it popped open. In the absence of the glass pearl, she rubbed her fingers over the hollow skin at the base of her neck. Darcy swallowed repeatedly, his mouth suddenly dry. What he would not give for a generous helping of port! What had come over him? First her fine eyes, then her hair, and now her neck. Soon he would not be able to look at Miss Elizabeth at all without bursting into flames. I should like to be your friend, Mr. Darcy, rather than your foe. If we will have it to... In fact, it seems unavoidable that we shall have to... Her words trailed off, but Darcy knew of what she spoke. The moment he left the cottage to seek help, it would become known that 2 unmarried men had spent several nights in the company of 2 unmarried women. It would not matter that they had begun their journey with a chaperone if no one saw her. There was no way to avoid compromise. A future with Miss Elizabeth did not entirely displease Darcy, far from it. But her discomfort filled him with the need to protect her from strangers' taunts and society's snubs.
Miss Elizabeth,
he said, pausing until she looked up at him.
I will never expect more from you than your friendship, and I promise I will strive to be the best friend I can be to you, so you will never regret what could not be avoided.
Darcy had always thought she had fine eyes. They were as lively as the lady who possessed them. He could stand where he was and peer into her gaze all day without feeling the passing of time. They evidenced the depth of her thoughts, and Darcy found that he wanted to understand Miss Elizabeth, to know her, to be her dearest friend. Her blink pulled him out of his reverie. Clearing his throat, he said,
I will bring help.
As soft as a whisper, she said, I know you will. For an awkward moment he stood before her. A bow seemed insufficient, and yet he did not wish to betray her confidence by kissing her hand, or worse, by pulling her into an embrace and holding her until she was convinced her future was safe with him. He had no right to contemplate such intimacies, nor to make promises he was uncertain he could deliver. With a stiff bow, he left. Darcy did not feel the cold until the deep snow weighed down his wool coat and soaked through his buckskin breeches. Jane propped up on her elbow the moment Mr. Darcy closed the door behind him. He is a better gentleman than you believed him to be, is he not, Lizzie? I think you are in grave danger of being very happy with him. Elizabeth's heart dropped into her empty stomach. It is my worst nightmare, Jane. I could have been content alone, a spinster even, rather than marry without the deepest love. I know it is wicked of me not to be content that at least Mr. Darcy is an honourable man whom I respect. I dare say I shall grow to admire him, but he is duty-bound to marry me. How can love blossom from a forced marriage? What if respect and admiration is not enough? What is love, if not a combination of respect and admiration? Jane asked. And passion? What of that? To feel weak in the knees at a glance, for your heart to skip a beat at a touch. Mr. Bingley stirred, mumbling incoherently in his sleep. Elizabeth dropped her voice to a whisper. I want to feel all those things, and I want to have the same effect on the man who will be my husband. Jane's brow furled. You are not attracted to Mr. Darcy? Elizabeth was. Her fingers had practically itched to touch the scruffy whiskers growing on his cheeks. Too many times she had prevented herself from smoothing the curl of hair that fell over his forehead. Just thinking about him warmed her more than the fireplace had over the past few days. Jane blinked at her, still waiting for a response. That is not the problem. Can you imagine a man like Mr. Darcy expressing the kind of passion I crave? Everything about him is calm and controlled. Elizabeth's face burned at the impropriety of her conversation, but if she could not talk to her own sister about her deepest desires, then in whom could she confide? Jane squeezed Elizabeth's hand. He has already surprised you once. Who is to say he will not surprise you again? I pray you are right. In the meantime, I will agree with Mr. Darcy and declare that you and Mr. Bingley will be incandescently happy together. Jane sat up, her shoulders straight and proud. I shall not be content with anything less than incandescent happiness, she said, through her widened smile. As soon as Mr. Charles wakes, I shall tell him how happy he has already made me, because he proposed before he fell ill. I am not so desperate to accept the offer of a gentleman delusional with fever. I would have waited until he was well. She soaked the linen in freshly melted snow and dabbed it against his neck. Elizabeth chuckled. Do not tell Mamma. I know the futility of wishing things were different, Lizzie. I was certain of Mr. Bingley's affection before our hands were forced into each other's. I am content, and I wish the same for you. Jane rose to warm her hands before the fire. There were 2 more oak logs. Mr. Darcy would return with help before they burned. Mrs. Darcy. Mrs. Fitzwilliam Darcy. Elizabeth tried the name. He had offered his friendship, and she knew he would try to be the best companion she could want. Friendship was good, but it felt cold when she longed for more. She sighed, shaking off her gloomy thoughts. Her future was determined, and she would make the most of it. Focusing on his better qualities, Elizabeth said, I enjoy Mr. Darcy's conversation. My comments do not soar over his head as they do with so many others. Jane agreed. You will have to be more cautious what you say in front of him. He will understand your meaning where others do not. I do not know if that is comforting or not, admitted Elizabeth. In fact, in the long stretch of hours during which she and Jane imagined happy endings for everyone, a conversation in which Jane had the definite advantage, Elizabeth concluded that Mr. Darcy's ability to understand her real thoughts disconcerted her greatly. At one point, she concluded that had circumstances been different, she and Mr. Darcy might have become friends, and then something more, of their own free volition. Now she would never know, and she regretted the loss. She rebelled at the thought of a forced marriage, at a compromise neither she nor Mr. Darcy had orchestrated. She could only imagine how he must feel about it. Duty was as cold an emotion as indifference. Of all of her sisters, only Mary might be content with such an arrangement. She would have accepted her fate with all the piety of a self-sacrificing maiden. Not Elizabeth. Afternoon faded into evening, and still there was no Mr. Darcy. Jane tended to Mr. Bingley, holding his head up, so he might drink water and converse about trifling things until he succumbed to restless sleep. Darkness fell around them, and Elizabeth reminded herself how early the sun set in the winter months. Perhaps the village was farther away than they had supposed. Perhaps the roads were still too dangerous to travel, and Mr. Darcy had been obligated to walk a great deal before meeting with anyone. She rubbed the glass of the window and squinted her eyes, expecting to see swaying lanterns any minute. She held her breath to listen for a farmer's squeaky cart and for voices. Elizabeth knew her pacing and constant peering made Jane nervous, so she encouraged her sister to sleep while she stayed up, watching, waiting. When the last piece of oak burned, Elizabeth broke the legs off the table to add to the fire. Nobody would miss the 3-legged table. Eventually, exhaustion claimed her. When she awoke, it was daybreak. Springing to her feet, she looked about in a panic. Had she missed their rescue? Where was Mr. Darcy? Chapter 20. Elizabeth and Jane shared the last of the stale bread, drinking cup after cup of melted snow to swallow it down. Jane leaned closer, her eyes looking worriedly over at Mr. Bingley, who kept throwing off his coat and pulling at his shirt.
One moment he shivered so hard his body shook, and the next his hair stuck to his sweaty forehead. "He's not improving, Lizzie." Anxiety chewed at Elizabeth's stomach. She could not swallow another bite of bread, no matter how hungry she had been moments ago. Something was dreadfully wrong. "I do not know what has delayed Mr. Darcy's return. I fear he has had an accident," she admitted. Mr. Darcy had said he would bring help, and Elizabeth did not doubt he would stop at nothing to keep his promise, which meant he must have been stopped. Jane pressed her fingers against her cheeks, her eyes fixed worriedly on Mr. Bingley. She could not leave him. Elizabeth would not ask it of her. That only left one option, and Elizabeth was determined to take it. "Burn the chairs if you must, Jane. I'm going out to see if there is anyone nearby. I will walk to the village if necessary, but I will bring help." Jane did not like it, but there was nothing else to be done. Truth be told, Elizabeth felt better doing something rather than waiting. It had not snowed for 2 days now, and Elizabeth soon found the trail Mr. Darcy had cleared. It made her efforts much easier. Her half-boots easily fit inside the large prints of his hessians. His stride was longer than hers, but she soon turned it into a game where she hopped from boot print to boot print, her eyes scanning the horizon for any sign of Mr. Darcy. Elizabeth soon found herself on the road. Cart tracks carved a path through the snow. Encouraged at the sight, she followed them toward the next village, taking comfort in the occasional boot step on either side of the cart marks. She walked, following Mr. Darcy's trail and that of the cart. Jane would worry if she did not return soon, but she had to press on. Elizabeth rose to the tips of her toes, looking down the path as far as she could see, willing a carriage to appear on the road. A strange sound made her stop. She held her breath. The icy breeze rustled the bare branches of the trees lining the other side of the road. Had she imagined it? And then she heard it again, a jingle, the sound of a horse's harness. She ran as quickly as her snow-soaked skirts permitted. Elizabeth's lips chapped, her cheeks burned, and her lungs protested, but she pressed on until she saw a cart and horse. Waving her arms over her head, trying to make herself as large as she could, Elizabeth ran until they saw her. There were 2 men, labourers from the looks of them. Light-headed, she dropped her hands to her knees, the puffs of her breath clouding her vision. She could run no longer, nor did she have breath enough to shout. She must have been an appalling sight, for the men looked askance at each other as they drove their cart nearer. 2 more men she had not seen rode in the back. They carried hunting rifles. Mr. Darcy was not there. Strange. Standing erect, she gasped, "Did Mr. Darcy send you?" The man holding the reins frowned, while his 3 companions exchanged glances. Elizabeth's elation at their impending rescue quickly turned to concern. She asked, "Did a gentleman not arrive in your village recently seeking help? His appearance would be a little rough after what he's been through, but his clothes are fine. Nobody would mistake Mr. Darcy for anything other than a gentleman." The driver pressed his lips together and shook his head. The other 3 men scoffed. Elizabeth looked around her as a new explanation for the men's confusion occurred to her. "Did you see nobody fallen beside the road? Or perhaps there is a house where he might have been received between here and the village?" They whispered among each other, but gave her no reply. "From whence do you come?" she asked, her desperation intensifying. Were these men even from the village? Who were they, and why did she sense their mockery? The man holding the reins looked between her and the other men with him. "Oh, I came to help you, miss." The man seated beside him glared at her. She returned his glare. Some help they were. "How do you know Mr. Darcy?" he asked. Elizabeth folded her arms over her chest. Considering the men had not even bothered to introduce themselves, nor reassure her Mr. Darcy was well, much less inquire after her health or that of the other travellers, she balked at answering his question. She would say as little as possible. "Mr. Darcy was kindly conveying my sister and me to London with our chaperone when 2 highwaymen stopped us on the road. We were robbed and left for dead in the snowstorm." One of the men sitting in the back of the cart said, "That's quite a story." Another said,
A convenient one. Elizabeth's agitation with the men grew. Some rescuers they were, delaying their rescue with impertinent comments. No doubt they thought she had arranged the whole thing merely to trap Mr. Darcy and secure another wealthy husband for her sister. Little did they know. She kept her sarcastic thoughts to herself. Pesky flies were easier caught with honey than with vinegar, and the fact remained that she needed their help, no matter how unwillingly they gave it. "I am grateful for your help, sirs. The other gentleman who was travelling with us has fallen ill. What began as a cold has developed into a fever, and he's in need of a doctor." Surely that would inspire their sympathy. "Climb on," the driver said, motioning behind him to the cart. "Do you know where to go?" she asked, standing at the back of the cart and clambering onto it when none of the men offered assistance. "I know the place," he said, flicking the reins and sending her lurching forward. Elizabeth did not fall off the edge, although she came perilously close to it. It occurred to her it was not the wisest decision to put herself at the mercy of 4 strange men. But how else was she supposed to help Jane and Mr. Bingley? Oh, where was Mr. Darcy? Having nothing to clutch in her hand to use as a weapon, Elizabeth kept as close as she safely could to the edge of the cart. She was fast. She would make a run for it if it came to that. And she had strong nails. Elizabeth squeezed them against her palm. They would do. The cart turned off the road, and she saw the cottage ahead. Jane must have been waiting near the window, for she soon appeared at the door. Without a greeting or a single word of introduction, the men filed past Jane into the cottage, while the driver held the horses. Elizabeth cast Jane a glance, whispering to her when she got nearer, "They're not much for conversation, but at least they will take us to the village." Elizabeth shrugged her shoulders. She would not know how to answer if Jane asked why their manners were so abrupt. The men emerged, Mr. Bingley's arms draped over their shoulders. They carried him to the cart with all the delicacy of a farmer carrying a sack of potatoes. Jane exclaimed, but her concern went ignored. Elizabeth marched into the abandoned house and retrieved her book, making haste lest they desert her. They were capable of it. She considered grabbing the heavy kettle. It would have made a worthy weapon had she, Jane, and Mr. Bingley not been outnumbered. In the end, Elizabeth decided to leave the vessel behind. She crossed her arms, with her book clutched over her chest, bursting in frustrated rage at the rough manners of their so-called helpers. Had she and Jane been capable of carrying Mr. Bingley into the village, Elizabeth gladly would have done so, rather than accept the help of these brutes. But they did need their help, and so she held her tongue, though it pained her greatly to do so, and climbed back onto the cart. The driver clucked for the horse to walk. Poor Mr. Bingley had no comfort offered to him, sprawled out as he was on the wooden platform. Jane arranged the tablecloth into a padded ball, which she placed under his head. He was too weak to complain, but he tried to smile at her. It was a long, silent trip down the road. Elizabeth watched for Mr. Darcy's footsteps, until they were too trampled to distinguish. Trails of chimney smoke pierced the sky as they neared the village. Labourers looked up and nodded at the men as they passed. Women and children stepped out of their homes, dozens of eyes looking at Elizabeth and Jane. They were not friendly looks. Houses lined the path now, and the snow yielded to mud. They reached the village square and stopped in front of the post inn. A rotund man with red cheeks and dark whiskers polished a tankard in his hand. He shouted to someone behind him as he descended the steps to the back of the cart. His glares were directed to the men instead of to Elizabeth. It was a welcome relief from the dirty stares and disapproving scowls she had endured since first encountering the men on the road. Elizabeth was beginning to think she had done something terribly offensive, of which the villagers were aware, and she was not. It was ridiculous. A young man joined the innkeeper, and they each held out a hand to assist Elizabeth and Jane down from the cart. "Thank you," Elizabeth said, clamping her teeth over her tongue, lest she make a comment regarding the other men's lack of common courtesy. They were not safe yet, and she had yet to see Mr. Darcy. A portly woman with cheeks as red as the innkeeper's met them at the bottom of the steps. "Welcome to the Crown Royal Inn, ladies. Mr. Jolly and I are pleased to have you as our guests," she said. The innkeeper grunted in agreement, thus identifying himself as Mr. Jolly.
Looping her arms through Elizabeth's and Jane's, Mrs. Jolly pulled them inside so quickly Elizabeth had to skip to keep up. "Oh, pray come inside with me, ladies. My husband and son will see to Mr. Bingley, but really I must insist you allow me to see you to your rooms." There was an urgency in the woman's words that moved Elizabeth to comply with her wishes. Jane looked longingly behind her. Mrs. Jolly said, "Mr. Bingley's in good hands, I promise you, Miss Bennet. I have him set up in the room adjoining yours, and I've arranged for one of my maids to see to your every need. I sent for the apothecary and expect him shortly." Elizabeth took heart. Mr. Darcy must have arrived before them for Mrs. Jolly to know their names. But where was he? Mrs. Jolly led them upstairs, where they were shown into a clean, simple room with a giant bathtub sitting in the middle of the floor. A maid with a pail of steaming water came in behind them. She dumped the boiling water into the bath, and it was all Elizabeth could do not to jump into the hot, clean water, clothes and all. She looked longingly at the bar of soap resting on the table beside the tub. Pulling her eyes away from the temptation, Elizabeth asked, "Where is Mr. Darcy?" Mrs. Jolly stretched herself up to her full height, saying in a tone that brooked no argument, "I've been instructed to see to your needs before you're allowed to see Mr. Darcy." "He is here, then? Is he well?" Elizabeth pressed. "He's the one who insisted I personally see to your care." With that said, Mrs. Jolly turned and closed the door behind her. The maid entered as soon as Mrs. Jolly had departed, ready to take their clothing to wash while she and Jane bathed. Jane pressed her ear against the door to the hallway. Heavy boot steps clunked over squeaky floorboards. "You bathe first, Lizzie. I wish to stay with Mr. Bingley until the apothecary arrives." Elizabeth was not about to argue with her. As quickly as Jane slipped into the hallway, Elizabeth shed her grimy clothes and slid into the delicious water. She could have languished in the bath all day, but her need for answers had her scrubbing her hair before the maid could return to help her. She had not yet rinsed when Mrs. Jolly came into the room. "Please forgive my intrusion, Miss Elizabeth. These belonged to my daughter before she married." Mrs. Jolly held up a blue and a pink dress in one hand. Balanced in her other arm was a stack of white unmentionables that brought tears to Elizabeth's eyes. Never again would she undervalue clean undergarments. Mrs. Jolly continued, "My daughter's slight like you, but I dare say this pink one shall do for Miss Bennet until her clothes dry." Elizabeth smiled at the kind woman. "Thank you for your generosity, Mrs. Jolly. The maid took my clothes away to be washed, and I was wondering if I would have to remain inside this bath until she returned them." Mrs. Jolly chuckled. "I can see why Mr. Darcy spoke so highly of you." Elizabeth felt her face deepen a shade, unprepared as she was to receive a compliment from Mr. Darcy, albeit through a third person. She missed him. She had grown accustomed to his presence. Mrs. Jolly moved to the door. "Mr. Jolly has a plate of food waiting for you downstairs. You'd best see to it. I will send for Miss Bennet." Elizabeth donned the blue morning dress and Spencer before the maid returned. Jane slipped back into the room in time to help Elizabeth with the difficult-to-reach buttons. "The apothecary is here. He is examining Mr. Bingley right now," Jane said, looking toward the doorway separating their room from Mr. Bingley's. Elizabeth knew her bath would be a short one too. Allowing her sister privacy, Elizabeth went downstairs, where the smells of fresh bread and rosemary made her stomach grumble. A table with a plate of beef stew and a pot of tea awaited her, and she did not delay in doing it justice. Just as she sopped up the last of the gravy with a generously buttered piece of bread, the cart driver came inside the inn. He made his way over to the tap, where Mr. Jolly stood alone. He spoke quietly, but Elizabeth heard him. "We found the other travellers, just as Mr. Darcy said. Let us pray it is enough to convince them." Elizabeth stirred, her chair tottering in her haste as she made her way to the wood counter. "Pray tell me where Mr. Darcy is," she pleaded. Mr. Jolly looked around and dropped his voice. "We could not tell you before we saw to your basic needs, Miss Elizabeth. He made us promise. Allow me to say I do not believe Mr. Darcy did what they accuse him of doing." Elizabeth's throat tightened. "Of what is Mr. Darcy accused?" "The murder of Marquis Marlbrook." Chapter 21. "It cannot be!" Elizabeth exclaimed. The innkeeper pulled a newspaper out from under his bar.
"It is all over the papers," he said. Elizabeth looked at the date at the top of the newspaper. 3 days ago. He pushed the paper toward her, saying, "That came yesterday. Marquis Marlborough was a close friend of the Prince Regent, and unfortunately for Mr. Darcy, his grandfather's estate owns most of this village." That news boded ill for Mr. Darcy. She asked, "Did the Marquis grow up here?" Mr. Jolly shook his head. "His mother, Lady Honoria, did. Her father passed away many years ago, and her brother, Lord Chadwell, inherited. He's the magistrate." That explained the harsh looks. It was a miracle they had not hanged Mr. Darcy. The driver added, "They are fiercely loyal to the family on whom their livelihood depends. Pray do not blame them, miss. Mr. Jolly convinced them to hold Mr. Darcy as a prisoner until Lord Chadwell returns from London." Elizabeth's heart hammered against her ribs. "When is Lord Chadwell expected to return?" The innkeeper said, "Any moment. I sent a messenger to alert him we had captured Mr. Darcy and are keeping him here until he could see to him. It was the only way we could prevent the villagers from hanging Mr. Darcy yesterday." Elizabeth's breath trembled as she exhaled. Pulling the newspaper closer to her, she skimmed over the article. It did nothing to calm her, not when the damning word treason was used liberally throughout the writing. She shoved the paper away from her. "They call him a traitor. He's no such thing. We were stranded on the road when this was said to have happened." Mr. Jolly pressed his thick finger against the paper and shoved it back to her. "Keep reading," he ordered. Her fingers shook as she pulled the paper closer. The little Elizabeth had read was horrible. It could not possibly get worse, could it? She read the rest of the article more carefully, reading once again when she thought her eyes had betrayed her. A wave of nausea overwhelmed her. A personal effect of Mr. Darcy's was found lying beside the body of the slain Marquis. It did not say what the article was, but everything in their possession had been stolen the morning of the Marquis's murder. This was the work of Mr. Wickham. Worry turned to anger in a heartbeat as the pieces of the puzzle fell together. "Did you not see a carriage with 4 black horses pass through here the same day the crime is said to have transpired?" she demanded. "There were 2 horses tied to the back, a bay and a sorrel. It would have been difficult to miss." The driver frowned. "Well, the stable has 2 new horses, a sorrel and a bay. Lord Chadwell's steward purchased them, but I do not recall seeing a carriage." "He must have sold the horses for the money, then continued in the carriage to London," Elizabeth mumbled through clenched teeth. The men regarded her in silence as she pondered. She had known Mr. Wickham was up to something. Why else had he left them alive? But she would never have suspected this. Mr. Darcy would be tried as a traitor to his country. He would be publicly humiliated for a crime of which he was innocent. A hanging would be merciful compared to what awaited him. At least it was quick. But no, Mr. Darcy would be shown no compassion. His would be the slow, agonizing, torturous death of a man accused of treason. He would be drawn and quartered before a bloodthirsty crowd. Elizabeth could not allow that to happen. Mr. Wickham must not get away with it. She needed to help Mr. Darcy, but she did not know how to do it alone. Looking at the driver and Mr. Jolly, she asked, "Why did you help Mr. Darcy? Do you not stand to lose favour among your peers for assisting a man they believe to be a traitor?" Mr. Jolly stood taller, puffing out his thick chest. "My second son, Robert, is under the command of Colonel Richard Fitzwilliam, a fine man I am proud to call a friend." Elizabeth recognised the name. "He is Mr. Darcy's cousin." The innkeeper continued. "Mr. Darcy was so cold and weak when he arrived at the village, his words were incoherent when he was found and brought here. Once the villagers heard his name, they would not listen to him. They knew what he was accused of from the recently arrived papers. Word had sped like fire in a dry hayfield about the Marquis's murder." "But you did not believe the papers?" she asked. "Given Mr. Darcy's state, and he being a relation of Colonel Fitzwilliam, I did not believe he could have had anything to do with the murder. You see, I received a letter months ago from my Robert describing a fine dinner he'd enjoyed at Darcy House with Colonel Fitzwilliam. He said Mr. Darcy served them the finest brandy he'd ever tasted." Elizabeth waited for more proof beyond the quality of Mr. Darcy's brandy and the reputation of his cousin, but there was none. The brandy must have been truly extraordinary. Mr. Jolly shifted his weight. Acting on my presumption, I also sent my youngest son. He rode our fastest horse to Robert, so he could communicate with the Colonel regarding his cousin. Is the Colonel on his way? Elizabeth gripped the edge of the counter. My son returned late last night. It is in God's hands now. Elizabeth was not content with his answer. She asked, Did Mr. Darcy say nothing of the abandoned cottage? We travelled with him, and our presence is proof of his innocence. The driver looked down at his rough hands, speaking slowly. The man who found Mr. Darcy at the edge of the village was none other than the brother of Lord Chadwell's land steward. Once Mr. Darcy identified himself, he did not have a chance of defending himself or offering proof of any kind. Mr. Jolly said, Mr. Darcy was in a bad state when he was found. He mumbled insistently, like he had something of import to say, but his words were unintelligible. He was half frozen to death. Elizabeth closed her eyes and pressed her hand over her mouth to contain her sorrow. She heard Mr. Jolly say, I did not want the blood of a good man on my hands, miss. I tried to buy him some time by convincing my neighbours to wait for the magistrate, reminding them how they stood to benefit from pleasing him, and allowing for the Colonel to come to Mr. Darcy's aid. Elizabeth lowered her hand and opened her eyes. One thing was clear to her. If help came, it would arrive too late. With clarity came purpose, and the calm she needed to think clearly. She said, It was wise of you to appeal to their pride like that. The villagers stand to look better before the magistrate if they hand Mr. Darcy over to him, rather than deal with him themselves. He nodded. After a while, when things had calmed down some, I took a plate of food to Mr. Darcy. It was near dark by then. I told the blacksmith, who has a storage room we use as a prison cell on occasion, that it would not do for the man to die of hunger before the magistrate saw him. You were allowed to see him. How was he? Elizabeth held her breath. Mr. Jolly would not look her in the eye, nor did he answer her question. The smithy took the silverware away. Mr. Darcy had to eat with his hands. I dare say he's better today than he was yesterday, and will improve all the more when I send another plate over. Elizabeth felt numb, her active imagination supposing the worst. In her mind's eye, she saw Mr. Darcy laying broken and battered on a bed of mouldy straw in a dark prison cell. The innkeeper continued. By then, he knew the gravity of his situation. His pleas on your behalf had been ignored, and it was not until I mentioned his cousin that Mr. Darcy trusted me enough to mention you once again. He begged me to seek help for you. He was insistent. By then, the hour was late and I was being watched. The driver said, This morning we convinced some men to come with us to see if Mr. Darcy's claim of walking along the roadway was true. We saw his footprints as clear as day, but the men were convinced he had murdered Marquis Mulbrook, then hid away at the abandoned cabin. They explained your presence by claiming you had helped him establish an alibi. We were on our way to the cabin when we saw you. Elizabeth felt as if the air had been knocked out of her lungs. Despite all that proof, they still do not believe him. The driver shook his head, saying, And now you are under suspicion too, miss. They're bent on punishing Mr. Darcy out of misplaced loyalty, and they're convinced you helped him. During a snowstorm, with a feverish gentleman. It makes no sense, Elizabeth gasped, resting her forehead against her palm, feeling weighed down. The driver agreed. Few things do when emotions are riled. In their eyes, Mr. Darcy killed the nephew of their employer. Plus, it is on the front of most of the newspapers, so they argue it must be fact. Men have died for much less. Mr. Jolly added, Mr. Darcy's best defence is to be handed over to the magistrate, who will see he's fairly tried in London. Mr. Darcy's family will ensure he's justly treated. Elizabeth's heart raced. No, if they hand Mr. Darcy over to the courts, he will be tried as a traitor. It would go far worse for him. Not only will he die a horrible death, but his name will be dragged through the mire. His whole family will be made to suffer for a crime he did not commit. Panic choked her throat as she thought of young Miss Darcy. She had already suffered enough at the hand of Mr. Wickham. Elizabeth would never forgive herself if she allowed this fate to befall a man she knew was innocent. She had to do something. An idea took hold of Elizabeth, and she latched onto it. "You said Mr. Darcy was at the blacksmith's?" Her question was met with silence. "I must go and see him," she said, turning toward the door, her shoulders set and her head high with determination. The innkeeper called after her. "You must be cautious, miss. If you're seen sympathising with Mr. Darcy, you're putting your life in danger." Elizabeth answered, "I only wish to see him as you have done." "I'm not suspected of assisting a murderous traitor. You are, as are your sister and Mr. Bingley. You must think of them." Elizabeth's steps slowed, but she did not stop. She could not. Jane would never allow a gentleman to suffer when it was in her power to prove his innocence. And Mr. Bingley was Mr. Darcy's friend. If he could have stood without someone to hold him up, Mr. Bingley would march to the blacksmith's along with her. Ignoring the warnings called after her, Elizabeth stepped out of doors, inquiring about the location of the blacksmith shop once she was away from the inn. She was pointed to a brick building at the edge of the village square. A sinewy man stood over an anvil, forging a horseshoe with a large hammer. There was a paddock to one side of his work area. Inside were 2 horses, the bay and the sorrel. Elizabeth watched him, examining the surroundings for any hint which might help her approach him. He looked up and nodded politely, wiping his forehead against his shirt-sleeve. He seemed kind enough. 2 men emerged from the shadows of his forge. A chain dangled from the hand of one of the men. They both wore satisfied grins. "That will teach him not to tangle with Chadwell's kin," said the man with the chain. The blacksmith's eyes flickered worriedly over to Elizabeth, in a silent plea for the men not to speak so roughly before a lady. Elizabeth's blood boiled. She wished to wipe the self-satisfied sneers off of their faces, but logic prevailed over emotion. The blacksmith's reaction presented the perfect opportunity for her. Stiffening her spine and putting on her haughtiest expression, Elizabeth addressed the smithy. "You have allowed a man, nay, a gentleman of the highest circles, to be beaten before your magistrate has heard his case. What will Lord Chadwell say?" The 2 men escaped as quickly as they could, leaving before she could direct her ire at them, like the cowards they were. Elizabeth wanted to spit at them as they passed, but she was a lady, and she would make sure the blacksmith knew it. Before he could reply, she said, "I demand to see your prisoner. Take me to him." He blustered. "I apologise, miss, but the prisoner is in no state to be seen." She took a step forward, raising her chin and glaring at him. "And whose fault is that?" He looked down, probably wishing the earth would swallow him whole so he could get away from her. She pressed on mercilessly. "I will see how you treat your prisoners, so I may make a full report to Lord Chadwell when he arrives." She entered the forge, with every intention of walking past the blacksmith, to the room where Mr. Darcy was held. The shop was not large. It would not be difficult to find him. "Miss, I beg of you to go no further. It is not a sight for a lady to see." The blacksmith stepped in front of her, blocking her path. "Who is the constable in this village? I wish to speak with him directly." The blacksmith shuffled his feet. "I am the constable, miss." As she had supposed. She continued, "Had you seen to your duties properly, you would have ensured the safety of your prisoner. You would have seen to his basic needs. Have you allowed Mr. Darcy water to clean himself? Has he been given food to eat? Or would you have him fall ill and die under your watch?" He continued shuffling, unable to give a reply. She twirled on her heel and stepped toward the square, saying in a loud voice, "I will do what you refuse to do, and I will ensure Lord Chadwell hears of it. I will tell him how the sensibilities of a lady were tested to the limits, perhaps marring her for the rest of her life, when his constable allowed his prisoner to suffer violence at the hands of those who would sooner kill him than allow the gentleman a fair and just trial. Is that the kind of justice your magistrate stands for?" Elizabeth had no time to doubt her arguments. She could only hope they hit their mark. The blacksmith caught up with her, standing in front of her with his palms held up. Pray do not trouble yourself, miss. I will see to it myself. Pray make no mention of this to Lord Chadwell, he begged. Elizabeth pinched her lips together and arched her neck haughtily, as she had often seen Miss Bingley do. I will consider it. I'll get him a plate of food and a basin of water, the blacksmith said, crossing the square in short time, heading in the direction of the inn. In case anyone was looking, Elizabeth pretended to stand vigil at the entrance of the forge. When her impatience got the better of her, she grabbed the keys she had seen dangling by a hook near the anvil and raced through the shadows to the back of the shop. A thick wooden door with an opening covered in bars loomed before her. Mr. Darcy must be inside. Fumbling the keys in her hands, her haste making her nervous, Elizabeth tried first one, then another. She heard rustling on the other side of the door, but she did not stop to look through the bars or speak. Time was of the essence. The fifth key clicked, and she pushed the door open with a loud creak. Mr. Darcy stood in the centre of the dark room. There was not even straw on the floor to soften the stone surface. Elizabeth's heart swelled as tears blurred her vision. She entered the prison cell to press her cold fingers gently over Mr. Darcy's purple, swollen cheeks, careful not to touch the cuts, where the blood had already dried against his skin. Chapter 22. Miss Elizabeth's cool fingers against his burning skin were heaven. Darcy wanted to wrap his arms around her, after he shook some sense into her. Why are you here? Do you realise what you've done? He stepped back, away from her comforting touch. Her words were as sharp as his. Some thanks for saving your life. Before he could expound on the folly of her thinking, she grabbed his hand and pulled him out of the dark room. Darcy followed blindly, the sunlight reflecting off the snow, hurting his eyes, when she flung open another door. Blinking madly, Darcy realised he stood in the middle of a muddy paddock, just as Miss Elizabeth shoved a bridle at his chest. Too slowly, he gained his bearings and the use of his senses. Miss Elizabeth led a horse out of the paddock and around to the back where they were not so easily seen. She climbed to the top of the fence and hopped on the back of the sorrel gelding. He knew that gelding. It was his gelding. Darcy should have told Miss Elizabeth she had chosen the horse that gave his stable boys the most grief. The ingrate liked to reach behind him and bite. But Miss Elizabeth took off, and there was no time to do anything except fling his leg over the back of Bingley's bay to give her chase. The danger of what she had done sharpened Darcy's senses. Carriages and horsemen had trampled down the snow on the main road, but it was slippery, cold and wet. They would make better time on the road, but they would draw more attention to themselves. However, if they went off the main road, their trail would be easily followed in the fresh snow. Darcy weighed their options as he caught up to Miss Elizabeth. The agonising pain he experienced with each jolting step of his horse darkened his vision, but Darcy gritted his teeth and pressed on. "You're too conspicuous," he grimaced, signalling they take a turn off the main road. Slowing to a canter, Miss Elizabeth smiled. "You mean ladies do not ride without a saddle in their morning dresses in this bitter cold?" She was kind to focus on herself, rather than mention how poorly he must have appeared. For a moment, Darcy considered offering her his coat, but it was filthy, and he did not know if he was capable of bending to take it off. Every part of him ached. Miss Elizabeth smiled encouragingly. "I see what you are thinking, Mr. Darcy, and allow me to decline what you hesitate to offer. I am in far better health than you are, and hardly feel the cold, given the excitement of these past few minutes." He allowed himself to be carried away with her humour, teasing, "There is nothing like breaking a traitor out of prison to stir the blood." Darcy regretted the words as soon as he had voiced them. There was nothing to laugh about in their situation, and he would not make light of it, not when Miss Elizabeth had irrevocably tied herself to him. "What have you done? You should not have come to see me," he groaned. He meant his words fully, but was it selfish of him to be grateful she had come? She arched an eyebrow. "And leave you alone to the wolves?" Darcy shoved his feelings aside. Right was right, and there was nothing right about involving an innocent maiden in the charges brought against him. He said, "Do you not see? In helping me, you have involved yourself in my supposed crime.
Ah, but we both know you are innocent. We only need to prove it.
If only it were so simple. Wait, we? No, Miss Elizabeth, there can be no we. Your involvement must end here.
She spread one hand before her. In this field? She asked pertly.
Once we reach London, of course. We will go to Darcy House, where I will entrust you to the care of my housekeeper, until I sort out this mess.
Sort it out? You plan to return to your home, where a money-grabbing thief-taker would love to get his hands on you. There will be dozens of them circling around your home like rats.
Darcy scoffed. You read too many novels. They would not dare. I'm too well known and respected in town.
I read the newspaper article, Mr. Darcy. You were on the front page. Repeatedly you were called a traitor to the crown.
Was it the Times? He asked.
No.
Then it is not trustworthy.
It does not need to be trustworthy. It only needs to be written and believed. Darcy was done arguing. Slowly and clearly he enunciated,
I have connections.
Miss Elizabeth was not impressed to silence. Connections who have all read the papers, no doubt. Will they be willing to risk their lives for you? As she had. Darcy hated to admit it, but he could think of no one aside from Richard who would dare to do what Miss Elizabeth had done. He did not see how telling her that would help him protect her, and so Darcy kept silent. He heard the exasperation in her sigh. Like it or not, we are in this together. Darcy voiced the first objection to pop into his mind.
What of propriety?
It was the wrong thing to say. Nearly losing her seat when she twisted to face him, Miss Elizabeth fumed. You concern yourself with propriety at a time like this. Is proper deportment to be adhered to when we run for our lives, when we are already compromised beyond hope of salvation? He chose to remain silent, trying to think of a better argument she would be incapable of rebutting. However, Miss Elizabeth was not done expressing the extent of her objection. She continued, Who gives a fig about propriety when I could end up drawn and quartered beside you? I value my life too much for that. Our only hope of saving our skins is to prove you were nowhere near London at the time of Marquis Marlborough's murder.
And how are we supposed to do that, when we are the most sought-after criminals in the country at this moment? What about Bingley and Miss Bennet? Did you not think of them before you thoughtlessly came to my rescue?
The words sounded ungrateful in Darcy's ears, but never in his life had he felt such a mixture of relief and anxiety since Miss Elizabeth appeared in the doorway of his prison cell. He looked over when she did not immediately reply, and felt like a brute when he saw a tear trickle down her chapped cheek. Angrily she wiped it dry with the back of her hand. They would do exactly what I did if given the chance, she said, her voice warbling. It was a generous thought, but Darcy doubted its truth. However, he kept his opinion to himself, lest he add to her distress. He headed for a copse of trees that would provide some shelter. Miss Elizabeth followed his lead, her voice hard with determination. All the more reason for us to get to the bottom of this as quickly as possible. I cannot bear to think of Jane suffering at my expense, especially when Mr. Bingley is so ill. She clenched her jaw and pressed her lips together, determinedly urging her horse on. The gelding, being contrary in nature, stubbornly refused to heed the jabs of her heels. Instead he stopped, turned his head, and bared his teeth to bite her. Miss Elizabeth moved out of his way, exclaiming, "Oh, no, you do not. I'm on to you, you ungrateful beast." She looked up at Darcy. He started. Had she meant the insult for him, or his horse? What had he done? Darcy deflated like a hot air balloon. Plenty. He had done plenty. Resigning himself to their forced partnership, Darcy asked, "What did you read in the article?" "I will tell you, if you will relate the details of your altercation with Marquis Marlborough to me. I cannot help you without all the facts." "Very well. I will tell you everything if you will do the same." Darcy nudged his steed toward another grove of trees on the other side of the road. If they made their path difficult to follow, it would buy them time.
Agreed, Miss Elizabeth said, telling him of the article with a thoroughness that suggested she had memorised it as well as her conversation with the innkeeper. Darcy had not believed it possible for something so defamatory to be written about his person. It set his nerves on point, and made him jump at every snap of a tree branch or chirp of a bird. Under the cover of the trees, he told her about Marquis Marlbrook's bet, the rage he felt in reliving the argument warming him. Miss Elizabeth sighed, one hand pressed over her heart. It is no wonder you acted as you did, after what had so recently happened with your own sister. One could hardly blame you for defending the honour of a young lady. I hope Miss Watson's father heeded your advice. That was the worst part, Darcy said. He did not. He allowed his own daughter to be ruined in the vain hope that the Marquis would act honourably toward her. He could not see past the advantages such a connection would give to his family. I found out about it the night of the Netherfield ball. Miss Elizabeth's cheeks were bright red from the cold, but her eyes flashed in a look he recognised as acute displeasure. That is unforgivable. I cannot be sad such an evil man has met his end. Innocent maidens are safer without the likes of him in the world. Darcy felt the same way about Wickham. London was not far away now, and Darcy was familiar with the area surrounding town, as he preferred riding on the outskirts of the busy streets rather than parading through the crowded parks. They rode in silence, and Darcy used the time granted him to plan his next move. Or rather, he tried to plan. Riding next to Miss Elizabeth proved more distracting than he had anticipated. To think he had doubted her skill on a horse, when she managed a cantankerous gelding with ease, and without a saddle. Darcy tried not to look. He tried several times. But Miss Elizabeth's shapely legs dangling over the sides of his horse, straining under the hem of her narrow skirts, were more tempting than Darcy's ability to command his eyes. He looked, again and again. Miss Elizabeth had more dominion over her own thoughts than he did. She asked, "What of your cousin, Colonel Fitzwilliam? Do you trust him implicitly?" "I do. There is no better man." Miss Elizabeth would instantly take a liking to Richard. Everyone did. Darcy knew the purpose of her question, and took satisfaction in stating it before she could. "We need help from a trustworthy friend, and I can think of no one I would rather entrust with my life and yours than Richard. He will be able to tell us what we are up against." Miss Elizabeth smiled at him. "It is an excellent plan. I feel better already." Darcy did too. If Richard had been sent for and had not yet arrived, then there was a good reason he remained in London. While Darcy knew he ought to feel overwhelmed with the burden he was under, he could not resist succumbing to Miss Elizabeth's optimistic outlook. He was grateful for it. Perhaps all would be well after all. Perhaps, like a story in the novels she enjoyed reading, they would have a grand adventure, which they would delight in telling others over the years. The fancy was far-fetched, but Darcy took comfort in it. Comfort and hope. Chapter 23. It had been the longest day of Elizabeth's life, and the evening promised to be longer still. Nightfall covered the London streets, and she and Mr. Darcy clung to the shadows. This was a different London from what Elizabeth had ever experienced. She had stayed with her uncle and Aunt Gardiner several times, but those visits had been full of diversions, in which she had participated openly, without fear of discovery or danger. It was both terrifying and thrilling. She followed Mr. Darcy over the narrow streets, through which he expertly guided them, until they reached a stable where Mr. Darcy used his cousin's name to secure their horses. His appearance was so dishevelled, his face so swollen and covered with unkempt whiskers, he did not fear discovery. They continued on foot to a cheerful section of town, abundant in street lamps and tea-rooms bursting with ladies and gentlemen enjoying each other's company. They passed a respectable-looking tavern on the corner, where lively music drifted out of doors, to add to the merriment of the officers streaming in and out of the establishment. Elizabeth understood the tavern's popularity more, when on closer inspection she saw a kissing bough hanging in the doorway, and several shaded alcoves designed for lovers to meet along the side of the building. Dashing officers in red coats gathered in packs,
each attempting to coax a willing young lady away from the protection of her chaperone to stand under the kissing bough or in a shaded nook. One officer met with success, his companions cheering him on as he kissed the young lady who had done little to avoid his attentions, while her companions looked on with envy as the pair disappeared into the shadows. Elizabeth was not envious, not at first. She had always imagined her first kiss would be full of meaning, longing, emotion, everything proper young ladies were not supposed to admit wanting. She wanted to be bewitched, body and soul. She sighed. Her first kiss would be a tepid one. While Elizabeth admired and respected Mr. Darcy, she had so recently abandoned her severe dislike for him, she found it difficult to believe her feelings could stretch beyond the limits of friendship. Would his whiskers tickle her cheek if he kissed her? They had felt prickly under her fingers. She shook her head violently, breathing in the cold night air deeply to cool her thoughts, and the blush overtaking her cheeks. She was no better than Kitty and Lydia, dwelling on frivolous kisses, when they had a murderer to catch and reputations to redeem. "My cousin's apartment is at the other end of this street," Mr. Darcy said, his eyes darting to and fro. "What is the Colonel like?" Elizabeth asked, slowing her pace before Mr. Darcy's long, urgent strides drew unwanted attention to them. She pondered the sort of man Colonel Fitzwilliam would be in light of Mr. Darcy's character. Elizabeth imagined him to be a sombre gentleman who carried the responsibilities entrusted to him heavily. Mr. Darcy said, "I think you and he are similar in character, and will become fast friends." That had not at all been what she had expected to hear. "He is charming and agreeable on introduction, witty and diverting on deeper acquaintance," she teased. Mr. Darcy's lip twitched upward. "Precisely," he said, "and the best friend a gentleman could hope to have." Elizabeth held Mr. Darcy's gaze until she feared tripping on the pavement. They would be friends, she and Mr. Darcy. Theirs would not be a miserable marriage. Affability and consideration were more than most ladies secured in their unions, and Elizabeth knew she ought to be pleased in the knowledge that Mr. Darcy would be kind to her. So she told herself repeatedly as they turned the corner, entered a small courtyard, and climbed the steps to Colonel Fitzwilliam's apartment. But the sigh Elizabeth could not suppress betrayed the longing of her heart. Was it wrong of her to wish for love still, even when she had sealed her fate, when she had helped Mr. Darcy escape from prison? He stepped aside to allow her to pass into a small apartment that smelled of leather polish, brandy and cigars. Colonel Fitzwilliam's batman closed the door behind them, while the gentleman himself opened his arms to embrace Mr. Darcy, and promptly lowered them when he saw his cousin's battered condition. Elizabeth thought well of the Colonel for his concern. He was easy to recognise in his military uniform. Mamma would have swooned. The Colonel's hair was lighter than Mr. Darcy's, and he was not so tall. Had Elizabeth not known them to be cousins, she would not have noticed their similarities. The strong jaw, the determined chin, the straight nose and the broad forehead. Combined, the features were handsome on Mr. Darcy. On the Colonel they were plain. Colonel Fitzwilliam held Mr. Darcy out at arm's length, looking between his cousin and herself and saying, "I apologise for my lack of words, especially when you are in the company of a young woman I've yet to meet. The paper said nothing about this." He waved his hand toward Elizabeth, who smiled at his light-hearted way of acknowledging a complication he had not expected, namely her. Being the proper gentleman, Mr. Darcy did not hesitate to perform introductions, after which Colonel Fitzwilliam ordered his batman, Wilson, to bring his case and to see to Mr. Darcy's injuries. Mr. Darcy waved away Wilson's ministrations. "I left my horse and Bingley's in the care of the stables near the moor. I wonder if Wilson might instead arrange for them to be returned to their current owner." Colonel Fitzwilliam rubbed his chin as Mr. Darcy gave Wilson the information necessary to return the horses. Before the servant left, the Colonel instructed, "And keep your eyes open, and withdraw if you see anything untoward." With a nod, Wilson disappeared. No sooner had the door shut behind him than Mr. Darcy leaned forward in his chair to look at his cousin intently. "Richard, you are no doubt aware of my situation. I beseech your help to protect Miss Elizabeth,
until I can sort out this horrible misunderstanding."
Elizabeth made herself dizzy with the speed in which she snapped her head to look at Mr. Darcy. She exclaimed, "I object wholeheartedly. As capable as you are, Mr. Darcy, I will not stand aside while you endanger your life further for both of our sakes. I cannot allow it." The muscles on Mr. Darcy's jaw tensed, but she would not change her answer, no matter how much it displeased him. She was not intimidated by him. Colonel Fitzwilliam's laughter cut their glaring contest short. He looked between them, saying, "I do not know how this came about, but I cannot wait to hear your story." Mr. Darcy's glare cut from Elizabeth to the Colonel. "You must grow accustomed to disappointment, Richard." The Colonel was not intimidated either. He procured 2 bottles, one of brandy and another of sherry. He smiled kindly at Elizabeth as he handed her the glass of sherry. "It is rather an amazing story, like something I would like to read in a novel," she said softly, taking the glass. Mr. Darcy downed his drink in one large gulp, handing the glass back to the Colonel, who did not hesitate to refill it. Setting the bottles down, the Colonel said, "It sounds tantalising. If you write it, it would be my honour to purchase your first copy. I find it difficult to believe my cousin could ever do anything worthy of a novel. He prides himself on being a model of propriety and impeccable character, and yet by all rights he is a horse thief, aside from the other horrible things they call him in the papers." "To be fair, the horses were my idea," she admitted. Colonel Fitzwilliam nestled into his chair and crossed one boot over his knee. "Fascinating. What other improprieties have you encouraged my upright cousin to commit?" Elizabeth sipped on her sherry to keep from giggling. "I do not think you would believe me were I to tell you. The list is rather long." The Colonel cackled. "Pray forgive my directness, Miss Elizabeth, but I am determined to like you very much." Turning to his cousin, he asked, "Where did you find this treasure of a woman, Darcy?" Mr. Darcy did not smile. He said, "Pardon me for being the voice of doom and reason, but we are in grave danger. We came to you for help, Richard, but I fear our prolonged presence here might expose you to suspicion. We cannot stay long." Colonel Fitzwilliam's smile disappeared, replaced with a serious expression. To Elizabeth he said, "My cousin dearly needs to learn there is a lighter side of life. Humour makes the difficult bits endurable. Perhaps when this dreadful business is done—" The way he looked between her and Mr. Darcy made her skin warm. Leaning forward and giving Mr. Darcy his full attention, the Colonel said, "As you wish, cousin. Brevity is essential, as is gravity. It displeases me greatly to inform you that I am privy to what the papers are saying about you." Mr. Darcy set his glass aside. "You saw the article?" Colonel Fitzwilliam raised his finger, interrupting. "Allow me to correct you. There have now been several articles in multiple newspapers about you. In today's paper they included a drawing of your likeness, so that the public might assist in your capture. There is a fairly large reward being offered by Marquis Marlbrook's uncle, Lord Chadwell. He has an estate outside London. I believe you know the place. Was it not where you stole your horse and Bingley's?" Mr. Darcy grimaced. Elizabeth perked up in her chair. "Did you receive word from an Officer Jolly?" Colonel Fitzwilliam nodded, leaning back in his chair. "A fine young chap. He will work his way up in the ranks quicker than most." Tugging on his whiskers, the Colonel asked Mr. Darcy, "Is there anything else I should know about your recent adventures before I read about it in the papers on the morrow?" Elizabeth cringed. "The horses we stole were Lord Chadwell's." Mr. Darcy corrected, "My horse and Bingley's horse." Under his breath he added, "Only Lord Chadwell does not know that." Colonel Fitzwilliam sighed. "You do not know how to do anything by halves, do you, Darcy? While I have always admired that trait in you, I wish you might have shown a little restraint in this case." Darcy did not crack a smile as he said, "Too much impropriety for your taste, is it, Richard?" The Colonel pinched his chin, grinning devilishly. "Come to think of it, I could turn you in myself and make my fortune." Mr. Darcy replied, "Your mother would never allow it." Colonel Fitzwilliam visibly shivered. "There is no one I fear more than mother when she's in a rage. She's a fearsome thing to behold." Looking at Elizabeth, he added,
Forgive my presumptuousness, Miss Elizabeth, but I think you and my mother will get along swimmingly."
Elizabeth was in awe at the camaraderie between the two gentlemen. They were as comfortable and relaxed in each other's company as she was with Jane. Mr. Darcy's light-heartedness did not last long. His jaw clenched again, and he swallowed hard. Mr. Darcy's eyebrows knit together as he asked his cousin,
"Has no one spoken up for me?"
The Colonel pressed his hand against his heart, saying in an offended tone,
"I am not enough for you. Some friend you are."
Elizabeth's heart broke for Mr. Darcy. She applauded the Colonel's attempt at humour to cover a less than favourable truth, but it did not make the harsh reality any less bitter. Nobody had been willing to testify to Mr. Darcy's character. Not one person, besides his own cousin, who could not be seen with him without risking his own life, and those of his family, and Mr. Darcy would never ask him to do that. All Mr. Darcy had was her. Granted, Elizabeth stood to benefit from helping him, as it would also free her from all accusation. But for Mr. Darcy's sake, she would not disappoint him. Colonel Fitzwilliam added, "My mother and father will soon arrive at Matlock House with Georgiana."
"No, they must not come," Mr. Darcy exclaimed. "They must stay away from me until I am able to clear my name."
The Colonel levelled his gaze at his cousin.
"It is hardly your choice, Darcy. They will come because you are family, and they love you."
"I wish they would not," Mr. Darcy grumbled. Elizabeth understood. She would not want her family near danger, no matter how badly she wanted them near her.
"We will work together to defend you as best as we can. You too, Miss Elizabeth. You can count on us. Besides," the Colonel added with a grin at his cousin, "with your whiskers and that impressive black eye you're sporting, you will avoid discovery. Stay away from people who know you and keep your head down for a couple of days. I will see what I can do."
Mr. Darcy stared down at his boots. His voice trembled.
"You are a good man, Richard. I cannot—"
He rubbed his hand through his hair, his chin bunched up.
"Georgie,"
Mr. Darcy gasped, rubbing his hands over his face, heedless of the bruises and cuts covering his features. Sitting up taller, he said with a strained voice,
"Should anything happen to me, will you—"
"I will. You know I will," the Colonel said firmly.
"Thank you. I needed to hear it."
Mr. Darcy breathed deeply. Elizabeth breathed deeply too, hoping that perhaps she might partake of the valour Mr. Darcy had. She needed to be brave, not only for herself and Mr. Darcy, but for Mr. Bingley and Jane as well. Elizabeth's chest tightened, and worry strained her voice. "We left Mr. Bingley and my sister behind in the village. After our escape, I fear they might be accused because of their association with us."
The Colonel said, "I will do my best to help them. I give you my word, Miss Elizabeth."
"How will we know what you've found out?" she asked, blinking furiously and willing her tears not to fall.
"I have just the thing. Leave a message for Mrs. Barry at Matlock House."
Mr. Darcy asked.
"The cook. She lives still."
Colonel Fitzwilliam chuckled.
"Very much so. If you leave a message for Mrs. Barry that we found the last strawberry tart, she will know what to do."
A hint of a smile crossed Mr. Darcy's lips, and he shook his head. There was a story there, and Elizabeth was curious to hear it, but there was one more matter she wished to discuss with Colonel Fitzwilliam before they departed. She asked him, "You said there have been more articles in the paper. What proof do they offer of the accusations brought against Mr. Darcy?"
He replied, "Nothing that has appeared in print, but I have a friend who is an associate of the inspector hired by Lord Chadwell to work on this case. It was why I was unable to leave immediately when Officer Jolly told me what had happened. I could not very well show up without proof and expect them to free you."
"I knew you had a reason," Mr. Darcy said. The Colonel looked at Mr. Darcy, his eyes sad.
"What they found implicates you, Darcy. The personal effect left at the scene was your pocket watch."
"Wickham," Mr. Darcy said, in unison with Elizabeth.
The Colonel added, "They have also printed the wager Marquis Marlbrook made against you in White's betting book. They claim it as a motive." Mr. Darcy rubbed his hands against his breeches. "We must find Bingley's housekeeper. We must also search for my footman. Perhaps he has communicated with one of his relatives, in which case the servants at Darcy House will have heard something useful. And we must find Wickham." Colonel Fitzwilliam stood, leaving the room for a few minutes and returning with a pile of clothing in his arms. Handing it to Mr. Darcy, he said, "I cannot convince you to stay out of trouble while I resolve this mess." Mr. Darcy smiled. "I believe Miss Elizabeth made our stand clear on that point." Elizabeth was pleased Mr. Darcy included her, when only moments ago he had been seeking a way to rid himself of her company. His reasons were honourable, but they were entirely wrong. Colonel Fitzwilliam gave her an elegant Indian silk shawl. She looked at him inquisitively. Why did he have a woman's shawl in his apartment? He smiled roguishly and said, "Best not to ask, but pray do not mention it to my mother." Elizabeth contained her curiosity, grateful for the warmth the forgetful female had left with the Colonel. Mr. Darcy left the room to change into the clean clothes lent to him, returning in a new wardrobe, complete with a long wool coat and a hat. Colonel Fitzwilliam opened the case his Batman had left on the floor beside their chairs, pulling out a bottle and putting it in Mr. Darcy's coat pocket. "This liniment will help your injuries heal and ease your pain. I wish I could do more, but I fear this is all I am able to provide." The Colonel produced a leather coin pouch from the top drawer of his sideboard and placed it in Mr. Darcy's pocket as well. "Do not worry about repaying me," he said generously. Mr. Darcy pulled the pouch out of his pocket. "This is my coin pouch. How did you find it?" Pouring the coins into his hand, Mr. Darcy pulled out the lining where the initials F.D. were stitched in white thread. The Colonel shrugged. "You need better hiding places, man. I only kept it for safekeeping. Are you not glad you have a resourceful cousin to help you in your time of need?" Mr. Darcy grunted, and Elizabeth tried not to laugh aloud. Mr. Darcy's family was far more interesting than she had supposed. Opening the door, the Colonel said, "Out with you. Do not forget to mention the strawberry tarts. I will have news for you." Elizabeth stepped over the threshold as a whistle pierced through the courtyard and up the stairs. Colonel Fitzwilliam's eyes darted about, reaching into his waistband and pulling out a pistol. "That was Wilson. There's trouble." Mr. Darcy squeezed his cousin's shoulder, saying, "We must not be seen here. Go inside." At that, Mr. Darcy grabbed Elizabeth's hand, and she had to run to keep up with him. There was no other way down but through the one stairwell. Wilson was at the bottom. Without openly acknowledging them, he jutted his chin down the dark side of the street to indicate where the danger lay. Mr. Darcy's grip around Elizabeth's hand tightened, and he slowed his pace, smiling down at her. He whispered, "We must not draw attention to ourselves. We are merely another couple enjoying an evening stroll. The crowds will give us protection." She smiled back, doing her best not to walk to the rhythm of her heartbeat, lest she take off running again. They'd reached the corner of the street and were about to cross it when a man behind them shouted, "That's him! He's mine!" Elizabeth had no difficulty keeping up with Mr. Darcy. Her nerves lent her wings. The tavern loomed ahead. If only they could slip into the crowd unseen. How far behind them were their pursuers? She glanced over her shoulder and tripped over her skirts. The next thing Elizabeth knew, she was pressed against Mr. Darcy's chest. He carried her as if she weighed no more than a feather. They turned a corner just past the tavern, blessedly dark with shadows. Mr. Darcy did not set her down until they stood in the same dark alcove she had seen the lady and the officer disappear into earlier. Pulling up the collar of his dark greatcoat, he turned so that his back faced the street, and placed his hands on either side of Elizabeth's head, shielding her with his body completely. She had no hope of catching her breath, nor of finding her balance, not when she felt Mr. Darcy's breath caress her forehead, then her cheek, then her lips. His whiskers brushed against her skin, tickling and sending a tingle from the top of her head to the tips of her toes. Elizabeth inhaled the scent of him, earth, brandy, and the slightest hint of oak. Slipping her arms around his neck before her knees gave out, she pulled him closer,
twining her fingers into his curly hair. Time stood still, and had Mr. Darcy not wrapped himself around her, she might have floated into the clouds. Elizabeth lost herself in Mr. Darcy's kiss, bewitched by him, body and soul. Chapter 24. Darcy pulled away from Miss Elizabeth with a jerk. What had come over him? "Forgive me," he panted, leaning against the side of the tavern to catch his breath. How could he have acted on the impulse of the moment? It was the height of impropriety, nay, brutish behaviour. He deserved a slap across the face, not her forgiveness. Miss Elizabeth whispered, "Forgive you?" Darcy squeezed his eyes shut, flogging himself for his lapse in control. He would accept the consequences for offending her. He opened his eyes, not that it helped. He could not see her in the darkness, but he could feel her. His body tingled at her nearness. "Pray, accept my apology for imposing on your—" He paused, the word he was searching for evading his grasp. "Lips?" Miss Elizabeth finished for him. Was she laughing at him? Or was she using humour to cover her mutual embarrassment by lessening his? Darcy had observed her do it before. He did not need her pity. "Miss Elizabeth, I hold you in the highest regard," though his actions said otherwise. Gentlemen did not take advantage of young ladies. He was the worst sort of brute. "Then you must allow me to beg for your forgiveness, Mr. Darcy, for I returned your kiss." She had. She had curled her fingers into his hair, pulling him closer and filling his senses until he thought he would burst. But Darcy could not allow Miss Elizabeth to accept responsibility for his impropriety when he was the gentleman present. "Miss Elizabeth, it is my duty to uphold the highest standard. Since I met you, I have failed miserably." Her breath tickled his neck. "Perhaps your standards are too high?" Darcy groaned. He wanted nothing more than to lean down and kiss her fully on the mouth again, but he must restrain himself. Distraction was dangerous. Darcy's heart raced, and he turned around to inspect their surroundings. He had forgotten where they were, and why they were running. They could have been captured so easily. He had made them vulnerable, and Darcy refused to allow it to happen again. Their lives and the safety of their friends depended on it. They depended on him. He said, "I will never forgive myself if my carelessness causes you harm. Pray forgive me. It will not happen again." "I know you to be a man of your word, Mr. Darcy. I forgive you on the condition you forgive me for trying your restraint. It was not intentionally done, nor do I wish to torment a respectable gentleman." She sounded disappointed. Well, Darcy was disappointed, with himself. It was no wonder Miss Elizabeth was too. "You are not to blame," he reassured her. "If it is not me, then it is you. It has always been my understanding that the happiness, or lack thereof, in any relationship, be it between family members, friends, or business partners, depends upon both parties. I can no sooner allow you to accept full responsibility than you would allow it of me." "But I am a gentleman. It is my duty to protect you," he said. "And I am to allow you to protect me without lifting a finger to help. Am I so incapable I am only expected to embroider cushions and trim bonnets while you see to my future?" The heat in her tone suggested Darcy proceed with caution. He said, "Surely you cannot object to my protection when I have your best interests at heart. I will not take a false step, nor place your needs beneath my own. I will guard you with my life." "Are you always this punctilious? Must you always be—" Miss Elizabeth huffed and puffed before blurting, "Right." "What is wrong with being right?" "When it leaves you with no friends, no allies to sympathise with you in your distress, and support you when all the world believes the worst." She paused. "I apologise. Let us be done with apologies." Darcy rubbed his chest, the stab of the truth Miss Elizabeth had so plainly expressed, piercing him to the core. "I do not want sympathy. I have no need for it."
Miss Elizabeth reached up to his cheek, and Darcy's breath caught in his throat. She said, "You are wrong. You need sympathy more than anyone I have ever met." What did she mean? He was not weak. He stepped away, a rush of cold wind, a bitter reminder of how warm her body had been next to his. Clearing his throat, he said, "We cannot stay here, and we cannot go anywhere they will think to look for us. With the price on my head, there will be all manner of ruffians chasing after us." He heard the stiffness in her voice. "We cannot go anywhere you are known to frequent, Mr. Darcy. That was why we were nearly captured at your cousin's apartment. In this, I have an advantage over you, as nobody in London society knows me, nor the places I might seek shelter for myself and my friend." Darcy scoffed. If Miss Elizabeth still considered him a friend, he could not imagine the abuses she must have suffered in her other friendships. "You are generous," he said. "No, I am merely determined to be happy with the cards we've been dealt. I only hope you do not expect perfection from me, as I am destined to fail to reach the lofty standards to which you miserably adhere." He squinted through the darkness to read her expression. How long had he left her in the room with Richard? It could not have been long enough for them to discuss what Richard insisted on calling his great flaw. Miss Elizabeth tugged on his coat sleeve. "Come, I know a place where we shall be safe, but we must make haste." "You lead. I will follow," he said, hoping to placate her, should she still be irritated. She chuckled softly, and Darcy stepped lighter for it. Miss Elizabeth's anger was like a burst of flame, hot and scorching for the few seconds it burned, before cooling into her usual good humour. How he wished he could forgive and forget so easily. "I would wager you've never agreed to follow where you would prefer to lead," she said. There was truth to that, and Darcy wondered how she had developed such an intense insight into his soul. It disturbed him to know she had seen the weaknesses he struggled to cover when he did his blasted best to crush them. On the other hand, Darcy felt comfortable with her. He admitted, "Perhaps the reason is that there are few I trust enough to guide me well." "I'm honoured, but I must warn you that the place we are going may fall short of your expectations." As if they had the option to be choosy. "Where are we going?" he asked. "My uncle, the one in trade, has a warehouse near Cheapside." He sensed she expected a reaction from him, and Darcy took great pride in depriving her of one. Instead, he said, "We cannot risk being seen with your relatives. It would put them in danger." "I would not think of it," Miss Elizabeth said, explaining, "My uncle keeps an apartment above his warehouse for use during his busiest seasons. In my aunt's last letter, she wrote of how happy she was that it will be another month before he expects a shipment of goods. That was 2 weeks ago, and so I suspect his apartment will be empty, in which case we are safe to occupy the room." Miss Elizabeth dashed through the narrow streets. She did not complain of cold, she did not mumble about aching feet, and she did not say she was hungry, until Darcy heard her stomach protest its need for food. Appreciative of the coins Richard had safeguarded, Darcy hid in the shadows, while Miss Elizabeth went inside a bakery to purchase meat pies and whatever else they could carry with them to curb their hunger. Stuffing their faces and their pockets as they continued to Mr. Gardner's warehouse, Darcy pondered Miss Elizabeth's strength. She had endured more in the past week than most ladies did in a lifetime, and always her humour shone through. "We must hurry. Once the doors are locked, I do not know how we will get inside," Miss Elizabeth said over her shoulder. Darcy stretched his legs to keep up. For a lady significantly shorter than himself, he struggled to maintain her pace. "Will there not be guards to protect your uncle's merchandise?" he asked. She paused too long before answering. "They are known to me. Hopefully they will not take offence with you." She glanced at his pocket, containing another meat pie. Darcy objected. "If we allow ourselves to be seen by them, they will tell your uncle of our presence." She smiled. "I doubt that." His worry increased, and he focused his thoughts on alternative plans. Unfortunately, Darcy could think of nothing better than following Miss Elizabeth to her uncle's warehouse. It neared the quitting hour when they arrived. Had he and Miss Elizabeth not been so out of breath, They might have sighed in relief when they saw the warehouse doors open. Several workers milled about in the lantern-lit cobblestone courtyard. "Just do what I do," Miss Elizabeth said, turning to face him and stepping backward until she was inside the courtyard facing the outer wall. Darcy felt silly, but he imitated her, recognising the wisdom in the method to disguise their faces. Out of the corner of his eye, he watched Miss Elizabeth walk facing the wall until the light of the lantern reached its limits, and darkness enveloped her. Rough planks scratched his hands and tugged at Miss Elizabeth's skirts. Several times she slowed to free herself. When they had hidden themselves deep enough to satisfy her, while still allowing them to see out into the courtyard, they waited until the large warehouse doors creaked closed and a chain rattled against the wood. The hairs on Darcy's arms stood on end when a worker shouted, "Release the guards!" just before a rush of labourers ran through the narrow opening and the iron lock was secured. Chapter 25. Elizabeth scrambled out from behind the crates. It was only a matter of time before they were sniffed out of their hiding place. She was certain her uncle's guards would receive her, as they always did, but she did not know how Mr. Darcy would fare. She called the English mastiffs over to her. "What? Wilberforce!" With two throaty barks, the giant guards bounded over to her, their cheeks flopping and leaving a trail of drool streaming behind them. Had Elizabeth not known the dogs were happy to see her, she might have been afraid. Before the dogs reached her, Mr. Darcy stepped in front of Elizabeth, his arms enclosing her protectively. Stunned at his action, Elizabeth's first reaction was to shove him out of the way before the dogs attacked him. But Mr. Darcy did not need her help. He pulled the meat pie out of his pocket, split it in half, and tossed the halves across the courtyard to the appreciative dogs. Who was Elizabeth to deny her uncle's dogs a treat? Watt and Wilberforce gobbled the pie down in one swallow, then turned their distrustful stares on Mr. Darcy. They would not be won over with a single meat pie. Elizabeth watched Mr. Darcy's shoulders visibly relax as he held his hands out wider to the side, turning them palms out. Speaking softly, he praised them for being diligent in their job. He explained his and Elizabeth's reason for being there. Only when the dogs cocked their heads from side to side, looking at Mr. Darcy like he was crazy, did he step aside to allow them to sniff her. She could have saved him the trouble, but it was so entertaining to watch Mr. Darcy speak to the mangy dogs as if they were human. Elizabeth indulged her whim and held her tongue. Mr. Darcy stood still while the dogs sniffed him curiously, continuing his monotonous monologue by telling them about his dogs at Pemberley. Concluding that Mr. Darcy was not worth the trouble to bite, the mastiffs turned their attention to Elizabeth. She widened her stance, ready for them, but Watt and Wilberforce were each so insistent on receiving more attention from her than the other, they soon pushed Elizabeth over. She laughed and scratched their fur, explaining to Mr. Darcy, "They forget how large they are. In their minds, they are still puppies who fit on my lap." Mr. Darcy, being the gentlemanly protector he was, interfered. He was growled at for his efforts. Elizabeth tried to appease him. "They are no trouble, Mr. Darcy. I've known them since they were pups, and they're merely happy to see me." She scratched the dogs under their chins, cooing, "I'm happy to see you, Watt and Wilberforce, but you're hardly lapdogs any more, and I must insist you allow me to stand before my dress is soaked through." She laughed at herself when she realised she had imitated Mr. Darcy. What was stranger was that the dogs had seemed to understand her. Mr. Darcy handed her up, and the dogs again became very interested in his pockets. They poked and shoved him until they had determined his pockets were empty. Then, with a snort, the dogs left to trot across the courtyard. "Watt and Wilberforce, the engineer and the abolitionist?" Mr. Darcy asked. "My uncle appreciates inventive thinking and worthwhile causes." "He sounds like an interesting man." "He is," Elizabeth said, pleased to hear Mr. Darcy praise her family. "You have a way with dogs," she commented. She ought to have known. The master of a large estate with extensive hunting grounds would have dogs. It had, however, surprised Elizabeth to see the gentleness and patience Mr. Darcy had displayed towards the two large guards. "They are more honest than people," he observed.
Elizabeth could have made a witty comment about how he must prefer horses to people then, but the melancholy in Mr. Darcy's tone stopped her. Elizabeth realised how fortunate she was. Her family had many faults, but dishonesty was not one. They exposed themselves for all to see and criticise, but they never did so out of malice, nor out of the need to pretend to be anything but what they were. She turned in the direction of the apartment, motioning for Mr. Darcy to follow. "Come." Elizabeth led Mr. Darcy up a narrow stairwell at the side of the warehouse building. At the top of the landing was a door with a glassed window frame, above which Elizabeth hoped her uncle still hid the key. Craning her neck back, she looked up, then over at Mr. Darcy. Pointing at the window-sill, she asked, "Can you reach? There should be a key on the ledge." Mr. Darcy stretched up. He was so very tall. Elizabeth would like to visit a library with Mr. Darcy. Too often she had to ask for a clerk to reach the higher shelves, since they frowned upon ladies who climbed ladders. Mr. Darcy would not need a ladder. He could carry a good many novels in his strong arms. Before Elizabeth had stacked the pile of books to Mr. Darcy's chin, in her imagination, he held the key in front of her, allowing Elizabeth the honour of opening the door to her uncle's apartment. Pausing in the doorway, she held her hands up. "I think it is best for you to stay here until I find a lantern to light. My uncle likes to accumulate things, and I have a better idea of the layout of the room." As Elizabeth had suspected from her aunt's letter, the apartment was closed up. Thick curtains covered the windows, not that she could see them, but the impenetrable darkness of the room betrayed their presence. Nary a sliver of light illuminated the room, as Elizabeth cautiously moved in the direction of her uncle's desk. Reaching forward with her fingers, and stepping cautiously, she advanced until she felt what she needed. Elizabeth held the lamp up, and quickly lit 2 more. Mr. Darcy stood in the middle of the room, turning a circle with his eyes wide and his mouth agape. In awe, he said, "When you said your uncle liked to collect things, I did not understand what you meant. He has an eye for innovation." Pointing at a bulky object, which at one time had been the bane of her aunt's existence, Mr. Darcy eagerly asked, "Is that a castrol stove?" His fingers traced along the edges of the cast iron, opening the grate where the wood went to fuel the cooking beast. He did not wait for an answer before continuing excitedly, "I read of this. This is the first one I've seen. Pity it is so large." Elizabeth's estimation of Mr. Darcy grew even more. She said, "My uncle bought it for his cook. He thought it would make her work easier, but it did not fit inside the kitchen. It resided in the parlour until my aunt insisted he get rid of it. Therefore he keeps it here." Mr. Darcy stood up from his inspection, shaking his head in admiration of the invention. "It is only a matter of time before enclosed cast-iron stoves are in every kitchen." Elizabeth laughed. "That is precisely what my uncle says. He believes it will happen within the decade. The design only needs to be improved and made smaller." Mr. Darcy smiled, and Elizabeth wished her uncle was present, so he would have the pleasure of discussing his collection of inventions with a gentleman genuinely interested in hearing about them. Uncle Gardner would like Mr. Darcy. Elizabeth noticed the exact moment when Mr. Darcy saw the standing bath occupying the far corner of her uncle's office. It was difficult not to see, rising as high as the ceiling. Beside it was a copper bathtub, professed to hold the heat of water longer than any other tub. To Uncle's chagrin, the bathtub held true to all of its claims, but it had one unforgivable defect. While it excelled in efficiency, it was an eyesore. Aunt Gardner had sent it away before Uncle could have it properly installed in their house. Mr. Darcy fingered the tube that led from a pump at the base of the shower to the top. "This is another invention for the future, I think. Its only defect is that the same cold water circles through the pipes to be used repeatedly." Mr. Darcy's eyes practically caressed the implements used to clean one's body. Elizabeth could sympathise with him. She remembered how delicious the hot bath had been at the inn, a luxury Mr. Darcy had not been offered. Were it not the height of impropriety, Elizabeth would have suggested he take a bath. She could only imagine how sore his muscles must be, and how the hot water would soothe the bruises and cuts over his skin. Colonel Fitzwilliam had given Mr. Darcy liniment for his aches and pains. He would feel infinitely better
to have the ointment applied on recently washed skin. Bending forward, Mr. Darcy latched onto the front of the bathtub and pulled it forward until it was easier to reach. "I apologise, Miss Elizabeth, but I desperately need a bath. I beg of you the indulgence of allowing me privacy in this corner of the room." His distress in asking something so inappropriate made Elizabeth quick to ease his concern. "As we have learned, Mr. Darcy, there are occasions when propriety must yield to necessity. I will help you heat the water." They worked in unison, filling the pails Uncle Gardner kept beside the water pump in the courtyard and hauling them upstairs to heat. When 4 pails and a tea kettle rested on top of the stove, Elizabeth held her hands out in front of her and closed her eyes to let the warmth wash over her. How glorious it felt! She sensed Mr. Darcy beside her and peeked out of the corner of her eye to see him in the exact pose in which she stood. Without opening his eyes, he said, "The last time I was warm, truly warm, was in the front parlour of Netherfield Park. I had begun to believe I would never again have the pleasure of feeling my toes." A similar thought had occurred to Elizabeth, and she could only hope with every fibre of her being that Jane and Mr. Bingley were as comfortable as she and Mr. Darcy were presently. As if Mr. Darcy sensed her turn of thought, he added, "We should have news of Bingley and your sister tomorrow. Richard will stop at nothing to assist them where he can, and he will not neglect to pass on what he learns. He is trustworthy." Elizabeth's eyes burned as she thought about Jane, who would silently endure her suffering so long as Mr. Bingley was not harmed. Jane would lend him all the strength in her possession, and think nothing of her self-sacrifice, because she loved him. Elizabeth's immediate thought was to wish she was more like Jane, but that was no longer the case, was it? Elizabeth may not love Mr. Darcy, may never love him as Jane loved Mr. Bingley, but she had put her life in danger to save his. What was that if not self-sacrificing? And that kiss. She peeked at him from under her eyelashes, growing bolder and opening her eyes fully when his were still closed. The bruises and gashes were not so visible under his dark whiskers, but his skin was still purple around his eyes. He tried to hide it, but Elizabeth saw how stiffly Mr. Darcy moved, how he winced in pain. She would gladly take on some of his discomfort, but he would never allow it, were it even possible. Mr. Darcy opened his eyes, his gaze tangling with hers. Elizabeth could not look away, nor did she want to. He held her with his look, and Elizabeth felt her body warm and tingle. A cloud of vapour separated them, and the hiss of water boiling over the top of the pail startled her. Mr. Darcy dedicated himself to emptying the pails into the bath. He did not let her help, for fear she would burn her hands. Elizabeth rubbed her arms, suddenly cold again. She could not deny the effect Mr. Darcy had on her. He was a man she could grow to love. But could he love her with the ardent passion she craved? His kiss suggested he could. But the expectations he imposed upon himself created a breach Elizabeth was uncertain he could conquer. She could not bear to be held at a distance, when she still felt the crush of Mr. Darcy's lips against hers, and tasted the brandy lacing his breath. Chapter 26. Darcy dumped the boiling water into the tub, one pail after another. By the 4th pail, the cloth he had used to wrap around the handle had warmed through and burned his fingers. Burns and bruises were nothing, not when compared to the piercing guilt he felt every time he saw Miss Elizabeth's pained expression and knew she thought of her sister. Of everything bad that had happened to them over the past week, Darcy was at the centre. Wickham was there too, but Darcy could not accept that his friends, his only friends apparently, suffered so badly when they had done nothing to deserve it. He arranged a blanket to cover over the corner between the shower and the apartment wall, and as soon as he could peel his clothes off, he slipped into the water. Darcy's body tensed at the heat, but after a few minutes his clenched muscles relaxed, and the piercing at his ribs dulled, so that only deep breaths hurt. On the other side of his makeshift curtain, he heard Miss Elizabeth rifling through her uncle's treasures. Would she need help to take the pins out of her hair? Darcy had not seen a brush lying about, but had he seen one, he might have hidden it so he might have the privilege of brushing her locks with his fingers.
The water suddenly became too hot, like Miss Elizabeth's lips and her body against his. Pulling away from her had been the single most difficult exercise of control in his entire life. "If you do not mind smelling like lavender, I found some soap," Miss Elizabeth said. Darcy saw her shadow through the blanket. His eyes followed the outline of her figure from top to bottom. "Mr. Darcy, do you want lavender soap?" she asked again. He shook his head. Would he could wash his mind. Such indecent thoughts tormented Darcy, taunting him to forget he was a gentleman. "Thank you. I will use it," he said, his voice raspy. Darcy did not know how she planned to give him the soap, but he did not expect her to send it flying over the blanket with an ill-timed warning of, "Here, catch!" a split second before it smacked him on the forehead and plunked to the bottom of the bathtub. He had not thought he had vocalized his displeasure at the one unbruised part of his face taking a hit with lavender-scented soap, but Miss Elizabeth had heard him. She exclaimed, "Oh, no! I assumed you knew I would have to throw it to you. Are you hurt?" Darcy was not going to admit he now had a neat little goose egg forming in the centre of his forehead. Perhaps he had deserved it. "I've been assaulted by far worse than feminine-scented soap," he answered with a smile, appreciating the ridiculousness of it. She laughed. "I ought to be more careful before assuming. You have taught me that." Darcy sat up in the tub, draping his arms over the copper rim. "Really?" "Oh, yes. I now know I judged you harshly, due in great part to Mr. Wickham's accusations against your character. But even before that, there was a time when I would have gladly seen you topple from your proud pedestal." This was news to him. "Before Wickham? Who else spoke against me?" "Nobody did. Your own actions made me think ill of you." "How could that be, when Darcy always behaved with the utmost decorum? Until recently," he amended. Still he was curious. "Pray explain," he said. Darcy heard wood scrape over the planks and saw Miss Elizabeth's shadow halve in size as she sat in a chair. She said, "Since we are friends now, I will tell you in confidence. I had not known you but a few minutes at the Meryton Assembly, when you made a comment to Mr. Bingley that cut my vanity. Do you recall the occasion?" He remembered. Sinking deeper into the water, Darcy said, "I spoke out of turn of what I did not know. Please forgive my foolishness." "Another apology? I don't know if I should be flattered to be the recipient of such precious and difficult words for you to utter, or if I should be concerned that I draw out your worst characteristics so much you see the need to apologise for them." Darcy was ashamed. He remembered his words clearly. He had called her not tempting enough, and he had refused to ask her to dance, though gentlemen were scarce at the assembly. Darcy had observed Miss Elizabeth tap her slippered toes to the rhythm of the music. She would have made a worthy partner, but he had been in a foul mood. And if Darcy was completely honest with himself, he had not wanted to encourage the attention of a country maiden set on marrying above her situation. Darcy had not thought Miss Elizabeth good enough for him. That was what it had boiled down to. How wrong he had been. In a lifetime, Darcy could never deserve what Miss Elizabeth had selflessly done for him. She was the bravest person he knew, and she had attached herself to him without a second thought, because she believed in his innocence. Miss Elizabeth's display of loyalty to a man who had spoken thoughtlessly to her, and her gracious acceptance of his friendship, humbled Darcy to his core. He did not deserve her. Darcy wanted her to understand how differently he saw her now. "If we could return to the assembly, you would be the first lady I would ask for a dance, and no sooner would our dance end than I would ask for another, and another." Softly she said, "And I would accept." He chuckled, his relief great. "Your mother would have loved that." "She would have, and rightly so when she has 5 daughters to see happily married. Sometimes I wish she was not so enthusiastic in her efforts, but desperation often moves us to say and do things we would not otherwise express." Just as Bingley had said. Had Darcy listened to him then, he and Miss Elizabeth would not be in Mr. Gardiner's warehouse apartment, forced into a betrothal and running from the law. Had Darcy been more sympathetic of Mrs. Bennet's plight, which she did nothing to conceal, their futures would look drastically different. Seeing Mrs. Bennet's faults in light of his own shortcomings made Darcy recognise how harmless she was, especially when he was the one who had put Miss Elizabeth's life in danger. What had Mrs. Bennet done but irritate his sensibility with her bold hints? He had been unkind, while she had been nothing but honest. "If things were different, what would you have done with your life?" Miss Elizabeth asked. Darcy sighed. He did not see any benefit in dreaming about what would never be, but he preferred her conversation to his own thoughts. "I would return to Pemberley, to my home, to my sister. I miss her." "Pray do not speak of what makes you sad. I hear it in your voice. Tell me what would make you happy," Miss Elizabeth implored. That was the problem. Happiness was impossible for Darcy without his home, his beloved sister, and the hope of spending every day of the rest of his life with the woman he adored. Staying on neutral ground, Darcy said, "I suppose I want what most gentlemen do, a comfortable home, satisfying work in which to occupy myself, meaningful conversations with loyal friends, good books to improve my mind and entertain my thoughts, and a lady with whom to share my life." What would Miss Elizabeth think of Pemberley? Darcy imagined the look on her face when she stepped into his library. He would bring her a cup of tea and a tray of food when she lost track of time because she was in the throes of an amazing story. He imagined the conversations they would have beside the fireplace. Miss Elizabeth would ensure the halls of Pemberley were lively with laughter. He shook his head. "What of you? What do you want with your life?" She chuckled softly. "So few diversions are available for young ladies. I could not help but long for a grand adventure, like the heroines in my favourite stories have. Of course, with a book, you have the advantage of knowing that after their trials and tribulations are through, their reward will be a happy ending. I think that is what I wish for the most now, a happy ending. I shall be content with that." Could Miss Elizabeth imagine a happy ending with him? Having trespassed the boundaries of decorum more times in one day than he cared to count, Darcy emboldened himself to say, "Miss Elizabeth, if I may presume on your friendship, I should very much like to call you by your given name. And if it pleases you, pray call me William." "Yes, William," she answered immediately, adding light-heartedly, "You may call me Elizabeth or Lizzie or any variation you fancy. Only do not call me Eliza. Miss Bingley calls me Eliza, and I've taken a dislike to the name because of it." Darcy laughed. "I understand. Elizabeth." Her name rolled off his tongue. Her mention of Miss Bingley reminded Darcy of Elizabeth's pearl necklace. He had noticed how often she reached up to clasp the pearl, only to find it gone. Darcy wanted to know more about her necklace, but he did not want to ask directly, should it provoke unhappy memories, and so he asked, "Is there anything from the carriage you would recover if given the chance?" Elizabeth's reply was instant. "My necklace. I do not expect you to understand it, but that worthless little trifle was priceless to me. It cannot be replaced, not with diamonds or a string of real pearls." "What makes it so special?" "My father gave it to me." Darcy said nothing, hoping she would continue. He was not disappointed. Elizabeth continued, "I was 6 years of age when a fair came to the village. It was harvest time, and the crops had been bountiful. I remember how happy everyone was. My mother and sisters spent all of their pin money by the end of the first day, but I still had mine. I wanted something special. The last day of the fair, Papa invited me to go into the village with him. He wanted to see if any new books had arrived, and I was happy to accompany him. I saw the necklace at the first stall, but when I asked the price, I learned I did not have enough money. I thought it was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen." Darcy saw the shadow of Elizabeth's hand reach toward her throat. He wanted the necklace to be there for her so badly. "Papa and I walked through the booths, and I looked at the necklace every chance I had, knowing I would never see it again. My father was so interested in adding to his library, I did not expect him to notice the bauble.
She paused, and Darcy leaned forward, captivated. He sent me to the shop to buy a sweet, while he purchased the books he had found. On my way back to the carriage, I wandered by that first booth one more time for a glimpse of the necklace. It was not there, and I tried not to cry. By then I had imagined it was a teardrop from the Queen. Not just any teardrop, though. It was a tear of joy, shed when she was reunited with her true love. Darcy wished he had known 6-year-old Elizabeth. She continued. On the way home, Papa gave me a velvet pouch. "Open it," he said. Imagine my surprise when I saw the necklace. As beautiful as the glass pearl was, what touched me more than anything was that my father had noticed me. He had cared enough to use some of the money he would rather spend on books, on something special for me. Darcy did not know what to say. He had lost more coins than the cost of hundreds of her necklaces, but he would pay a small ransom to return the Queen's teardrop to Elizabeth. "What about you? You lost so much more than any of us did," she asked. He answered, "The pocket watch found beside the Marquis was a gift from my father. He had received it from his father, and it had our surname etched on the gold casing. I knew it would be handed down to me, and so I did everything possible to prove to him I would live up to its significance." Darcy steadied his voice. He was born into a line of extraordinary men, and it fell to him to continue their legacy of excellence. They would be gravely disappointed in him now. "I returned home from university with high recommendations from all of my professors. I had hoped to please father with my hard work and dedication, but if he was pleased with me, he did not show it." Darcy swallowed hard, feeling his disappointment all over again. "He must have been proud of you. Maybe he did not know how to tell you so," Elizabeth suggested. Darcy appreciated how Elizabeth tried to console him, but while he had never spoken of his strained relationship with his father to anyone before, Darcy found that he wanted to tell Elizabeth. It became important. Darcy trusted her. He said, "I hated how desperate I was to hear my father say he was glad I was his son. Not knowing what else I could do, I took it upon myself to show him how valuable I was to the estate. For weeks I pored over ledgers. I interviewed the land steward, hungry to learn everything he was willing to teach me. I spoke with the tenants and with the servants. I read books on everything from household management to crop rotation. No detail was beneath my notice, if it would contribute to the estate. One evening he came into the library where I had books spread out over the table. One by one, he closed them, arranging them back on the shelves. I did not know what to think." Elizabeth gasped, but she said nothing. He suspected she held her breath, just as he had in his father's library. Darcy continued. Then he reached into his waistcoat pocket and pulled out the pocket watch. He told me he was proud of me, that he could not wish for a better son, and that I was ready to uphold the Darcy name. He placed the pocket watch in my palm and folded my hand over it. Darcy's chest tightened. I felt his approval every time I held that pocket watch in my hand. Chapter 27. Elizabeth dozed on the couch while William slept in her uncle's chair. She was exhausted, but sleep evaded her. Her thoughts were full of William, his moody spells, his proud demeanour, his mostly unbending propriety, his need to be right all the time. Elizabeth understood him now, and his insecurity endeared him to her. They were not so different. Too many times during the night she had been tempted to smooth back the hair that had fallen over William's forehead. Elizabeth wanted to tell him he was an exceptional gentleman, faults and all, and she would not change him for the world. She let him sleep while she did her best to straighten up the apartment. Elizabeth prayed her uncle would see no need to set foot inside the room for a few more days. He would know someone had been inside. There was no way to disguise their presence completely, though she did her best. The workers would arrive soon, and she and William would need to depart in the same manner in which they had come the night before. Elizabeth opened the door to return the water buckets to their spot by the pump, and nearly exclaimed aloud when a blast of frigid winter air washed over her. William scurried up from his chair, his hair adorably dishevelled, and his eyes droopy with sleep. She greeted him with a smile as he took the buckets from her hands. "Ever the gentleman. I had hoped you would sleep longer," she said.
"And leave you with all the work."
William's eyes twinkled with a smile. She grabbed the remaining 2 buckets, and together they went downstairs to the courtyard. After receiving slobbery greetings from Uncle's guards, they went to the pump, where William washed his face and slicked his hair into submission. Watt and Wilberforce took advantage of William's vulnerable position under the pump to inspect his pockets for more meat pies. The sight of William laughing, while the dogs indelicately shoved him from side to side in their efforts to pilfer the contents of his pockets, warmed Elizabeth from the inside out. Droplets of water streamed down his curly hair and whiskers, soaking into his shirt. When William took off at a run across the courtyard, with the 2 dogs bounding after him, Elizabeth took advantage of his absence to cool herself at the pump. His laughter and the dog's playful reaction to him set butterflies fluttering in Elizabeth's stomach. When William's eyes landed on her, and she received the full brilliance of his smile, Elizabeth melted despite the cold. Everything she had spoken of the night before, her hopes, her dreams, Elizabeth saw them realised in William. He walked up to her with a crooked smile that made her knees wobble. William raised his hands toward her face, and Elizabeth instinctively leaned in, her body on fire. Gently he stroked her cheek, and her breath caught in her throat.
"There was a drop of water,"
he said, clearing his throat and taking a step away.
"We ought to gather our things and leave soon."
William turned, and for a second Elizabeth contemplated his wide shoulders, retreating toward the steps leading to the apartment. She was disappointed. She had thought he would kiss her again. And with the realization of how badly Elizabeth had wished for William's touch to be genuine and not compulsory, for his words to be tender instead of practical, Elizabeth knew. Her heart was William's, to treasure or disregard, to cherish or ignore. Lord help her. Elizabeth had fallen in love with Fitzwilliam Darcy. Elizabeth held back her laughter when William suggested they hire a hackney to convey them to his uncle's residence in Mayfair. Their improprieties were too many to count, and she appreciated how William's kindness moved him to breach decorum yet again. An unmarried lady and gentleman alone in a coach. Shocking.
"You are anxious for your sister. I would not delay you hearing any news about her, even if it means adding to my list of wrongs against you,"
he explained. Elizabeth arched her eyebrow and held her tongue. She was sorely tempted to tell William how much she enjoyed being the recipient of his improprieties, but she did not know if he would appreciate her humorous coquetry. "Thank you," she said instead. Gratitude was safe. She settled against the cushions and wiggled her toes in her boots, grateful for the abuse they had been spared. She and William had discussed their plan of action by order of importance. First, they would go to Lord Matlock's house to see what the Colonel had found out about Mr. Bingley and Jane, as well as any other news he could communicate to them through the cook. Since the Matlocks were not currently in residence, few would think to look there for William. Second, they needed to find Mr. Bingley's housekeeper, Mrs. Holton. Finally, and this was the most important, they would search for Mr. Wickham. It was a lot to do, and Elizabeth's knees bobbed up and down in anxious impatience as she whirled the coach to take them quicker through the crowded streets. She could endure anything, once she knew Jane was well. Taking a deep breath and pressing her fidgety knees down with her hands, Elizabeth asked the safest question she could think to ask. "What is the story with your uncle's cook and the strawberry tarts?" William's eyes crinkled up at the corner, and he smiled. Elizabeth stifled a whimper. William was beautiful when he smiled. Her safe question was not so safe after all. He explained.
"Cook has been old since I can remember. When Richard and I were much younger, we developed a reputation for getting into the strawberry tarts before they could be served. We thought we were so clever, but Cook was on to us. One time she tricked us by putting salt and pepper in the tarts instead of sugar."
"Did you learn your lesson?"
"We were too inquisitive to learn anything. The tarts my aunt served to her guests at tea received no complaints.
We knew then that cook had tricked us.
I suppose you went in search of the good tarts?
William chuckled. We did, and cook caught us in her pantry. We made a bargain. She would make a few extra strawberry tarts for us, as long as we stayed out of her domain. The request was reasonable, and since we were hardly in a position to negotiate, we accepted her terms. I spent many summers visiting my cousins until I went to university, and she always had strawberry tarts waiting for Richard and me. Fresh strawberries in the summer, preserves in the winter. They were equally delicious.
Elizabeth's stomach grumbled. They sound delicious. I imagine you and the Colonel got into all sorts of mischief when you were younger. He smiled in answer, but remained curiously silent. Elizabeth revelled in her improved image of William as a child. She would have liked to have known him. The hackney came to a stop, and William handed her out.
We're only a few streets away. I could not risk anyone following us to my uncle,
William said, looking up and down the street cautiously. Elizabeth rubbed her hands together to warm them, saying, You need not explain. I would never complain over a few streets when I love to walk. He looked down at her.
I have yet to hear you complain of anything at all. Aside from me, that is.
She restrained a chuckle. You must admit, you have given me cause for censure in the past, but it pleases me to inform you that I have nothing but pleasant thoughts about you, despite being aware of your faults. William grinned, holding his arm out for her to take. A short time later, William pointed to a large house that looked very much like all the other properties on the street. Without turning his gaze, he said,
This is my uncle's residence.
He could not risk being recognised at his uncle's house, and Elizabeth had convinced him to allow her to go. They continued walking, and William nodded toward a park, visible through an opening between townhouses. There were several trees which would provide shade over the grass lawns in the warmer months. Elizabeth imagined children running around, while their nurses scrambled after them, and their mothers and fathers sat elegantly on the benches dotting the path. Leaving William at the park, Elizabeth departed for Matlock House promptly. It was plain to see that William did not wish for her to go alone, but as she had said to him repeatedly, it could not be helped. She walked quickly and with intent until she saw a coach stop in front of the house. Servants filed outside to receive their master, who assisted his wife and a young lady out of the carriage, to the frustration of the footman, whose duty was to perform that very service. The gentleman, who could be none other than Lord Matlock, held his arms out for both ladies and proudly escorted them inside the house. Elizabeth immediately liked the gentleman. He had the same sandy-coloured hair as Colonel Fitzwilliam. She hurried past the men carrying the trunks indoors, seeking to take advantage of the opportunity the servants being outside presented to her. Elizabeth approached the woman all the others looked to for direction. She grasped the household keys firmly in her hands, identifying her station in the residence. If the Colonel left a message with the cook, the housekeeper would know about it. Elizabeth said, "Pray excuse me, but I am sent by Colonel Fitzwilliam to the cook for strawberry tarts." The housekeeper dropped the keys into her apron and examined Elizabeth from head to toe. Then, giving a few final orders, she instructed Elizabeth to follow her. They went around to the back of the house and in through the kitchen door, where an elderly woman presided over the bustling kitchen. Her strong voice was like that of a military officer, clear and commanding. The Matlocks and Miss Darcy had recently arrived after a long journey, and it was her duty to send trays to their rooms before they realised they wanted a repast. Elizabeth admired the audacity of young William and his cousin to cross such a stern woman. The housekeeper whispered into the cook's ear, after which she scurried out of the kitchen. Cook poured milk into a cup and motioned for Elizabeth to sit at the table. She placed 3 tarts in front of her. "Strawberry tarts?" Elizabeth asked, stunned the cook had the treats in her kitchen at such short notice. "Colonel Fitzwilliam told me to have 'em ready, should someone request 'em. I understand you're coming here to mean that Mr. Darcy is well," Cook replied. Elizabeth looked longingly at the tea-tarts. Crystals of sugar glistened on top of the golden crust, making her mouth water and her stomach rumble. She answered, "Mr. Darcy is well.
He is nearby, and I really must not delay. May I perhaps take these with me? I must not dawdle, or he will worry." Cook smiled and instructed one of the young women scampering about the kitchen to wrap a dozen tarts for Elizabeth to take with her. To Elizabeth she said, "I suggest you gobble those up then." Elizabeth needed no further encouragement. She was hungry. After one bite, Elizabeth understood why Cook's strawberry tarts had become such an important part of William's childhood. The centres were still warm, and the preserves were spiced with cinnamon. Cook watched her. She splayed her thick fingers over the top of the table and said, "There is no finer man than Mr. Darcy. Oh, besides, of course, Colonel Fitzwilliam. Every one of us in this household is prepared to testify for Mr. Darcy's character at his trial. We know him to be innocent of what the papers accuse him, and we will speak up when it's time." Elizabeth's heart swelled in her chest, making it difficult to swallow. She could only imagine what William's household was up to if his uncle's servants were willing to contradict popular belief at the risk of being seen to support a traitor. "I will make certain he knows he still has friends," she choked out. Cook patted Elizabeth's hand and rose when the same couple and young lady Elizabeth had seen earlier entered the room. Lord Matlock clicked his heels together and bowed to Elizabeth, introducing himself, his wife, and his niece, after which he said, "Pray excuse me for addressing you before we are properly introduced, young lady, but there is nothing proper about what is happening to my nephew. Your presence here leads me to believe you are a friend who might have news of Darcy." Elizabeth rose from the table and curtsied. "I am a friend. My name is Miss Elizabeth Bennet. I was with Mr. Darcy, Mr. Bingley, and my sister Jane when—" She would not say the man's name aloud if it caused Miss Darcy pain. "Two highwaymen attacked us. They left us stranded in the middle of a snowstorm. We sought shelter in an abandoned cottage. We later learned that the Marquis had been murdered the same evening of the day we were robbed, and Mr. Darcy's pocket watch was discovered beside the body." Storm clouds darkened Lord Matlock's semblance. "Wickham," he pronounced. Lady Helen wrapped her arm around Miss Darcy, whose pale blue eyes sparkled with tears. Elizabeth wished she could voice how sorry she was for the young lady, how much it distressed her to give bad news about a man Miss Darcy had once cared for greatly, but there was no time. Elizabeth needed to leave. She said, "There is more, and I must beg for you to ask Colonel Fitzwilliam to tell you the details. He knows everything, and as you know has arranged for this means of communication. Mr. Darcy is waiting for me to return. I cannot stay." She readied to make her departure. Miss Darcy stepped forward, taking Elizabeth's hands. The girl trembled like a leaf. "I'm so sorry, Miss Bennet. If only I had not angered Wickham." Her tears spilled over then, streaming down her fair skin and streaking her cheeks. She looked like a delicate porcelain doll, and Elizabeth wanted to wrap Miss Darcy in her arms and console her until she could stand on her own. Tightening her grip on the young woman's hand, Elizabeth waited until Miss Darcy lifted her chin to look at her before she spoke. Elizabeth wanted her full attention. Slowly and clearly, Elizabeth said, "Do not blame yourself for the faults of others. I do not blame you, and I know your brother does not either." Miss Darcy's eyes brimmed with hope. Lord Matlock said, "I will send several of my men out to search for the blackguard. We will find him, and he will answer for his sins. You have my word. Now, go. Do what you must to avoid discovery until Wickham is captured." Elizabeth turned to the cook. "Do you have a message for me?" Cook's gaze cut over to her master, and she reached into her apron and pulled out a folded note. "The Colonel's batman left this only an hour ago. He appeared to have been up all night, and his manners were urgent." Her words filled Elizabeth with dread. That could only mean bad news. She was desperate to read the message, but determined to wait until she had returned to William's side. Lady Helen reassured the cook. "If Richard has arranged a means of communication independent from us, we must trust it is for our own good. He will call later," she added, her tone firm with an expectation Elizabeth prayed the Colonel would not deny his mother. The Colonel's family continued conversing quietly among themselves as Elizabeth stepped over the threshold and walked to the front of the house. The message burned against her palm, and it was all Elizabeth could do not to run back to William. Chapter 28. Darcy watched until Elizabeth disappeared behind his uncle's house. He longed to cross the street and hold his sister in his arms, to kiss the top of her head and tell her everything would be well. But Georgiana would resent him for treating her like a child. Embraces were for the nursery. Darcy turned away from the edge of the park and sat on a bench under a barren tree, pulling up his collar for the little warmth it gave as much as for disguise. His knees bounced up and down, and though he could not see the house from where he sat, he looked in its direction, hoping to see Elizabeth's figure re-emerge. When his nerves grew too great to remain sitting, he strolled from one edge of the park to the other. The cold weather was to his advantage. Nobody ventured through the park in the frigid weather, if they were at home. Most of his uncle's neighbours spent the winter at their country estates. Darcy had only just convinced himself to sit back down when Elizabeth darted toward him. Popping up from the bench, he met her at the edge of the park. "I saw your relatives, I met your sister," she said in one burst of breath. Darcy brimmed over with questions, but Elizabeth continued before he could voice them. "Your sister takes the burden of guilt upon herself. She believes that her history with Mr. Wickham has brought on your current troubles. She cried." Elizabeth looked like she might cry too. Darcy feared tears. What was he supposed to do to get rid of them? Shoving his hand through his hair, he asked, "Why does she think she is to blame? How could she possibly?" "Have you discussed how she feels about what happened?" It was the same question Elizabeth had asked him at the cottage, and William had to give her the same answer. He paced a few steps away, then turned back, saying, "I took care of everything. I made sure Wickham was far away from her, even purchasing him a commission in the militia to keep him occupied and silent. I warned him of the consequences should he attempt to see her again." His hands dropped to his side. "All of this I did, only for him to follow me to Meryton. Wickham's resentment is against me, not Georgiana." Darcy could not think of one detail he had forgotten, and yet Georgiana still cried. Nothing he had done had eased her broken heart. Elizabeth sighed. "It is clear you did your best to remedy the problem, but that would not take away the sting of disappointment from your sister. How would you know how she felt unless she confided in you? How do you know for what she grieves? The guilt she expressed leads me to believe there is more than just Mr. Wickham." Darcy crossed his arms and shook his head. "I should have noticed. Why did I not notice?" When Elizabeth did not immediately respond, he looked down at her. She examined him with her discerning eyes, her lips pursed in contemplation. Darcy sensed she could tell him exactly why he had not known how his sister felt before now, when Georgiana had revealed it to Elizabeth, a lady unknown to her. Elizabeth held up the message in her palm. "We must not allow ourselves to be distracted, William. Colonel Fitzwilliam sent a message." He took the paper and opened it, reading the scribbled lines in one glance, and reaching back to sit, when its contents knocked the strength out of him. Darcy could not speak. He could hardly breathe. How could he tell Elizabeth that her greatest fear had come to pass, that her bravery was to be recompensed with the cruelest outcome? Swallowing hard, Darcy motioned for Elizabeth to join him on the bench. Before he lost his resolve, he said, "Bingley and Miss Bennet are on their way to Newgate under heavy guard. They are to be charged as traitors to the Crown because of their association with me." Elizabeth's chest heaved. The paper package she had held dropped to the ground. Darcy set the package on the bench and reached out to her, not knowing what to do with his hands once his fingers reached her cheek, but knowing he needed to touch her. She jolted upright, leaving his hand hovering mid-air. Hurling herself around the bench, Elizabeth stumbled over to a tree and retched. Darcy walked over to her. A long curl of her hair fell forward perilously close to her mouth, and he reached around her to hold it back. His stomach heaved at the acrid stench, but he could not leave her side. Holding his breath, Darcy maintained his ground. Elizabeth tried to stand upright, but she trembled like a leaf. Her skin was as white as the snow on the rooftops. Her chest heaved violently, and Darcy knew that unless she calmed, Elizabeth would make herself ill again. Grabbing her by the shoulders, Darcy leaned towards her until his forehead touched against hers. She was damp to the touch. Reaching into his pocket, Darcy grabbed a handkerchief. Dabbing Elizabeth's face, he said slowly, "Breathe with me, Lizzie." Inhaling through his nose until his lungs were full, Darcy breathed out through his mouth, nodding encouragement when Elizabeth imitated him. After a few slow, deep breaths, she visibly relaxed. Lifting his head so he could see her, Darcy wiped her tears with his fingertips. He promised her, "I will not surrender until the real villain has taken your sister's place, and she is free to marry Bingley. You have my word." She whispered, "I do not doubt you." Elizabeth's faith in him filled Darcy with strength. It gave him the greatest pleasure to please her, to know she approved of him. The realization grounded him firmly. His attachment to Elizabeth went beyond the boundaries of friendship. Darcy loved her. His chest rose and fell rapidly, terror and euphoria tying his stomach into knots. Darcy breathed, just as he had done with Elizabeth, in through the nose, out through the mouth. A movement out of the corner of his eye slammed him back to their reality. They had been far too long in the park. A servant walked down the sidewalk along the length of the park. She had not noticed them, but her presence was an important reminder. He and Elizabeth were on the run. They needed to go. They needed to find Wickham. A steely calm settled over Elizabeth, bolstering Darcy's determination to right the wrongs done to them and the people they cared for the most. Straightening her shoulders and lifting her chin defiantly, Elizabeth returned to the bench and opened the paper parcel. Handing him a strawberry tart, she said, "Wickham will not win this battle. We will not let him." Falling in beside her, Darcy enjoyed the taste of his childhood while they resumed walking.
"I know Wickham and his habits. If he has any money at all, he will try to increase it by gambling. No matter how badly off he might be, he will always stay close to where there are drink and women."
Elizabeth said, "I see why you and the Colonel risked the wrath of the cook for these. I've tasted nothing finer." Lord Matlock said he will send men all over town to look for Wickham. His uncle would prove true to his word. It was comforting to have allies. She asked, "Do you believe Wickham is still in London? It seems too easy."
"All his debts lead to London. It is the only place I know of where he can continue in his vices while staying out of the reach of his creditors. Besides, if his true intention is to avenge himself against me, would he not want to be near to witness it?"
True. Not only could he witness his handiwork, but he could also ensure fingers continue to point at you. Where would he be? A gentleman's club?
No, they know he cannot pay. He would have to stick to the taverns and smaller gambling haunts.
Darcy did not want to bring Elizabeth with him as he traversed the seediest parts of London in their search for Wickham. He could not in good conscience do so, but neither did he wish to entrust her protection to another. She walked faster. "Then let us not delay. We do not have the luxury of time." Darcy stopped.
"I can arrange for you to stay here. My family will hide you until it is safe," he offered.
It was the right thing to do. "Never," she said, without so much as an eye blink. Darcy had to run a few steps to keep up with her. Elizabeth was fearless, and as she charged into the unknown without hesitation, Darcy knew she would not back down before anything or anyone. There had been a time he had thought her unprepared for society, such was his ignorance. He would love to observe her in conversation with his aunt Lady Catherine de Bourgh. They walked the mucky streets of London, asking for Wickham directly where they could, and searching for him discreetly where they could not. Tirelessly, they inspected street after street and tavern after tavern. Darkness fell, and with it the worst riffraff crawled out of their hovels. Darcy would have continued on, but he would not expose Elizabeth to the immediate harms the obscureness brought on a beautiful young lady in the wrong part of town. It was time to seek lodging. Elizabeth pulled on his sleeve. "One more. for Jane and Mr. Bingley?" she insisted. Reluctantly, Darcy relented. He found it increasingly difficult to refuse Elizabeth. The tavern had a large window facing the street, and they peered through it. Darcy rubbed his eyes. Elizabeth rubbed her sleeve over the glass. Could it be? At a table against the back wall sat Wickham, with a handful of cards on one side, and his arm around a barmaid on the other. He laughed heartily as he threw his cards onto the table and gathered his winnings greedily. Elizabeth charged toward the door, and Darcy had to stretch his arm to stop her. She whirled around to face him, her eyes doubling in size, and her mouth opening just as he felt something sharp poke him in the neck. A strange voice hissed in his ear. "I have a pistol in the other hand, Mr. Darcy. If you move, I will shoot the lady." Chapter 29. The lights from inside the tavern illuminated enough for Elizabeth to see the pistol pointed at her. But that was not what concerned her the most. The burly man pressed the tip of his knife against William's neck. The slightest pressure, and William's skin would break. Elizabeth held her hands up. If she shouted, the thief-catcher could kill William with a flick of his wrist. She could not risk it. Another man walked up to them. He held 2 ropes. Grabbing Elizabeth's hands, he pulled them behind her. The rope scratched her wrists, and he pulled it tighter every time she tensed and struggled. He tied William's hands in front of him, shoving and jostling him as he did so, while his companion kept the pistol aimed at Elizabeth, and his knife at William's neck. The whole affair could not have taken longer than a minute, but it stretched out mercilessly in the knowledge there was nothing Elizabeth could do to prevent it, nor to improve their circumstances. The thief-catcher with the knife pushed them down a dark alleyway where a carriage was waiting. Elizabeth looked behind her at William. This was it. This would be the end. Her stomach churned, but she refused to give in to despair. Squaring her shoulders, Elizabeth clenched her numb fingers into fists. She wanted to live a long life with the man she loved, and her sister needed her as much as Miss Darcy needed William. Elizabeth had too much to lose to give up now. She kept her eye on the man who had tied them. He had disappeared up by the horses, leaving them alone with the thief-catcher holding the knife and gun. The horrible man punched William in the ribs, sneering. "You will get worse than this for betraying the crown, but you can take comfort that your capture will make me a rich man." Elizabeth turned to face him. "You coward! You would strike a man with bound hands." Quicker than she could flinch, the man produced a cloth from his pocket and shoved it into her mouth, gagging her with the force he pressed it against the back of her throat. He hissed, "Would you rather me turn my attention to you, miss? You are a pretty thing. There's no reward for you, but I can think of ways to benefit from your capture." William butted him in the face with his head. The thief-catcher cursed, grabbing his nose with one hand, but he did not drop his knife. "Into the carriage," he ordered, nodding to his accomplice, who had secured another rope with which he tied William's bound hands to his feet. Elizabeth looked around her for anything of use. It was impossible to see much in the dark alleyway. When the thief-takers tried to force her into the carriage, she kicked her legs, stamped on the tops of their boots, and flung her head back as she had seen William do, to stall for time and inflict what damage she could to their captors. Once they were inside that carriage, there would be little they could do. She put up a respectable fight, but the men were stronger than she was. Elizabeth soon found herself sprawled face first against the filthy carriage squab. Squirming around until she sat upright, Elizabeth flexed her wrists and strained against the ropes to see if she might wiggle free. Oh, if only she could speak! She had plenty to say. She heard William's smooth baritone behind her. "If you will turn in your seat, I will try to loosen your ropes. It may accomplish nothing, but we have to try." Elizabeth did as she was bid, imagining William with his knees bent up around his ears so he could reach her. It would have provided her no little amount of glee on any other day, but today it made her angry at the brutes who had captured them. William's fingers fumbled around her wrists. When the carriage turned the corner, she felt his leather boots against her skin. The rope gave ever so slightly, restoring her hope. Instinctively she pulled against them.
"Hold still, or I will never get these undone,"
pleaded William, just as the carriage lurched to a stop, sending both of them tumbling to the floor. Fortunately for Elizabeth, she landed on top of William. She twisted her neck up to see him, afraid she had added to his injuries with her pointy elbows. Sprawled out like a frog as he was, there was nothing he could do to protect himself. Elizabeth turned and wiggled upward to better see him. "Did I hurt you?" she asked.
William confirmed her worry with a throaty groan. "You will be the death of me if you do not stop wiggling about," he complained.
Wait, they had stopped. Why had they stopped? The carriage door opened, and Colonel Fitzwilliam's grinning face appeared. The Colonel clucked his tongue.
"I leave you two alone for one day, and look at the trouble you get in."
His words trailed off suggestively. Elizabeth tried to speak over her gag, to no avail.
"We must move," he said,
climbing into the coach, careful not to step on either of them. The Colonel tapped on the roof, whereupon the carriage continued forward. In no time at all, Colonel Fitzwilliam and his pocket-knife restored order inside the carriage, and he settled back against the cushions.
"Really, the sooner you marry, the better," he teased.
Elizabeth was grateful for the darkness disguising the embarrassment covering her face. They drove through winding, narrow streets, while the Colonel delayed her and William's questions.
"We're nearly there, and we'll have to act in haste," he said.
They turned onto another street, continuing at a slow pace. Elizabeth walked faster than the carriage moved. She was about to inquire why they travelled so slowly when Colonel Fitzwilliam opened the carriage door.
"Jump out as closely together as possible at my signal," he said.
Elizabeth scrambled to her feet, bracing herself against both sides of the open door, thankful for their current pace now.
"Go," said the Colonel.
He must have shoved William from behind, because William's weight propelled Elizabeth forward through an open doorway. She had hardly caught her balance when the Colonel stepped beside her and William, pulling them further inside the building. The carriage was gone. It had never stopped. A young man closed the door behind them, and Elizabeth took a moment to survey her surroundings. They were inside a residence, warm with lit candles and rugs covering the floor. The Colonel seemed to know his way around. He led them through a receiving parlour with several chairs arranged around the fireplace, to a smaller room, where a woman sat writing letters at a table. On seeing them, she gathered her papers and rose to greet them with a smile as warm as the room. "Colonel Fitzwilliam, what a pleasure to see you again. I am delighted your plan met with success." The woman surveyed William and Elizabeth with the attention of a loving mother. Colonel Fitzwilliam introduced them to Mrs. Edith Fuller, the owner of the establishment. She let rooms to surgeons' apprentices and law clerks, who were all conveniently visiting their families for the upcoming holidays. With a ring of a bell, Mrs. Fuller signalled for a meal to be served. She satisfied their curiosity as she poured tea. "Colonel Fitzwilliam has been a good friend over the years. He's recommended several gentlemen who pay the rent on time and do not cause trouble in my home, and for that I'm eternally grateful." She smiled widely. Elizabeth commented, "The Colonel makes friends wherever he goes." William covered a wince with a weak smile, and Elizabeth regretted her compliment. Where was the gag when she needed it? If anyone in the room gave a bad first impression, it was William. Unlike his charismatic cousin, he did not make friends easily. William required more time and patience. Once people grew to know him, they loved him. Elizabeth did. Once their meal was served, Mrs. Fuller departed, leaving them to converse with Colonel Fitzwilliam. "I called on my mother and father, and I told them everything you had discussed with me the evening before, as well as the measures I've taken since," he said. William asked, "Did your batman have any difficulty returning the horses to the blacksmith's paddock?" "And given the hour Wilson arrived at the village, he was able to slip them into the paddock without being noticed." William nodded. "What about the payment? I do not wish for Lord Chadwell to have any complaint against Bingley or me. It is why I asked Wilson to help return the horses." The Colonel set down his glass of wine. "You overestimate my income, my dear cousin. I could not send the amount you suggested, nor would I have instructed my batman to leave it where anyone could have stolen it. No, I wrote a note explaining that payment would be made to cover his inconvenience and smooth over this misunderstanding as soon as it could be arranged.
Very good.
Elizabeth asked, "How did your Batman hear about Mr. Bingley and Jane if nobody was about?" She prayed that maybe she had misread the note. Colonel Fitzwilliam's thick eyebrows bunched together. "I'd asked Wilson specifically to find out how they were. He was to bring them to my parents' home. Since last we knew, Mr. Bingley and Miss Bennet were being held at Mr. Jolly's inn. It was an easy thing for Wilson to inquire of the innkeeper himself. Mr. Jolly is a friend. He told Wilson they were being held as prisoners in the same room from which you had helped Darcy escape, and that they would depart for London at sunrise. He also complimented the blacksmith for his care of Mr. Bingley and Miss Bennet, ensuring they had water, blankets, and good food." While it pleased Elizabeth to hear how her complaints at the forge had improved the conditions for Mr. Bingley and Jane, it did not please her at all to learn that Jane would have already spent a night at Newgate prison. Elizabeth pushed her plate away. She could eat no more. William asked,
"Did you see Georgiana?"
The colonel nodded his head slowly, his mouth bunched up. Taking another sip of wine, he said, "She's taking this very hard, Darcy. She believes she is at fault. She fears you will be killed before she can make amends with you." William stood from his chair so fast he had to reach behind him to steady it. Shoving his hands through his hair, he paced. "Make amends? She speaks as if we had a falling out." Colonel Fitzwilliam swallowed the bite he chewed. "Did you not?" he asked. William raised his hands heavenward, a picture of intense brotherly frustration. "How could we have a falling out when she hardly spoke a word after Ramsgate?" Jane did that. When she thought she had displeased someone, Jane went silent. It depended on others to draw her out. All too often the problem was nothing Elizabeth had expected. She wondered if Miss Darcy was similar that way. Elizabeth had sensed Miss Darcy's shyness during their brief meeting. How would Jane fare at Newgate prison? Elizabeth's eyes burned, and she fiddled with her collar when she realised yet again that her pearl was gone. What she would give to free Jane from that wretched place. Turning to Elizabeth, the colonel said, "You made quite an impression on Georgiana. When this horrible business is done, she will be happy to gain you as a sister." "She will gain 5 sisters," Elizabeth said, and how she missed each one of them. William continued pacing, his agitation growing with every turn about the room. The colonel growled at him. "Sit down, Darcy. You will accomplish nothing by wearing a hole in Mrs. Fuller's carpet." William grumbled, but he sat. "You're right. I cannot amend anything with Georgiana until we find Wickham." "And get him to admit he arranged for you to be blamed for the murder of the Marquis," the colonel added. That was another obstacle Elizabeth had been pondering. It would not be enough to find Wickham. William had been right to keep her from entering the tavern. The coward would have revelled in the opportunity to turn them in for the large reward for William's capture. They could accuse Wickham to his face, and he would never admit to his crime when he stood to gain everything he wanted, revenge and a fortune. "We saw him, Rich. He was at a tavern called the Black Boar." William clenched his fists. Did he imagine Wickham's neck between his hands? How close they had been. The colonel downed the rest of his wine, slamming his glass down on the table. "As much as I would love to march back to that tavern and haul the vile viper away by the lapels of his coat, you must have a better plan than that. Wickham is not a fool. In fact, he has proved quite clever, and he is too close to gaining everything he's ever wanted to make a misstep now. Would I had run him through with my sword at Ramsgate." "Regret will get us nowhere. Have you been able to find Bingley's housekeeper?" William asked. Elizabeth sat forward. In her determination to get her sister out of prison, she had forgotten about Mrs. Holton. If they found her, they might convince her to speak against Wickham. Colonel Fitzwilliam shook his head. "I've not, but my father is also helping." Elizabeth asked, "What about the footman?" "He also seems to have disappeared. With the cowardice he showed during the robbery, I do not suspect he will be quick to come forward," answered the colonel. "Drat." Elizabeth knew there were more questions to ask and more information to exchange, but her thoughts were full of Jane. The image of her sweet, innocent sister spending the night in a dark, dirty prison with criminals awaiting their trial made Elizabeth's heart sick. She asked the Colonel, "Were you able to see them, Mr. Bingley and my sister?"
"I was not allowed to see the prisoners, but the blacksmith, him being the constable, accompanied them to Newgate from the village. He told me that Mr. Bingley is very ill. He had nothing but kind things to say about Miss Bennet. She refused to leave Mr. Bingley's side. The guards at the prison allowed her to remain with him as his nurse, confident he will not last long."
Mr. Bingley die? No! Losing him would crush Jane. William pounded his fist against the table again.
"We will not let Bingley die. We will turn this around, and we will get him the medical attention he needs. I refuse to allow Wickham to have the final word when his animosity against me has affected my friends. He must not be allowed to continue to use society to his advantage."
"Society ought to be ashamed," Elizabeth spat, with all the venom she could muster. "You do not give a good impression at first meeting, but even when I thought the worst of you, I never wished to see you dead. And I have since learned how wrong I was about your character. When I went to Matlock House this morning, the cook told me how she and all the other servants in the house know you could never have done what you're accused of doing. She wished for me to assure you of their support. She said there was not one servant in the household who would not be willing to testify in your favour at your trial." William shook his head.
"I would never ask that of them."
"I know it. But is it not nice to hear you have such loyal friends?" Before he could answer, Mrs. Fuller returned to the room. "Miss Elizabeth, you are welcome to stay here with me while the men see to this problem," she said. Elizabeth immediately replied, "I thank you for your kind offer, Mrs. Fuller, especially because in keeping me with you, you would be assisting someone the Crown considers a traitor. But I cannot put you or your family in that position. We are so close to helping my sister. I cannot let her down. Nor could I in good conscience abandon Mr. Darcy right now." Mrs. Fuller nodded in understanding. Clasping her hands together, she said, "All the same, if you need a place to stay, I hope you return here." With a parting smile, she left the room again. Colonel Fitzwilliam scooted his chair back from the table. "I should leave. It is only a matter of time before we're found out. We must act quickly. I will ask 2 of my men to watch Wickham and make sure he does not escape from us. Father and I will intensify our search for the housekeeper and the footman in hopes they will help us devise a plan against Wickham. It would be so much easier if we could ask your housekeeper where Mrs. Holton is directly, but Darcy House is under heavy guard. Nobody goes in and nobody goes out, not even the servants. I sent a message and it was seized." William's eyes flickered over to Elizabeth, and in a glance she knew he was scheming a plan. He would not sit idly while his uncle and his cousin chased after the bad guys. The Colonel stood and bowed to depart. "Try to sleep. I have a notion tomorrow will be a big day." When his cousin had gone, William said, "If all goes well, Richard does not know the half of it." Chapter 30. Richard left the door to the dining room wide open, a nod to decorum which Darcy appreciated. There were some things he wished to discuss with Elizabeth, and Darcy did not need the distraction of being alone in a room with her to muddle his mind. Elizabeth's comment about the servants at Matlock House had given Darcy an idea. It was a wonder he had not thought of it before. It seemed so obvious now. But there was another matter eating at his core. Georgiana. Darcy had hoped his time away from Pemberley would have smoothed over whatever had caused the rift between them, but it appeared to have widened the breach. Whatever Georgiana felt was beyond Darcy's comprehension, but he trusted Elizabeth enough to ask for her help to understand. The relationship she had with her sisters was what he desired to have with Georgie. If Elizabeth could help him, Darcy would accept it with the deepest appreciation. She looked at him expectantly. She knew he wished to speak with her, and Elizabeth's insight comforted Darcy. He did not trust his ability to explain his relationship with Georgiana. He did not completely understand it himself. Elizabeth proved her ability to discern his thoughts when she asked, "Why did you leave your sister at Pemberley?" Bitterness filled Darcy, but he had been avoiding the question long enough. He had wrestled with it for over 2 months and was no closer to being at peace with what had happened than he had been the day he had been forced to leave. Darcy's muscles bunched up in his shoulders and his back, and his head began to pound. In one deep exhale, he let out all of his tension and spoke the one fact he knew to be true. "I failed my sister." "I find that difficult to believe."
"And yet it is true. Wickham changed her, and it is my fault. I should have seen it somehow. I am not the guardian she needs."
Elizabeth argued. "What more do you expect of yourself as a guardian? Anyone who hears you speak of your sister knows you love her dearly." Darcy rubbed his chest. His bruises would heal, but he had carried the ache in his heart for far too long enough to doubt it could heal. He said,
"I do love her dearly. Georgie and I have always been close. After the death of our father, we became inseparable. She was so young, and she needed a friend besides a brother and a father. But she changed after I refused to give Wickham the living he had sold. I should have noticed sooner."
Darcy's inability to see how Wickham had slowly gained power over his little sister was his greatest regret. Elizabeth's nostrils flared. "Wickham preyed upon your sister, who was too innocent to recognise his intentions. She had been raised to trust him, and he abused her trust."
"He courted her in secret, knowing I would not approve of their match, knowing I would have seen his true motives."
Darcy sat back in his chair and rubbed his hands over his face. How stupid he had been. He had told Elizabeth the story, but there were details Darcy had left out. He would share them now. He continued,
"Georgiana suddenly became interested in the health benefits of the coast. She expressed particular interest in Ramsgate."
Elizabeth smiled sadly at him. "And being a devoted brother, you gave in to her request, because you would never deny her anything that could give her pleasure."
"I let her walk straight into Wickham's trap. He courted her openly, and without fear of being discovered by me."
"How did you catch them?"
"Georgiana had a habit of writing to me every other day. When her letters became infrequent, I worried. I decided to travel to Ramsgate to make sure she was well. I hoped to find her occupied with her friends. However, as her guardian, concern compelled me to see for myself."
"As a good guardian should," Elizabeth acknowledged.
"Most young ladies would complain I was overprotective."
"The thought had occurred to me," she admitted, continuing, "but in this case you had genuine cause for concern." Darcy pressed his fingers against his pounding temples, continuing,
"I found them. Wickham had called on Georgiana alone at the house I had let for her. Her companion was nowhere to be found, though she immediately appeared and attempted to cover over what they'd been up to."
The next bit was the hardest to say, for Darcy remembered the look on his sister's face.
"I was angry, and Wickham was desperate when he saw his plan to marry a fortune had failed. We exchanged harsh words. Wickham belittled her. Georgiana's greatest qualities, her timidity, her grace, her innocence, were used against her. He admitted in her hearing that he was only interested in marrying Georgiana to gain possession of her fortune."
Darcy had to stop. Elizabeth clutched her hands together. "Wicked man! What a horrible thing to say in front of an impressionable young lady. I wish Colonel Fitzwilliam had run him through with his sword." Her ire for Georgiana's behalf loosened the vice-like grip of guilt on Darcy's heart. He said,
"I will never forget the look on her face. Before my eyes, I watched her dreams shatter, her innocent belief disappear, and her hope die."
Elizabeth's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Her sympathy made it easier for Darcy to ask her opinion.
"As you have seen from your brief interaction with Georgiana, she still suffers. I know I am to blame. However, I do not understand where I failed her, and until I do, I fear I may never be able to repair the damage I have done. I fear she mourns the loss of a man wholly undeserving of her."
Elizabeth pulled her chair down the length of the table, closer to Darcy. You have my complete attention, she said. Darcy did not know where to begin, and so he continued where he had left off.
I took Georgiana post-haste back to Pemberley, and continued on as if nothing had happened. I was careful not to mention Wickham to her, and every time I saw her sad I would purchase a gift for her. Like you, she loves to read.
Elizabeth raised her eyebrow, silently inquiring for more detail. He explained.
I bought her novels and new music to play at the pianoforte. I even bought her a new instrument. But the more I tried to please her, the more she withdrew. She would only speak when spoken to. Soon she lost her appetite. She became so pale and thin I worried for her health. That was when I called my Aunt Helen, Richard's mother, and asked for her to join us. Her first business was to discharge me from Pemberley, as if she had the right to dislodge me from my own home.
Darcy heard the bitterness in his tone, but the anger he carried only grew when he realised that his aunt was no longer the source of his hurt feelings. He was angry at himself. Aunt Helen would never do anything to harm him or Georgiana. She would only ever act in their best interests out of love, but his treacherous heart had blamed her. It was difficult for Darcy to meet Elizabeth's eyes, but he forced himself to. He was not one to back down from his mistakes, nor to hide from them. Darcy would face them head-on, and he would change his own character to bring his sister greater joy, to become the husband Elizabeth deserved. Leaning forward, Elizabeth took his hand between hers and pressed it against her warm cheek. And yet you left. You, the master of Pemberley, allowed your aunt to dismiss you from your own home. If that is not proof of your love for your sister, I do not know what is. Darcy was confused. Elizabeth explained. You were willing to do something you would normally rebel against, in the hope that it would help your sister. You acted out of love for her. You put her needs ahead of your own pride. Darcy had not seen it that way. He had not been happy about it. In fact, he had grumbled about it quite a bit to Richard during his stay in London, until Darcy departed for Hertfordshire. He tightened his grip on Elizabeth's hand.
Please help me understand, Elizabeth. Where did I wrong my sister? There is nothing I wish more right now than to understand, so I can make amends, and prevent this from happening between myself and anyone else I love ever again.
Darcy could not bear it if Elizabeth distanced herself from him. He would not repeat the same mistake. Once he knew what it was. I can only tell you what I have observed from my experience with you. I do not know your sister well, so I will not presume to speak for her. But as a female with sisters who suffer heartbreaks every other week, I do have some experience in helping them overcome disappointment. Darcy raised her hand to his lips.
You have my full attention.
Elizabeth smiled softly at him. You may soon wish you had not asked, William, for I am bound to reveal things about your character that you have been blind to and will not enjoy hearing. He was ready.
Then I must hear it. My character demands it.
She shook her head, the smile still firmly in place on her lips. That is part of your problem, because you see it as a strength. I can see now why I was left with such a poor impression of you on our first meeting. From your account of what happened previous to your arrival in Hertfordshire, I understand you were in a tempestuous mood. You were upset and angry. Pray correct me if I'm wrong. Darcy appreciated her effort to understand him before giving her opinion. It deepened the trust he had in what Elizabeth would share. Darcy nodded.
It is as you say. I should have remained at Netherfield Park instead of exposing the good people of Meryton to my horrible temperament.
Elizabeth tilted her head and grinned. Already you are making progress.
What do you mean? You have not exposed my faults yet for me to change them.
In admitting how your attitude affected the people of Meryton, you express sympathy for them. It is a characteristic I have noticed you sometimes lack. Richard had said something similar. Darcy had been angry with him, thinking him full of nonsense. But Darcy did not think the same of Elizabeth.
Pray continue, he pleaded.
Did you not think how your guilt, your lack of sympathy for yourself, would affect Miss Darcy? It is plain for me to see how deeply you care for her. Your love for your sister is stronger than your pride, and you are willing to change for her, to gain her approval." Darcy wanted to pound his fist against the table in frustration. If he was so wonderful, then why had he not been able to help Georgiana more than he had? He said, "I cannot help but feel you are praising me when I do not deserve praise." "You are too hard on yourself, William. You have impossibly high standards. I did not understand until you shared the story of your pocket watch with me, hearing you speak of your father and how important his approval was for you. You think you must be practically perfect to be loved." Darcy could not contradict her. Years of pent-up emotion strangled his throat. He nodded for her to continue. Elizabeth asked, "Could it be your sister is the same as you?" "Georgiana is good by nature. She always gives her best at every endeavour, succeeding in any accomplishment she undertakes. Her talents and abilities exceed those of most ladies twice her age. She is amazing." Elizabeth raised an eyebrow. "She sounds perfect." The way she said it did not sound like a compliment. Darcy clarified. "Of course she's not perfect. Nobody is." "And yet you approve of her, faults and all?" "With all my heart I do," he answered vehemently. He tried to pull his hand away from her, but Elizabeth did not let him. She was not done yet. "Then you must tell her so. She must feel that she has failed you miserably." Elizabeth continued, and Darcy had no option but to listen to her. "You told me yourself how you sought your father's approval. I would wager your sister feels the same toward you. She loves you, not because you never make mistakes, but because you are her brother. Did you stop loving her because she made a horrible mistake? Your good opinion once lost is lost forever. She does not mourn Wickham. She mourns the loss of her beloved brother." Darcy slumped in his chair, unable to sit upright. He finally understood. "She thought I disapproved of her. She thought she had disappointed me, that I did not love her, and it made her sick." Elizabeth nodded and handed him a cup of tea. "That is my best guess. Here, drink. It will settle your stomach." The solution was so simple, and Darcy had failed to see it. If Georgiana sought his approval as he had craved his father's, Darcy would give it to her. Every day Darcy would tell Georgiana he loved her, that he was proud of her, that he thought she was perfect just as she was, faults and all. Darcy drained his tea and praised the heavens for Elizabeth Bennet. He set down his cup. It was time to tell her his plan. They had a villain to catch on the morrow. Chapter 31. Darcy descended the stairs in search of Mrs. Fuller. After an hour of artful persuasion the prior evening, Elizabeth had convinced him to allow her a greater role in his plan. Her arguments were sound, and Darcy knew her to be capable. Otherwise he never would have allowed Elizabeth near Darcy House. Mrs. Fuller sat in her parlour. She lowered the newspaper she read when Darcy approached. "How convenient you should join me, Mr. Darcy. May I have a word with you?" she asked. A gentleman's manners prevailed over Darcy's purpose to request a maid's uniform for Elizabeth to borrow. If Mrs. Fuller wished to speak with him, he would listen. She deserved no less for the kindness she had shown them. At Mrs. Fuller's invitation, Darcy sat in the chair opposite her, and she poured him a cup of tea. Funny, he had not noticed the extra cup. Mrs. Fuller must have been expecting him. She took a sip of her tea, humming in approval before she set her cup and saucer on the table. Clasping her hands together, she looked intently at Darcy and said, "I have raised 3 boys of my own, and most of my boarders are single men who stay here and work until they meet a young lady, fall in love, and leave my establishment to make a home of their own." Darcy nodded to acknowledge that he was listening, though he did not understand why she spoke thus. She continued, "I've seen too many young men in love not to recognise it in you." Ah, that was the point. Darcy nodded again. He would not deny his feelings for Elizabeth. Mrs. Fuller added, You must understand why I question your motives, then, Mr. Darcy." Darcy set his cup down with a clatter.
"They are honourable, I assure you,"
he said firmly. Who was this woman to doubt his intentions toward Elizabeth? Mrs. Fuller met Darcy's eyes levelly. She said, "Colonel Fitzwilliam assures me you are an honourable gentleman, and I trust his opinion. That is why I find it difficult to understand how you allow the lady in possession of your heart to be exposed to society's ridicule by keeping herself in your company while you are yet unmarried."
"Through no fault of her own,"
Darcy defended quickly. "Whose fault is it? Yours?" How was he supposed to answer that? Darcy would have had to tie Elizabeth to an immovable object to prevent her from accompanying him. Even then she would have chewed through the ropes and tracked him down, angry at him for the time he had made them lose. Darcy tried not to smile. Elizabeth was unlike any other lady in the kingdom. He did not expect Mrs. Fuller to understand, so Darcy said,
"Miss Elizabeth has a strong will. She knows I am not a traitor, and I will not do her the injustice of betraying her with ingratitude when I owe her my life."
"Miss Elizabeth is a treasure among women for sacrificing her freedom and her future for others, as she is doing." Mrs. Fuller's praise of Elizabeth felt like a cut to Darcy's character, but he had to agree with her.
"She has no equal."
Mrs. Fuller leaned forward. "Then, as a gentleman who loves her, you will grant her the freedom to choose." Had Richard told the woman nothing? There was no choice to be had. Elizabeth had indisputably sealed her fate with Darcy's when she had helped him escape from jail, not to mention the kiss, and the night alone at her uncle's warehouse. Over and over they had chosen each other, until Darcy could not imagine a future without Elizabeth. Mrs. Fuller looked at him, her eyes full of pity. Darcy's hackles rose. He would be polite out of respect for her help in their time of need, but she clearly did not possess all the facts. She spoke before he could. "I can see from your expression that you do not think Miss Elizabeth has a choice." It was the first sensible sentence Mrs. Fuller had uttered since she had poured tea. Darcy said,
"Precisely. I cannot deny my confusion at your implication that either of us has a choice in the matter."
Her voice softened. "Colonel Fitzwilliam told me you are honest. I am happy to have you prove him right. It makes what I have to say easier, knowing that your intentions, while misinformed, are honourable." He was the one who was misinformed, hardly. Darcy corrected her.
"I assure you, Mrs. Fuller, Miss Elizabeth's welfare is more important to me than my own. I fear I am not the one who is misinformed in this parlour."
"And she is stuck with you through your worst trials, selflessly," Mrs. Fuller said, pushing a stack of papers by her elbow closer to him. On closer inspection, Darcy saw they were articles she had clipped out of the newspapers. All of them were about him. She explained, "My boarders ensure I am always current with the latest newspapers. I've been keeping track of everything written about you and against you, and I have yet to read any mention of Miss Elizabeth." How could that be? Darcy picked up the clippings, noting their sources: the Tatler, Earnest Inquirer, Society Scandal, the Spectator, Gossip Gazette. Darcy shoved them away in disgust.
"None of these papers are reputable. They print gossip to increase their circulation."
"But the people read them, and they believe what they read. You more than anyone ought to know that by now, Mr. Darcy."
"Nothing has appeared in the Times about me?"
he asked. That was the only newspaper he trusted. Their correspondents were infamously cautious in checking their facts before printing, since their publisher had spent 2 years in Newgate over a story he had circulated. Their caution in the years since the incident had earned the Times a reputation for being impartial and truthful. Mrs. Fuller replied, "No, I've seen nothing about you in the Times, and I read it daily. They printed a notice of Marquis Marlbrook's death, but they made no assumptions." At least Darcy had that in his favour. Begrudgingly, he read the clippings more carefully. Mrs. Fuller was correct. Not one article mentioned a young lady accompanying him. Not one paper had printed her name beside his. Not even Bingley and Miss Bennet's names were mentioned. It was elating and aggravating. He asked,
"How can this be? Miss Elizabeth helped me escape from prison 3 days ago. Her sister and my close friend are in Newgate because of it. Please do not misunderstand me, Mrs. Fuller. I am pleased they have not been dragged through the mire along with me, but I do not understand how it's possible."
Mrs. Fuller shrugged. "I will not pretend to understand people's tastes, but I do know that newspapers cater to them. Perhaps the editors have more of a conscience than we give them credit for." Darcy scoffed.
"Unlikely."
"Or perhaps Miss Elizabeth and her sister pale in comparison to the far more tantalising story of the great Mr. Fitzwilliam Darcy of Pemberley being brought to his knees by the same society he is infamous for scorning. You have a reputation, sir." Mrs. Fuller pulled the articles closer to her, tapping her fingers against them. Darcy grimaced. Mrs. Fuller continued, "You can cut your attachment to Miss Elizabeth today. Allow her to live the life of her choice, a life that will bring her happiness, without the danger of being cut short before she has reached her prime. Come, Mr. Darcy, do you truly wish for her to spend the rest of her days rotting in a prison, labelled as a traitor? Do you think Miss Elizabeth's love would withstand that? Could you watch her suffer when you could spare her now? You cannot expect a fair trial. You will die in the worst possible manner, unless a miracle happens, and you can prove you did not murder the Marquis. You do not seem to me to be the sort of man to trust in a miracle." Darcy gritted his teeth to hold himself together.
"I have to believe in a miracle, or else give up hope entirely," he said,
his voice strained. Mrs. Fuller leaned forward, her hands spread out on top of the tea-table. "Then be Miss Elizabeth's miracle. Grant her freedom from this deadly path. Give her the choice, freedom and life, or you and an almost certain death."
"But we were compromised. Her reputation—"
She interrupted him. "Says who? Did anyone witness your compromise and call you out for it?" Mrs. Fuller paused, but not long enough for Darcy to answer. She said, "As far as her family knows, Miss Elizabeth arrived safely in London, after which you went on to meet with the Marquis and kill him in a rage, as the newspapers say. As I understand, her family here did not even know to expect her."
"That is correct."
"Then she is free to join them. If they love her, they will not force her to do something she would rather not do, given the choice." Darcy pressed his fingers against his temples, lest he break into pieces. Mrs. Fuller was right. How selfish he had been. He had enjoyed Elizabeth's company so much. Darcy had relied on her strength to help him through his trials. He had convinced himself they were a team, when he had no right to drag Elizabeth down with him. Darcy had refused to accept the possibility that his plan might fail, and his blindness put Elizabeth in greater peril. What if she did not choose him? What if Elizabeth's loyalty to her sister and her deep-seated sense of justice had obliged her to stay by Darcy's side? His heart sank to the floor. It was all Darcy could do to mutter,
"You have given me much to ponder, Mrs. Fuller. I thank you."
He rose to stand. He could not stay in the room a second longer. Mrs. Fuller poured herself another cup of tea, saying, "I wish you the best, Mr. Darcy. I've offered what security I have in my home to you, because I believe you to be a good man. But you must be practical and protect the ones you love, even if it means letting them go." With her parting words, Mrs. Fuller drove a stake through his hope, through his reason for living, through his heart. Darcy returned upstairs to his room, his mind reeling with thoughts he had avoided before. What if the plan did not work? His fate was certain. He would die. And what would happen to Elizabeth then? What of her sister and Bingley? He would hate himself every second of his numbered days if he put Elizabeth in harm's way purposely. Death would be a relief for Darcy. But what of her? What of her family? Darcy had scorned the Bennets. He had viewed himself as superior to them. He was ashamed of his previous attitude against them, when it was Elizabeth and Miss Bennet's association with him that would damage their reputations and that of their families, beyond repair, unless he distanced himself now. Darcy paused halfway up the stairs, weighing the few options he had. He could attempt to enter Darcy House without being recognised, unlikely, as Elizabeth had pointed out to him, even if he dressed as a servant. Or he could turn himself in, on the condition Miss Bennet and Bingley were freed. Richard would help him, and with his uncle's influence they could arrange it. Nobody would believe Bingley capable of treachery when he was so ill. Miss Bennet's constancy to her betrothed would weaken any suspicion against her character. Darcy saw it plainly enough in the papers. Society wanted Fitzwilliam Darcy's head on a silver platter, and they could have it, but only on his terms. His feet weighed heavily as he continued up the stairs. Darcy needed to write a letter to Georgiana. She would have Richard and his family. They would take better care of her than he had. But Darcy had to tell her how much he loved her, how proud he was of her. He would write to Elizabeth. His heart broke, but Darcy loved Elizabeth too deeply to allow her to continue with him. Darcy paused at the top of the landing, numb and empty. Elizabeth stood in the front of his doorway, her smile bright and her eyes sparkling. Darcy wanted to weep. She bounced toward him, as excited to begin the day and put their plan into action as he had been minutes ago. Clapping her hands together, Elizabeth said, "Are you ready for today? I'm so excited I fear I shall burst." She stretched her arms out to her side. "Freedom, glorious, delightful freedom. I just know it is within our reach." Darcy did not know how he managed to speak, but he did. "You must go to your family today, to the gardeners." Elizabeth's arms fell to her sides, and her smile faded. Was there a change of plan? I thought we had agreed on what needed to be done last night. "Lord, this was hard," he said. "Something important has been drawn to my attention." Elizabeth tapped her toe impatiently. Darcy bore her impending anger, just to look at her longer, to be in her presence. It would have to last him until the end. He knew his thoughts had taken a melodramatic turn. Darcy would not surrender easily. But how was life worth living if it did not include Elizabeth? It would have been better for him had she got angry. Darcy could have borne it better. Instead, Elizabeth closed the distance between them and caressed her hand against his whiskered cheek. "William, what has happened? Pray tell me, so I may ease your troubles." Darcy's breath came out like a cry. "That is the problem." She stroked his cheek tenderly. "Allow me to help. Allow me to share your burden." It was impossible for him to speak, with the pressure building in Darcy's throat. Elizabeth blurred before him. She caressed his face, carefully trailing around his bruises with the tips of her fingers, and tormenting him thoroughly. Darcy would gladly have traded his name, his fortune, and his home, to hold Elizabeth in his arms. He could face death with Elizabeth at his side. But she could live without him. She deserved so much more than Darcy could offer her. He stepped back abruptly, holding up his hands to prevent her from closing the gap separating them. He spoke quickly, before he could change his mind. "You must leave me now, Elizabeth." "But we are partners. We are promised to each other."
"Nobody who would manipulate the situation against us witnessed it. You are free."
"So it never happened? What of your honour?" There was an edge to her tone.
"You are not attached to me. You are free to choose."
She crossed her arms. "And what if I choose you? What then?" He sighed. She could not make this more difficult. Firmly, Darcy said,
"Then I must beg you to choose differently."
Elizabeth took a step back as if he had struck her. "Do you regret me?" she stammered. Her eyes brimmed in tears. Darcy hated himself. He deserved everything he had coming to him. He could not lie to her. But he dared not tell Elizabeth what he burned to say without encouraging her to stay. "I love you more than life itself." He remained silent. She stiffened her spine,
her hands bunching into fists. Flaring her nostrils and lifting her chin, Elizabeth challenged. "If you wish to be rid of me, then act like a gentleman and tell me so." Darcy looked at her, his heart screaming what he wished to tell her. "I wish everything good for you to live to a ripe old age with a treasure trove of delightful memories you will share with your children and grandchildren. I pray you will remember me kindly. I love you." The emotions in Darcy's throat strangled him, but he said gruffly, "I do. You must leave me." "Curse you, Fitzwilliam Darcy!" Elizabeth turned on her heel and ran to her room. The threat of being drawn and quartered had lost its force. Nothing could hurt Darcy worse than he felt right then. Chapter 32. Hot tears streamed down Elizabeth's cheeks. She paced aimlessly, wanting to smash everything in her path. But it was not her room. Elizabeth punched her pillow, pretending it was William's chest she pummeled. If only she could hurt William as badly as he had hurt her. If only he could feel what she did. Then he would understand that what he asked of her was impossible. Clutching the pillow to herself, Elizabeth buried her face in it. A new bout of tears soaked the linen that smelled of lavender instead of him. Lying across her bed with a groan, she wrapped her arms around herself. But Elizabeth's pitiful embrace brought no comfort, not when she knew the power of William's caress. Had Elizabeth's father witnessed the scene, he would have accused her of acting like Lydia. Mamma would have fetched the smelling salts and dabbed Elizabeth's damp cheeks with a handkerchief, while she clucked her tongue and assured her there were more handsome gentlemen of fortune to love. Elizabeth would have told her mother she did not want another gentleman. She wanted William. She wanted a man who no longer wanted her. Her eyes burned, and the pressure building in her head thrummed against Elizabeth's skull. She flung the pillow across the room and stood from the bed. No, this would not do. Wallowing in misery would accomplish nothing. Elizabeth needed to do something, to distract her mind before she went mad. Clenching her jaw and filling herself with stubborn determination, Elizabeth tossed the pillow back onto the bed. William might want to be rid of her, but she wanted a happy ending, and she could not imagine one without him. Blast it all. She would show him. She would make certain he regretted his words. Moved by unadulterated resentment, Elizabeth quietly made her way downstairs, slipping past Mrs. Fuller, who sat staring out of the window in her parlour. She continued to the kitchen, where a scullery maid laboured over a steaming tub of pots waiting to be scrubbed. The girl was of a slight build, similar to Elizabeth. She was perfect. Elizabeth's presence commanded the girl's attention. "Might I ask a favour of you?" Elizabeth asked. "May I be of service?" the girl asked. Elizabeth smiled and said, "You might think my request strange, but it would be an immense help to me if you would be willing to exchange clothing with me." She spread her arms and turned to the side to afford the maid a better view of Elizabeth's morning dress. It was not the finest of gowns, but it was much nicer than the long-sleeved rough fabric of the maid's frock and apron. Elizabeth doubted the girl had ever owned anything so fine. Without taking her eyes off of the gown, the girl replied, "I could not possibly. Mrs. Fuller would never approve, and I must get back to work before cook notices." Elizabeth plucked at her sleeve, smoothing her hand over the fabric to show how soft it was. "It is a pity. With your dark hair and fair complexion, this blue would bring out the roses in your cheeks. Besides, would not Mrs. Fuller be proud you had helped one of her guests?" The girl chewed on her lip. "I suppose it cannot hurt. I have a spare." Thus decided, she snapped into action. "Stay here," she instructed, disappearing from the scullery room and returning with a uniform exactly like the one she wore, except drier, complete with a cap and apron. She held it toward Elizabeth, but then pulled it back to her with a grimace. "I do not feel right giving this to you," the maid said. She looked down at the uniform she wore, then wrinkled her nose. "What is wrong with it?" Elizabeth asked. "It was in the wash pile. Mrs. Fuller is particular. We wear our garments a full week between washings. It smells and there is stains. But I cannot very well lend you the uniform I'm wearing.
as it is wet from a clumsy spill."
Elizabeth was not about to let delicacy ruin her plans. Stepping further inside the scullery room, she turned so that her back faced the maid. "Help me with the buttons, please," she asked. In no time at all, the girl had assisted Elizabeth into the scullery uniform. It reeked of hard work. Elizabeth sniffed the air around her and wrinkled her nose, as the girl had done before. A criminal would think twice before approaching her. And with its long sleeves and thicker fabric, the uniform was warmer than Elizabeth's morning dress had been. The odorous uniform's list of advantages grew. Thanking the girl, Elizabeth donned the cap and slipped through the kitchen's back door to an alleyway which led to a street crowded with carriages and people. She walked a short distance before she saw a street sweeper she felt comfortable approaching. Doing her best to pretend she was nothing more than a country bumpkin new to town and horribly lost, Elizabeth asked for him to point her to Brook Street. As she suspected, it was not a short distance. How fortunate for her she loved to walk. Squaring her shoulders, Elizabeth pretended she was enjoying a stroll through the countryside. Aside from the carriages she had to dodge, the vendors hawking their wares and pushing their baskets at her, and the careless wayfarers who stepped into her path, the similarities were remarkable. Elizabeth rolled her eyes at herself. She might have lost her heart, but she had not yet lost her sense of humour. As long as she had an appreciation for the ridiculous, she had hope. Elizabeth pressed on. Eventually, she reached the section of town where genteel society was trained not to notice her. She was grateful for her humble garb then, and the outdoor air seemed to have improved the odour clinging to her. Either that, or she had lost her sense of smell. She prayed it was the former, or she would never be admitted into Darcy House. It was not difficult to find William's house. He had described the ironwork of the fence, the garden design on either side of the footpath leading up the steps to the door, the rectangle windows on the ground floor of the home, the arched windows above them, and the colour of the curtains. What he had not included in his description, though, were the 2 constables pacing in front of his residence. Several other scroungy men, thief-takers she presumed, loitered about, watching, waiting for their chance to capture William and earn their reward. Elizabeth had been right to talk him out of approaching his home. He would have been recognised, even disguised as a servant. But she was unknown. Nobody would object to a scullery maid going to work. Elizabeth stopped in front of the house, inspecting it. One of the constables eyed her warily. "What is your business here, miss?" He planted himself between her and the opening in the iron gate. "I am the new scullery maid," she said. Her reply caught the attention of the other constable. "Are you recently arrived in London?" he asked. His eyes lingered over her dirty apron. "Yes." "Have you not heard the news about the master of the house? He's wanted for treason." "Pay is pay, and I must work all the same. Kindly allow me to pass, or I will be late on my first day." "They will not let you in dressed like that," he commented. "Or smelling like that," the guard of the gate added. This was not going well. "If you will allow me to pass, we shall find out," she said, stepping toward the gate. The guard pinched his nose. "I will not receive you. You're wasting your time." Elizabeth was too close to back down. She simply must speak with the housekeeper, Mrs. Bernard. Lives depended on it. A mental picture of Lydia sitting on Kitty's new satin slippers for half of a day surfaced in Elizabeth's memories. Lydia had said her life depended on her wearing the slippers to the Meryton Assembly. She had sat on them for hours, refusing to budge. Her determination was rewarded. Kitty let her wear the slippers. It was worth a try. Raising her chin and crossing her arms, Elizabeth said, "Then I will stand here until you allow me to pass. If they will not have me, then let them dismiss me." "Go away," the guard whined. "I have nowhere else to go. I will stay here, thank you." Elizabeth clenched her teeth together to keep from smiling when she noticed how perfect her upwind position was. The guard shifted his weight and held his breath between gasps. After some minutes he called out to the other constable, "I've stood here long enough. It's your turn." His plea was met with a chortle. The constable replied,
Why should I change places with you when you're doing a fine job?
Elizabeth stood her ground, praying the guard would allow her by before he grew accustomed to the odour as she had. He shuffled his feet again, wincing when he had to breathe.
I was not paid enough to endure this. She's no danger to us. Any girl who would show up like this and expect the grand family to keep her on is out of her mind.
He stepped out of her way, and Elizabeth breezed past him, not stopping until she barged inside the kitchen of Darcy House. There were several servants attending to their tasks around the table in the centre of the room, but Elizabeth could have heard a potato peel drop against the floor in the silence as they stared at her wide-eyed. Elizabeth wasted no time. She said, "My name is Miss Elizabeth Bennet. I'm here to see Mrs. Bernard." Remembering how she was dressed, she added, "If I may." A stout woman looked her up and down, disbelief furrowing her brows. Elizabeth pulled at her apron. "I only use this to convince the constables to allow me inside. I am the daughter of a gentleman from Hertfordshire, but I thought I would have more success getting past the guards dressed as a servant." The woman narrowed her eyes at Elizabeth, but she finally nodded. "Go and get Mrs. Bernard, and Bates if you see him," she instructed, upon which a girl wiped her flour-covered hands on her apron and hastened from the kitchen in search of the housekeeper. Elizabeth stood beside the doorway through which she had entered, airing out her attire and inspecting her surroundings as the servants inspected her. The room was orderly and well stocked, just as Elizabeth would expect William's kitchen to look. It was large enough to accommodate her uncle's stove. The girl returned with a woman in a dark-coloured dress buttoned close to her throat, her hair pulled tightly back from her face. A sombre man Elizabeth remembered seeing at Netherfield Park accompanied her. He must be Bates, William's valet. Mrs. Bernard looked at Elizabeth cautiously. "I'm told you wish to speak with me," said the housekeeper. Elizabeth clasped her hands in front of her and took a step forward. "Mr. Darcy sent—" Elizabeth stopped herself short. William had most definitely not sent her. Clearing her throat, she began again. "I am here on behalf of Mr. Darcy." Mrs. Bernard dismissed the servants, snapping her fingers when they did not leave the kitchen quickly enough to suit her. When all but Bates had gone, the housekeeper crossed her arms and glared at Elizabeth. "I find it difficult to believe Mr. Darcy would send a young lady here, considering his current circumstances. He would never put another's life in danger the way your presence here suggests. Who are you?" Elizabeth had been prepared to overcome disbelief from the constables outside the house, but she had not expected it from William's housekeeper. She looked at Bates, but though she remembered him, he did not seem to remember her. If he did, he said nothing. Releasing her offence, of which she had no right to feel, given the housekeeper's accurate sketch of William's character, Elizabeth answered, "You know Mr. Darcy well. He is a good man who would never cause another harm." Bates nodded gravely.
"Then you have come to know Mr. Darcy well too. I remember you from Netherfield Park, Miss Bennet. But what I do not understand is how you are involved in this disgraceful slander brought against our employer. What brings you here?"
Elizabeth gave an abbreviated and highly censored account of the events which had thrown her together with William, and ending with her intrusion into Darcy House. When she had finished, she pressed her lips together and waited. "He tried to send you away?" Mrs. Bernard asked. Elizabeth answered, "Only this morning." She would rather have left that part of her story out, but it was vital to gain the trust of the housekeeper.
"And yet you defied his wishes,"
Bates commented. He shared a knowing look with Mrs. Bernard. Elizabeth did not feel the need to answer. Her presence was enough of a reply. She widened her stance, expecting them to oust her from the house any second. She had come this far, and she would not leave until she had asked about Mrs. Holton. Bates motioned to the table.
"Please have a seat, Miss Bennet."
Elizabeth could not help but notice how he seated himself at the far end of the table, as opposite from her as possible. The telltale wrinkle of his nose explained why. Her hope that the wind had calmed her dress's odour had been in vain. Elizabeth stank like a week's worth of sweat and dirty laundry. Mrs. Bernard rubbed her temple. I've been reading what they say about Mr. Darcy in the newspapers. None of us believe it. I do not recall reading about you. How could that be? Have you read anything of a Mr. Bingley or Miss Jane Bennet? Elizabeth asked. No, there have been no names mentioned besides Mr. Darcy and Marquis Malbrook, said Mrs. Bennet. That was strange. Elizabeth asked. You've heard nothing, even from other servants? Mrs. Bennet shook her head. We are under constant watch. Nobody's allowed in, and we're too scared to venture out. It's not safe for you to be here. Elizabeth looked at Bates. How had he got into Darcy House? He read her thoughts, answering Elizabeth's question before she could ask. I was granted entry because I've been Mr. Darcy's valet for many years. Where I am, my master is sure to be. They assumed I would lead them to him. Mrs. Bennet added, If it becomes known you are attached to Mr. Darcy, they will follow you to him. You should stay away. You should have heeded his wise advice. Elizabeth pursed her lips and twisted her fingers together. She felt like a fool for acting on her emotions as she had. William must have drawn the same conclusion his housekeeper had, and blast it all if Elizabeth did not love him more for trying to protect her. Mrs. Bennet reached across the table to pat her hand. I apologise for chastising you, Miss Bennet. It is done out of concern. I do not see a way out of this difficulty for Mr. Darcy, but I wish it with all my heart. Elizabeth would not allow herself to be disheartened. She would not give up until the end. It was time to state the motive of her call. Elizabeth said, My purpose in coming here was to ask for any information you might have about Mrs. Holton, Mr. Bingley's housekeeper at Netherfield Park. If we can find her, she might help us trap Wickham. Neither of them seemed surprised that Wickham was responsible for their troubles. Elizabeth could not believe she had ever trusted that viper. It troubled Mrs. Bennet greatly to learn of involvement of Mrs. Holton, a woman she had personally recommended to Mr. Bingley. Withdrawing her hand, Mrs. Bennet said, Mrs. Holton's niece is a chambermaid here. I will ask her where her aunt currently resides. Wait for my return. Bates followed the housekeeper out of the kitchen. Elizabeth kicked herself for her impulsiveness. What if she'd been followed? What if she led the men who would capture William right to him? She could not return to Mrs. Fuller's home now. Stupid! Stupid! Mrs. Bennet and Bates returned, interrupting Elizabeth's self-deprecation. The housekeeper handed Elizabeth a scrap of paper. This is where you can find Mrs. Holton's daughter. She's residing there currently to care for her grandson, who I'm told is gravely ill. So it was true. If Mrs. Holton had told the truth about her grandson, if she had intended to travel to care for him, then there was a chance she could explain her involvement in Mr. Wickham's scheme. Mrs. Holton might help them. Bates held a coin pouch out to Elizabeth. It looked exactly like the one the Colonel had given William at his apartment, and the one she had found under the squabs of William's coach. Bates said, Mr. Darcy will need this. Pray, tell him we believe in him. Elizabeth put the leather pouch in her pocket. Thank you. I will give this to him. She could not return to Mrs. Fuller's, but she had to see William again. She would find a way, somehow. With a weak smile, Bates said, You must go. Thus dismissed, Elizabeth departed the way she'd come in, and the two constables met her in the front of the house, at a safe distance. Did you secure your position? The guard asked. The hair on Elizabeth's arm stood on end. She felt watchful eyes on her. The thief-snatchers. They would follow her if they thought she could lead them to William. She shrugged her shoulders and looked down at the ground as if she were gravely disappointed. I was dismissed just as you said. It's no wonder. Elizabeth wiped her eyes, her chin quivering. If she was going to continue her impressions of Lydia, she would do a thorough job of it. I have nowhere to go. Nobody will give me a place. The other constable said, None of that now. Wash up, clean your uniform, and you will get work. You're better off away from this cursed house. Any day now you'll hear of Mr. Darcy's capture. You would have been without a place and without a reference. Nobody would want to take you on if they knew you'd been employed by a traitor. Elizabeth sniffed and nodded, hoping the thief-catchers believed her act. The guard stomped his feet against the ground and slapped his hands against his arms.
Would we could capture him soon. It's cold out here.
His associate added with a cackle,
Or better yet, Mr. Darcy could have the decency to turn himself in and save us all this trouble.
Elizabeth bid the men good day, and they resumed pacing in front of the house. She kept the slow pace of a disappointed maid until she was out of their sight, and then she walked as quickly as she could in the direction from which she had come. Dear Lord, what if William had done as the constable had suggested, and turned himself in? Her brisk pace warmed her, and when she had covered enough distance, she looked over her shoulder. Nobody seemed to be following her. She did not see any grimy thief-takers. Something was going right. With a sigh of relief, she continued forward until a dark figure rushed at her. Elizabeth opened her mouth to scream. Chapter 33. Darcy clamped his hand over Elizabeth's mouth and moved behind her to avoid her kick. She clamped her teeth over his fingers. He had not lost so much of his sense of propriety to shout the colourful words on the tip of his tongue aloud, but it took a great deal of restraint not to. Elizabeth had a strong bite.
It's me,
Darcy seethed through his clenched jaw. Elizabeth released her hold on his fingers, twirling around with her hands upraised and her nails poised to lash at his face, like a fierce cat with its claws drawn, poised to attack. Darcy wanted to kiss her again. She dropped her hands, and her eyes widened in understanding, only to narrow at him again. "Why are you dressed in livery?" she asked.
Why are you dressed like a scullery maid? He answered.
Elizabeth shoved him. "You tried to get rid of me," she accused.
It was for your own good.
The look she gave him was so heated, she could have warmed Pemberley with it. "Do not make me go away again. I can be stubborn," Elizabeth said, walking down the pavement. Darcy chased after her.
So can I,
he said. He would not back down easily. Elizabeth whirled around to face him, stabbing him in the chest with her finger. Standing so close, all Darcy had to do to hold her in his arms was to raise them. But his instincts told him she would not appreciate an embrace from him at that moment. Darcy clenched his hands behind his back. "Then let us be stubborn together. I know where to find Mrs. Holton," Elizabeth said, flattening her palm against his chest and smiling. In her other hand, she held up a piece of paper with Mrs. Bernard's handwriting on it. Curse his instincts. He should have embraced her. Spinning on her boot heel, Elizabeth sped down the pavement, leaving Darcy little choice but to follow her. He could not allow her to go to Mrs. Holton's alone. They did not know if she was a friend or a foe. Nor could Darcy wrestle the address away from Elizabeth and continue alone, although the thought warmed him through. She was too intelligent not to have memorized the writing on the paper before he could get it away from her. They walked some distance in silence, Darcy hoping that each step would bring him closer to the words he needed to say to Elizabeth. He could not help but feel he owed her an apology. But for what? For wanting to protect her? For loving Elizabeth enough to want more for her than an early death with him? Was it selfish of Darcy to wish that she could only find happiness with him? He felt selfish thinking it.
Elizabeth,
he began. She held up her hand. "If you mean to apologize, I will not hear it, so allow me to spare you the effort." Darcy did not know whether to be relieved Elizabeth did not expect an apology he could not in all sincerity give, or to be disturbed she had so accurately understood his mental struggle.
"What will you hear, then?"
he asked. Darcy wanted more than anything to speak the words of his heart. If he had any more indication that a happy ending with Elizabeth was within his grasp, he would declare himself to her at that moment and beg for her to accept his offer of marriage. He would make certain she had no doubt that he acted out of love for her, and not merely out of a sense of duty. He loved Elizabeth, and Darcy wished for her to know it. "What I wish to hear, and what I need to hear, are two very different things," she said. Darcy understood her meaning. He was not the only one warring between his heart and his mind. Too many times his enjoyment of Elizabeth's presence had made him forget the urgency of their situation. Right now, with her insistence on accompanying him, He would be wise to resist the leanings of his heart when it endangered their future. He must distance himself. Elizabeth said, "Your housekeeper did not believe you had sent me. She said you would never involve a lady, or anyone else for that matter, in your predicament." Darcy nodded. "I will hate myself forever if you come to harm because of me. Do you not realise how difficult this is when the thought of losing you—" He stopped before he said something he would later regret. If he intended to distance himself from Elizabeth, he was doing a poor job of it. She looked up at him, saying, "Then you understand how I feel. I could not bear it if I could have helped a good man live. After speaking with your housekeeper, I believed you capable of turning yourself over to a magistrate to protect your friends." Was he so predictable? Darcy admitted, "That was my intention at first. I had written a letter to Georgiana explaining my decision, along with all the reasons I am honoured to have her as my sister. I also wrote to Richard and my uncle to secure their help. But by then I had decided on another plan. I could not give in so easily, when I stand to lose everything I hold dear." Elizabeth asked quietly, "But you were on your way to Darcy House. Why did you risk discovery?" Darcy would never forget the dread he felt when Mrs. Fuller told him Elizabeth had traded clothing with the scullery maid. He had known where she would go, and how futile her efforts would be. He answered, "I had to stop you. I knew my housekeeper would not believe you. Necessity has forced me to act in ways I would not normally act. But Mrs. Bernard would expect me to behave as I always do. Predictably, it would seem." "I would sooner describe you as steady and reliable, but not predictable. Bates gave me this for you." Elizabeth pulled a pouch from her apron and handed it to Darcy. He could not prevent the smile the leather pouch provoked. "I see I shall have to change the location of my secret stashes," Darcy explained. "It was a habit I picked up at university. Wickham would call and help himself to whatever loose coin he could find lying around. I took a lot of enjoyment in frustrating him, hiding my coins in different places." Elizabeth chuckled. "Did he ever find them?" "Not once. I went so far as to have my initials stitched inside the lining on the chance he found one of my stashes, thus proving he had stolen property. But the only one who ever found them was Georgiana, and now Richard and Bates." "What did you do when she found your coins?" "I let her keep it to spend as she pleased. Georgie would purchase a novel, and if there was anything left over, she would purchase a little trifle for one of her younger cousins." It sounds as if she found your stash more than once. Clever girl. I always end up forfeiting my pin money to my younger sisters. It brings them more joy than it does me, as long as my father allows me access to his extensive library." Darcy teased, "You have benefited greatly from improving your mind, just as my sister has." "I think Miss Darcy and I will become fast friends." Darcy thought the same. In a lighter tone, Elizabeth added, "You still have not explained why you're dressed in full livery. I did not recognise you until you spoke." "I could not show up at Darcy House dressed as a gentleman, could I? I would have been recognised immediately, even with the whiskers covering my face." The corner of Elizabeth's lip curled up. "Fitzwilliam Darcy of Pemberley, dressed as a servant." She arched an eyebrow and peeked at him from the corner of her eye. "Who would believe such a thing?" Darcy chuckled. "I would not have believed it possible a week ago. However, I might be tempted to dress in livery more often, as it allows for anonymity. Not even you recognise me." "Only because you came at me from the side. All I saw was a blur before you clamped your hand over my mouth to prevent me from screaming. It is a satisfactory disguise, though, and should help us continue unnoticed." "And if the plan does not work?" Darcy asked. "We will be satisfied we did our best. I am certain I need not remind you how unbearable regrets are." Darcy groaned. He regretted everything about Wickham. He would not make the same mistake again. The streets became noisier and more crowded. The clean snow that had powdered the ground near Darcy House was trampled and muddy from carriages and pedestrians scurrying about their business. In this section of town, people laboured to earn their keep. Washerwomen huddled over steaming vats, their faces and hands bright red and chapped. After a few inquiries,
he and Elizabeth walked down a narrow alley and knocked on a door that was so rough Darcy had to brush splinters from his knuckles. Mrs. Holton answered, her complexion turning a ghostly white when she saw him. "Mr. Darcy, what are you doing here?" Chapter 34. Elizabeth wanted to ask the housekeeper a series of questions, but the tears welling up in Mrs. Holton's eyes prevented her from voicing a single one. Covering her mouth as teardrops ran down her hands, Mrs. Holton continued, "I'm so relieved you're alive. This past week has been wretched, and I promised myself that once he did not need me any more, I would find out what happened to you somehow." Elizabeth looked up at William. His shock was equal to hers. Mrs. Holton did not know. William asked, "You are not aware of what the papers have been saying about me?" She sniffed. "Why should I? I do not read the paper, and my daughter is too tired at the end of the day to discuss anything besides her son." Elizabeth pressed her hand against her chest, relieved her instinct regarding Mrs. Holton had been correct. Looking up and down the alley, Elizabeth said, "Mrs. Holton, please forgive my presumption, but there is a good deal we must discuss with you. It is of the utmost urgency." The housekeeper looked behind her, the grimace on her face suggesting the conditions within her home were less than satisfactory. Elizabeth added with a smile, "That is, if you do not mind the smell of my attire." Mrs. Holton reached out to touch the sleeve of Elizabeth's dress, examining the stitches. "The smell can be washed away. It is the quality of a garment you must judge. This one is well made. The stitches are small and even." "You can have it," Elizabeth blurted, desirous of recovering her sense of smell, and fretting that William would never embrace her until she rid herself of the odorous garments. William surprised both of them when he said, "I would like to see your grandson, with your permission." That was a request Mrs. Holton could not refuse. Opening the door wide, she allowed them to pass, squeezing by them in the narrow hallway and leading them to a warm room. The air was so thick and heavy, Elizabeth struggled to breathe. William looked at the closed windows above the couch, where a small figure lay wrapped under a mound of blankets. The housekeeper twisted her apron in her hands. "It's not good for him here. The doctor has suggested pure country air, but we've not yet saved enough to make the move, nor to secure the medicine he needs," she said. William knelt beside the sleeping boy. The child could not have been a day older than 5 years. Thick black eyelashes spread out over freckled cheeks. He was pale, where his skin was not pink with fever. Gently, William pushed the boy's damp hair off his forehead. "Mrs. Holton," he said, "I must ask you some questions you will not wish to answer, but I beg you to tell me the truth. Did Mr. Wickham use this child against you to secure your cooperation?" Mrs. Holton's chin trembled, and she looked down at her feet. "You have every right to have me arrested. I thought that was why you came here." With a sigh and a caress of her grandson's cheek, she crossed the room. "Now I'll get my shawl. The neighbour will watch him until my daughter returns home." Elizabeth reached for Mrs. Holton's hand. "That is not why we are here. Please, Mrs. Holton, answer Mr. Darcy's question." The housekeeper sat down when William nodded for her to continue. Mrs. Holton laced her fingers together and began. "Mr. Wickham found out that my daughter and her child depended on me to provide for their needs. You see, my daughter is handsome as Miss Bennet. She was presumed upon by her master. As a result, she cannot secure honourable employment. She washes. An endless pile of dirty laundry waits for her before sunrise, and despite her back-breaking labour, she hardly makes a dent in it before sunset. Her hands crack and bleed from the harshness of the lye. She often works when she's ill and should rest. I've always sent her what I could, but I'd not realised how bad off she was, and how ill my grandson had become until Mr. Wickham delivered a letter from her to me." An alarm blared in Elizabeth's head. "How did he come to be entrusted with a letter from your daughter?" "She's known to Colonel Forster's family. She's trustworthy and does good work. I can only suppose Mr. Wickham made the connection between her and me, sensed the opportunity her situation presented to him, and took advantage of my need to return speedily to my grandson's side." William asked, "Why did you not confide in Mr. Bingley? He's a kind gentleman,
and he would not have turned you away.
Mrs. Holton's eyebrows furled. I wish more than anything I'd done so, Mr. Darcy. However, his sisters had a way of undermining his orders behind his back when Mr. Bingley was unaware of it. Had I confided in him, they would have found out and ensured I was replaced without a reference. Elizabeth would have loved to contradict Mrs. Holton, but she believed Mr. Bingley's sisters capable of such treachery. Mrs. Holton continued, What was more, Mr. Wickham threatened to reveal my daughter's disgrace to Miss Bingley and Mrs. Hurst. At the time I did not see I had much of a choice but to go along with his plan. In hindsight, I see my error more clearly.
William pressed. What else did Wickham say?
Mrs. Holton took a deep breath. I wanted my help to secure the time of your departure. I wanted to know when to expect you at the section of the road he had selected. As Mr. Bingley's housekeeper, he knew I could ensure the carriage left on time, and that he would not have to wait in the cold for longer than necessary. He assured me nobody would be hurt. It was supposed to relieve you of your valuables, nothing more. Mrs. Holton implored Elizabeth with her eyes. When I found out your sister was to join us, I communicated with Mr. Wickham. He assured me he would do nothing with a lady in the coach. I still have the note. William sat up in his chair.
May I see it?
Mrs. Holton opened the workbox beside the couch, where she no doubt spent a good deal of her time, sitting beside her grandson. Pulling out a folded page, she handed it to William, saying, You may have it if you can use it to bring him to justice. He lied to me. The way her tone hardened led Elizabeth to believe there was more to the story than Wickham going back on his word. What else has Mr. Wickham done against you? She asked. Mrs. Holton answered, He left you without protection, even though anyone could see you would not last long out of doors with the snowstorm coming. I'm so relieved to see you all survived. The housekeeper's eyes grew wide. You did all survive, did you not? William answered,
Mr. Bingley is very ill, but both he and Miss Bennet are alive.
Elizabeth felt nauseous at the thought of them in prison. It was a kindness William did not mention that detail to Mrs. Holton. The housekeeper splayed her fingers over her heart and sighed. I'm sorry he's ill, but I'm relieved they did not come to further harm. Mr. Wickham is an evil man. First he robbed your coach, even though there were ladies present. He struck you after binding your hands together. He murdered your coachman, denying him a proper burial, throwing his body into the first swollen stream we come across. William clenched his fists. Mrs. Holton continued. He took your carriage and left you and your party to die in the cold. We rode in it until we reached London. He'd made arrangements to sell it, and the coach horses to a man with fewer scruples than he. Mr. Wickham was to share the spoils with me and the other man who helped him. He arranged for us to meet with him at a tea-house after 2 days had passed from our last parting. I went to the tea-house expecting to see the other man, but only Wickham was there. What about the footman? Elizabeth asked. He was scared out of his wits. When we stopped to dispose of the coach, he ran away. And the man who helped Wickham overtake us, did he eventually appear? Can he be found? Elizabeth pressed. Mrs. Holton clenched her hands. To Mr. Wickham's convenience, the young man had been in debt to some unsavoury people here in town. They found him, and when he had no money to pay off his debt, they killed him. I can still see the smirk of satisfaction on Mr. Wickham's face as he told me about it. It was then I knew who'd been responsible for the young man's early end. And it was then I knew I could not receive a penny from him to help my grandson. I could not have accepted my share anyway. Too much blood had been shed, and too many people had been harmed. I left the tea-house, and I've not seen Mr. Wickham since. Why have you not gone to the authorities? Elizabeth asked. Mrs. Holton's chin quivered. They threatened to come after my family. Her grandson stirred, and she rushed to his side to settle him down. He moaned as if he were in a great deal of pain. William watched her attend to her grandson, his dark look softening into something Elizabeth could only describe as compassionate. He said, I want you to send for the doctor. You will take this coin, and you will purchase the medicine your grandson needs. When that is done, you must pack your household and prepare to leave this place. As soon as my home is safe,
You, your daughter, and your grandson will stay at Darcy House until the boy is able to travel. If Mr. Bingley does not ask you to return to Netherfield Park, I will make a place for you at Pemberley. You cannot stay here."
Mrs. Holton objected. "I could not possibly accept your kindness, Mr. Darcy. I do not deserve it, not after what I have done to you."
William was firm. "You will accept it for the sake of your grandchild. He has done nothing to deserve the consequences brought upon him by others' poor choices."
He pulled out his leather pouch and handed over several coins.
"I have only one favour to ask of you in return," he said.
Mrs. Holton took the coins, speaking through a sob. "Anything. I'll do anything you ask of me."
"Wickham has been seen at a tavern called the Black Boar. Unless I send word otherwise, I want you to meet us there this evening at 8 o'clock. Wickham's crimes are many, and he must answer for them. After you parted ways with him, he murdered a man with whom I had argued in public before joining Mr. Bingley at Netherfield Park. He put my pocket watch, the one he had stolen from me, beside the dead body, thus implicating me in his crime. The gentleman was a close friend of the Prince Regent, and I have been labelled a traitor in most of the newspapers. My friends are in danger because of this false accusation, and I am on the run. To prove my innocence, I need your help to accuse Wickham."
Still taking in William's words, Mrs. Holton said breathlessly, "If you catch him, he will not be able to harm my family. Oh, Mr. Darcy, you have my word. I will not be late." She pulled out a timepiece she carried in her pocket to prove her point. Elizabeth exchanged her fragrant layers for a thinner, simpler dress and wrap, and she and William departed, leaving Mrs. Holton to send for the doctor. The distance to Mrs. Fuller's lodging-house was not great, and Elizabeth's head buzzed with the information Mrs. Holton had given them. So much had happened, so much had gone wrong. Elizabeth was hesitant to hope the tide had finally turned to favour them. William slowed down.
"The streets are busier than normal."
He was right. People gathered in clusters, talking excitedly. She and William picked their way down the street cautiously. Several individuals pointed in the same direction in which they walked, toward Mrs. Fuller's lodging-house. Something was dreadfully wrong. Panic spread through Elizabeth's limbs. William sensed it too. He pulled her into the doorway of a shop where a group of people gathered nearby. The air smelled of ink. The source of their disturbance was soon made clear when a boy pointed at William and shouted, "Mr. Fitzwilliam Darcy, the traitor!" Chapter 35. Darcy's pulse thundered in his ears so loudly he strained to hear the boy's next words. "Read all about the sensational scandal for only sixpence. Read the latest news and amaze your chums with the shocking story of Fitzwilliam Darcy, the traitor," shouted the lad. Darcy looked at the plaque above the doorway. It was a bookshop. Heaving an exhale, Darcy relaxed, somewhat. The boy was only luring customers inside the shop in exchange for a few coins from the shopkeeper. It was unlikely the lad knew how to read, but it was just as certain he would be more likely than anyone else to recognise Darcy's likeness drawn in the paper. Elizabeth stepped in front of Darcy, motioning with her hand for him to continue walking. He wasted no time stepping around her to the pavement, where Darcy strolled in the opposite direction they had previously been walking. He heard Elizabeth's voice snapping over the murmuring crowds. "Do we look like we have sixpence to spend?" she scolded. Darcy's inclination was to be offended until he remembered how they were dressed. At that moment he was not the gentleman Darcy, but a servant without a name, and it had saved him. Darcy hoped he never forgot how humility had offered him protection, where pride had only made his fall more spectacular and entertaining to his peers. He strolled slowly, as much to avoid drawing attention to himself as to avoid distancing himself too much from Elizabeth. Her quick thinking had helped them avoid another disaster. They could not return to the lodging-house. Elizabeth caught up with Darcy before he had reached the cross street.
"We have no option but to hide somewhere else until the appointed time to meet Mrs. Holton at the tavern,"
he said, as she fell into stride beside him, her arm so close to his it brushed against his sleeve.
Elizabeth was as unwilling to allow worry to overwhelm her as he was. After days of running, looking over their shoulders at the sounds of whispers and footsteps, and distrusting everyone who crossed their path, Darcy was tired. She chuckled. That boy will make his way in the world. He took full advantage of being in the right place at the right time to earn his keep. You will never believe what he told me after you left. Darcy returned her good humour. You feel confident enough in your knowledge of me to claim to know what I will or will not believe. Very well, I challenge you to tell me something I will not believe. Her smile widened. I asked him why everyone was pointing toward Mrs. Fuller's lodging-house, and he told me that one of the servants had gone to one of the local constables to inform him that Mr. Darcy was staying at her employer's house. No mention was made of a young lady. Darcy held his breath. I took care not to ask too many questions, or risk arousing the boy's curiosity. Shaking off his concern, Darcy said lightly, Until now you have not told me anything I do not believe. I have not yet reached that part. After satisfying a small portion of my curiosity, the boy was willing to answer another question, in exchange for a few small coins, of course. Of course. That boy will make his way in the world, Darcy acknowledged. I did not have any coins to give him, but he seemed to take pity on me and asked what I wished to know. What did you ask? I asked if the constables had captured Mr. Darcy. Mind you, I was trying to throw him off our trail in case he recognised your drawing in the papers. Well done, said William. And what was the boy's reply? He said that if we returned on the morrow, we could read all about it in the papers for only 6pence. Elizabeth chuckled. Did I or did I not say the boy would do well for himself? William stifled his laughter. I hope the owner of the bookshop realises how fortunate he is to have such a young man standing in front of his shop. If he is a wise man, he will soon employ him. Just imagine the work the lad would do with a full stomach. Elizabeth smiled up at him. That is what you would do. Your kindness surprises me. You secured Mrs. Holton's cooperation with your attention to her grandson. I do not doubt she will arrive on time and help us capture Wickham. Put like that, it sounds self-serving. I did not mean it that way. I am convinced you would have helped the child, whether Mrs. Holton could have been of use to us or not. It warmed Darcy's heart to hear the conviction with which Elizabeth spoke of his character. Since their first meeting, she had been prone to think ill of him. But now the respect and praise she directed at him made Darcy determined to deserve her good opinion. He rubbed his hands together, warming them before resting his fingers on top of Elizabeth's hand. Darcy could only imagine how cold she must be. The female wardrobe was not designed for warmth. They slowed their pace as they drew nearer to the tavern. They had been captured there once before, and they could not afford for it to happen again. The narrow streets and tall houses cast shadows and dimmed the daylight, offering them a multitude of dark hiding places. Elizabeth tugged on his arm and nodded down a street that ran perpendicular to the one on which they trod. Darcy followed her line of vision to a large cavity in a dilapidated building, with a lock holding the outside doors closed. The tavern would be visible through the alcove opening to the street. It was perfect. They settled against the far wall, giving them the clearest view of the Black Boar. If a new arrival held the tavern door open long enough, Darcy could see inside. He wished he had his wool greatcoat instead of the thinner coat of a house servant. However, all regrets were forgotten when Darcy spread it out and Elizabeth cuddled into him, pulling the fabric over her and wrapping them together in it. Darcy could sit thus forever, with the smell of her hair at his shoulder and her warm body against his. He knew it was the height of impropriety, but sitting with his arms pressed against his side was both awkward and uncomfortable. Muttering an apology, Darcy wrapped his arm around Elizabeth's waist. She replied by leaning against his chest, with her hands splayed out over his stomach, her finger looped through the buttonhole holding his coat over them. The intimacy made his heart race, and when Elizabeth tilted her chin up, and Darcy saw her parted lips and the twinkle in her eye, Darcy knew she taunted him on purpose. He could not marry Elizabeth soon enough. No matter how much time they had left together, it would always be insufficient. Darcy's heart would flutter for her when they were old and grey. He lifted his head away from the intoxicating scent of her hair, before his distraction endangered them.
Should anyone enter the street where they hid, they would have to draw deeper into the shadows to avoid being seen. Elizabeth patted his chest and sighed. The advantages of this hiding spot continue. We shall not lose track of the hour with a clockmaker on the corner. The hour chimed as she spoke. She squirmed beside him, doing things to Darcy's nerves that did not belong to him to feel for a woman not yet his wife. Arching her neck to look up at him, Elizabeth asked, "When this is done, what do you want to do?" "Nibble and nudge the tender skin between your ear and shoulder," he thought. Darcy cleared his throat and forced his mind to behave. Her question was a weighty one, deserving of a thoughtful reply. Their lives depended on the success of the plan they would effect shortly. He knew she expected a serious answer, but he wanted her smile. Darcy wanted to brand his memory with all the things he loved most about Elizabeth. He sighed, peeking down at her through his eyelashes, and saying in his gravest tone, "When this is done, I should like a long, hot bath and a shave." She rewarded him with a wide grin that crinkled her eyes up in the corners and lit her brown eyes with gold flecks. "You're not the only one. It is my aim not to get her out of the bath until the water goes cold." Darcy continued, "When this is done, I should like to sleep for days in my own bed at Pemberley." He should not have mentioned his bed. "I've almost forgotten what it feels like to wake up feeling rested, in a bedchamber where the maid has already kindled the fire. Oh, how glorious to be warm again," Elizabeth said, stretching beside him. Darcy was burning like Mr. Gardner's castrol oven. He tightened his arm around Elizabeth, pulling her closer to share his warmth. Darcy was determined to be a gentleman. Elizabeth deserved nothing less than his utmost respect. Therefore, a slight change in topic was necessary. He said, "When this is done, I want to introduce you properly to my sister. I want to embrace her until she is convinced of how precious she is to me." Elizabeth leaned her head against his shoulder. "I fear you shall not approve, but I would dearly like to embrace my mother, and my sisters, and my father." Darcy could not allow her to think what he no longer felt. "I do not disapprove of them, not now. How can I possibly think ill of them when they are responsible for bringing you into the world, and to some degree shaping your character? I am forever indebted to them. I love you." He looked down at her. Elizabeth's eyes were half closed, and her lips were parted. Gently, like the whisper of a breath, Darcy brushed his lips over hers. Pressing his forehead against Elizabeth's, Darcy said what he had wanted to say from the start. "When this is over, I should very much like you to marry me. Would you like to be my wife, Elizabeth Bennet?" She closed the distance between them, answering with a kiss as ardent as 1,000 yeses. Elizabeth had thought true love would be just like it was described in the novels, words of endearment beautifully expressed, and declarations of undying devotion reading like poetry. No poem she had ever read described the depth of feeling she felt for William at that moment. With him, Elizabeth had found a piece of herself she had not known she lacked. She was complete, and happier than any one person had a right to be. They were about to face a moment which would define the rest of their lives, not to mention its duration, and Elizabeth was unafraid. She had never been so certain of anything as she was in her conviction that she and William would be happy together for all of their days. Elizabeth believed it with her whole soul, though reason told her there was every possibility they would fail. Before her heart burst with contentment, Elizabeth pulled away. When she caught her breath, she touched William's cheek to make sure he looked at her when she said the words she had saved for the man of her dreams. "I love you, William. There is nothing I want more than to marry you." Even in the dim light of the street lanterns, he was beautiful when he smiled. She wished his whiskers gone so she could see him better. The clocks chimed the hour. Had they huddled in the alcove for an hour already? Elizabeth almost wished they could stay there forever, until she reminded herself why they were there. In one more hour they would face Wickham. The time could not go by quickly enough. William was impatient too. To pass the time, he told her stories of how he had sneaked into his sister's nursery, where they held secret tea parties with her favourite dolls. He had read stories aloud for them, and Miss Darcy applauded for the entire audience. He slipped her coins for her to buy sweets whenever they went into nearby Lambton. He determined to invite the Gardiners to Pemberley as soon as he and Elizabeth had settled into their home. The more they shared stories of their past, the more they realised they had in common, and the more they included each other in their future. The door to the tavern swung wide open, and William's expression hardened. Wickham sat at a table with his friends, drinking, laughing, and gambling. Elizabeth sensed his betrayal all the more after realising what a wonderful childhood Wickham must have had, with his close association with the Darcys. They had given him every advantage, and instead of being grateful, Wickham had believed himself entitled to more. A quarter-hour passed, and then another, and then another. Both she and William watched the streets for Mrs. Holton. The housekeeper could not walk past them without being noticed, nor could she enter the tavern without them seeing her. The clock chimed the hour, and still Mrs. Holton had not appeared. It was 8 o'clock. Where was she? The door swung open again, and the cackles of bawdy laughter reached them, drawing them out from their alcove. Mrs. Holton could not have slipped past us, could she? Elizabeth asked. Perhaps her eyes had played tricks on her. Perhaps she had not watched closely enough. She and William stood facing the tavern. They looked up and down the street, but still they saw no Mrs. Holton. What they did see froze the blood in Elizabeth's veins. Mr. Wickham and his companions cleaned off the table, put the coins on the table in their pockets, and donned the coats hanging on the backs of their chairs. Wickham was leaving. If they lost him, how would they find him again? William's risk of discovery increased with each passing day, and Elizabeth could not bear for Jane to spend another night in prison. She looked down the street again. If only Mrs. Holton would appear. Elizabeth's pulse raced, and her head spun. To rest all of her hope in their plan, only to have it fail. It was a disaster. William grabbed her hand. We have come too far to watch Wickham slip through our fingers again. This ends tonight. Before Elizabeth knew what was happening, William had pulled her across the street and inside the tavern. Chapter 36. Darcy cleared a path to Wickham, shifting his weight and leaning forward as his fist ground into the blackguard's face. He wound back again, prepared to pummel Wickham to the ground for all the suffering he had caused others. But the finest lady Darcy was privileged to know reminded him he was a gentleman. Elizabeth did not let go of his other hand. She squeezed, and he stopped. Darcy stepped back, slowing his breath and rubbing his stinging knuckles against his breeches. Wickham clapped his hands over his nose, expelling a string of profanities as disgusting as the stream of bloody mucus seeping through his fingers. Darcy tossed him a handkerchief. Wickham glared daggers at him as he pressed the fine linen to his nose. The tavern was silent, everyone watching the entertaining spectacle in the centre of the room. Wickham's shoulders rose to his ears, and his chest puffed out. He had always reminded Darcy of a puffed-up rooster, especially when he wore his red regimental coat, which was suspiciously absent along with the rest of his uniform. With one hand still clutched over his face, Wickham raised his other finger and pointed at Darcy. "Do you not know who this man is? He's a traitor to the crown." To a man standing nearby, he said, "Fetch the constable, get a magistrate, call the royal guard. He's all mine. You are all my witnesses. I have captured Fitzwilliam Darcy, the traitor. The reward is mine." Gasps echoed throughout the tavern, and people moved away from Darcy to stand on Wickham's side of the floor. Even when lives were at stake, lives Wickham knew to be innocent, he was only interested in his own advantage, in how much money he could make. Darcy looked at the door. Mrs. Holton would walk through it in any second. Now would be ideal. Elizabeth openly glared at Wickham. Darcy did not cower before Wickham's taunts. "Let them come, so they may arrest you." Elizabeth released his hand. With a quick wink at Darcy, she took a step backward to the entrance. Wickham knew what she was about, and he engaged Wickham to draw the attention of the room away from her. "I did not murder Marquis Marlbrook.
We both know who is responsible for his death.
Wickham dabbed at his nose, saw that whatever damage had been inflicted had only been brief, and folded the handkerchief to put it in his pocket. Of course he would snatch it. It was a fine handkerchief. Probably Darcy's, since it was Richard who had given it to him. With a gleam in his eye, Wickham said, "Prove it." Darcy had no physical proof. His only recourse was to stall for time until Mrs. Holton arrived. Elizabeth was watching for her, and would alert him to her arrival, any time now. A rough voice growled behind him.
"You with him? You stay here, miss."
Darcy turned to see a large man with a scar across his cheek, blocking Elizabeth's path to the door. Several others joined him, forcing her forward, until she again stood beside Darcy. He looked down at Elizabeth as she shook her head at him. No Mrs. Holton. Blast it all, this was getting serious. Elizabeth would have been safer outside the tavern. Why had he pulled her along with him? Their chance for escape grew slimmer as the crowd pressed around them. They were completely surrounded. His only recourse was to stall for time, although his confidence in Mrs. Holton's arrival weakened. What if concern for her family kept her away? Darcy kept Wickham talking.
"I was not in London the night you murdered the Marquis."
That should get a reaction. Wickham scoffed. "You accuse me? Again, what proof do you have? Who can account for your whereabouts?" Elizabeth spoke boldly. "I can, and there are others who will confirm that you attacked our carriage halfway between Meryton and London before the snowstorm. You left us to perish in the cold, and we were forced to seek refuge in a tenant's home." How clever of her to leave out the significant detail that the tenant home had been abandoned. Wickham shifted his weight on his feet, his eyes darting about the room. Darcy enjoyed watching Wickham sweat. It was a small gain. Crossing his arms, Wickham said, "An unlikely story you no doubt worked out together. You ought to take care to whom you attach your loyalty, Miss Elizabeth. I was told Mr. Darcy's pocket watch was found beside the murdered victim. How is that possible unless he was there?" Without batting an eyelash, Elizabeth commented, "How convenient you should be privy to that detail. Mr. Darcy's watch was stolen and placed there to make him look guilty. You ought to know that. You did it." Darcy glanced at the door again. The man with the scar scowled at him. Still no Mrs. Holton. Where was she? Had her word meant nothing? Wickham shifted his weight again, his shoulders inching up toward his ears. "So you say. But again." He waved his hand nonchalantly before him and pressed his shoulders down. "I must insist you provide proof." Darcy had prayed Mrs. Holton and the others would burst into the tavern then, but they did not. He and Elizabeth were on their own. He examined the room for doors and windows, anything he could help Elizabeth sneak out through. Elizabeth retorted, "Do you really believe any man would be so careless as to leave his pocket watch beside the Marquis, thus connecting himself to the crime of his murder?" Wickham laughed. "The papers are calling it a crime of passion. Men become careless when their emotions are embroiled. And Darcy is a mere mortal like the rest of us after all." The ice in Wickham's tone chilled Darcy. Wickham wanted him dead. Elizabeth's reply was quick and cutting. "Do not dare compare yourself to Mr. Darcy. He would never betray his peers, his friends and his country as you have done. You, sir, are a self-interested coward." Wickham cackled. "He is a saint and I am a viper. That is rich when he's the one wanted for treason." "I would never call you a viper. It would insult the serpent," she snapped. Darcy looked about frantically, but still there was no help, no escape. "Said the woman who has attached herself to a traitor," Wickham sneered, sweeping his arm in front of him to address the people in the tavern. "What is wrong with you? Here stands a traitor to the crown. Is there no one with a length of rope to bind him and his accomplice?" Several men jumped at Wickham's bidding. Darcy stepped in front of Elizabeth, shielding her with his body. "Leave the lady alone. She has done nothing." Wickham exclaimed, "Taking sides with a traitor is a crime deserving of death." How low Wickham had fallen to sentence an innocent lady to death by the worst means possible.
There was no sympathy in him, no humanity. He would not let them leave that room alive if he could help it. Darcy had to convince the assembled mass. He had to keep them away from Elizabeth. He growled in his most authoritative tone. "She is a lady. Let her return to her family." Wickham raised his arms as if he were announcing the next act at the theatre. "Can you believe this man, ordering us about as if he had the right?" The crowd reacted to Wickham's taunts, tossing beer and throwing bits of food, and whatever else that was within their reach, at Darcy and Elizabeth. A tankard hurtled past Darcy, brushing over his shoulder. The hisses and boos deafened the mob to reason. Wickham gloated. Darcy turned away from him, looking at the door again. Where were they? First, Mrs. Holton neglected to appear, and now Richard and his uncle were late. Darcy had been clear when he had requested they meet him at the Black Boar at 8 o'clock. Facing the door as he was, Darcy saw a group of men enter the tavern, blocking the entrance completely with their bulky forms. There must have been 24 of them. One held irons in his hands, clapping them back and forth, as if he anticipated locking them around Darcy's hands. They were not the men Darcy had hoped would arrive. The people in the tavern felt quiet. They knew who the authority was in the room. Wickham took advantage of their silence. "This is the murderous traitor. This is Fitzwilliam Darcy. And this woman, Elizabeth Bennet, has been helping him." Darcy looked down at Elizabeth. He wanted to record every detail of her in his mind. The fine curly hair that escaped her pins at the nape of her neck, the way her eyebrows arched to a point, the curve of her lips, the way her nostrils flared when she was angry, as they did then. Even now, when all seemed lost, there was no fear in her eyes, only trust in him. Darcy would not betray her. The men moved forward. There were too many of them. Blast it, where was Richard? Stepping around Elizabeth, Darcy held his hands in front of him. "Take me, but I insist you leave the lady." "No," Elizabeth shouted, trying to get around him. The constable holding the irons said, "We do not take orders from the likes of you." Wickham raised his arms in triumph. "Drinks on me! Pour my friends a round of your best ale." He sat at his table, grabbing the nearest barmaid and pulling her onto his lap to celebrate his success. A shimmer at the barmaid's exposed neck caught Darcy's eye. "Wait, where did you get that necklace?" he asked. Darcy sensed the moment Elizabeth saw her pearl necklace. She lunged forward, prevented from reaching the barmaid by the men closing in around them. "That is mine! You stole it!" she shouted. The barmaid grabbed the pearl possessively and turned away from Elizabeth. "It is not. George gave it to me as a special token of his affection," she said proudly, looping her arm over Wickham's shoulders from her perch on his lap. Wickham was quick to rid himself of the girl. Elizabeth raised her chin, and her eyes narrowed to slits, saying, "There is nothing special about that necklace to anyone other than me. As a token it is worthless. I am sorry for you, miss, but I do not think a man who appreciated your worth would give you something with no value at all." The barmaid looked at Wickham. "Tell her, George. Tell her she's wrong. A genuine pearl for my pearl, you said." Elizabeth continued. "He only gave it to you when the pawn shops would not take it. Why would they pay money for something they would not be able to sell? I do hope you did not exchange anything of value for the necklace." Darcy nearly swallowed his tongue at Elizabeth's reference, but she'd made her point. The barmaid's face turned bright red. Another barmaid came with a large tray laden with the mugs of beer Wickham had offered the occupants of the tavern. Quicker than a blink, the offended barmaid grabbed a tankard and tossed its contents down Wickham's front. Yanking the necklace off, she threw it across the room, where it was promptly crushed under a boot. A cacophony ensued. Beer splattered and mugs clunked. Darcy pulled Elizabeth to his side, seeking refuge beside the counter, where a magistrate ducked as well. Leaning over to him and pointing at the glass on the floor, Darcy shouted into his ear, "A real pearl would not have shattered like that. How could the lady have known it was glass? It was stolen from her the morning of the Marquis's murder, just as she said.
Elizabeth pointed at the mangled necklace being kicked around on the floor. It is mine. I'm telling the truth. Mr. Wickham stole it along with Mr. Darcy's pocket watch. He is the murderer and traitor, not Mr. Darcy. Quieting the crowd with the help of his associates, the magistrate picked up the necklace and examined it. It was only a seed of doubt, but maybe it would be enough to be heard. Wickham was not so confident now. He shouted, "Well, that's hardly proof. When these traitors have the audacity to accuse me, take them away." Chapter 37. At that moment, Colonel Fitzwilliam finally entered the tavern, followed by Lord Matlock and Mrs. Holton. William seethed. It is about time. He looked like he wanted to strangle his cousin. Elizabeth might have helped him. The Colonel, impervious to the tension in the room and William's clenched fists, said coolly, "I apologise for our late arrival. The traffic is appalling." Elizabeth suppressed her grin. Humour had seen her and William through the past few days, and she welcomed it. The Colonel continued, "We came across Mrs. Holton along the way, and I persuaded her to allow us to offer her our protection." Looking directly at Wickham, the Colonel added, "There are murderous scoundrels about." Mrs. Holton stepped forward. "You have the wrong man," she said. Pointing her finger at Mr. Wickham, she added, "That man, Mr. Wickham, is a murderer, a thief, and a traitor. He shot Mr. Darcy's coachman in cold blood, brutally beat Mr. Darcy and my employer, and stole all the occupants' possessions before leaving them to freeze in the snowstorm. I'm certain he's also responsible for the death of the man who helped him with the highway robbery." Wickham rolled his eyes. "How tiresome. All of these accusations and not 1 ounce of proof." He stood up from the table, as if he had all the time in the world. "If no proof can be provided, there's no reason for me to continue here." He waited, looking at William, then Elizabeth, then Mrs. Holton for a reply. Elizabeth wanted to claw at his smug face, but outside their word, and the word of other witnesses they could provide, they had no physical proof. Nothing like a pocket watch with William's initials beside Marquis Mulbrook's body. "Nothing? Then I bid you a good evening. I know it's been a good evening for me." Wickham cackled. Mrs. Holton insisted. "I was present. I witnessed the entire thing." Looking at the constables and magistrates present, she implored, "Certainly you cannot let him go." Wickham crossed his arms and looked down at her. "If you are to be believed, then you are no better than the thief you claim me to be. Obviously you did nothing to protect your master and his guests in the carriage, which would lead us to suppose you were the thief's accomplice. How are these good people to trust your word?" He was right. If Mrs. Holton told her side of the story, she would give every reason for the crowd to doubt her. Darcy asked, "You are a regimental officer stationed in Meryton, and yet you are not with your regiment. Have you abandoned your post?" Elizabeth had not noticed the absence of Wickham's uniform. Hope rose her spirits. Wickham leaned forward, speaking articulately. "I am currently on leave. I'm certain Colonel Fitzwilliam will confirm that even lowly lieutenants in the regiment are allowed some time away from their duties to mix with the civilians they strive to protect from traitors such as you. Now, I feel I'm being overly generous with you, Darcy, but have you any proof at all against me? Other than your word, of course. We all know what that's worth." Elizabeth looked at the authorities present. "My necklace is not enough?" The elegantly dressed man, who had huddled beside the counter with them, asked, "Is there an engraving on it? Something to mark it as yours? Something I might have missed?" Elizabeth's spirits crashed down around her. "No, there is not." Another magistrate, standing beside Lord Matlock, said, "I'm sorry, but without solid evidence I speak for myself when I say I will not make such a grave accusation as the one of treason against any man." Elizabeth was so frustrated she could scream. Why was it acceptable to arrest a man with false evidence and let the real culprit go free? She could not keep the sarcasm from her tone. When Mr. Darcy was accused because of a pocket watch that had been stolen from him, where was the justice in that? Lord Matlock answered,
There is nothing just about it, Miss Elizabeth.
The magistrate next to him said, The Prince Regent himself has put a price on Mr. Darcy's head. Unless you have been able to discern who is to blame, and can provide adequate proof of it, then there is little chance we can make a different arrest tonight.
Elizabeth pointed at Wickham. It was him! Wickham did not say it, but Elizabeth could see the taunt all over his smug face. Where is your proof? She did not blame William for punching Wickham in the face when they'd entered the tavern. She wished he would do it again. The magistrates turned to William. They had been called forth to arrest a man who had already been convicted of a crime by public opinion. Downing his drink and slamming his tankard against the table, Wickham strutted across the floor. Elizabeth wished somebody would trip him. Anything to keep Wickham from leaving the room. They would never find him again. The owner of the tavern stopped Mr. Wickham, holding his hand out.
Oh, not before you settle your account, Mr. Wickham.
Elizabeth could have kissed the tavern owner. Plastering a smile on his face, Wickham pulled out a leather pouch, placing several coins in the tavern owner's open palm. Elizabeth's nerves rivalled those of her mother's when she saw the proof in Wickham's greedy hands. They wanted physical proof. They wanted marked evidence. Well, she would give it to them. Loudly, so as to draw as much attention as she could, Elizabeth asked, Mr. Wickham, when was the last time you were in Mr. Darcy's company? She would lead Wickham on, giving him enough rope for him to hang himself. He smiled confidently, tightening the pouch strings and tossing it between his hands.
I've seen Darcy several times since my regiment was assigned to Meryton, but it is not my custom to befriend traitors or enjoy their association.
Then you have avoided him for several months. You have exchanged nothing, not even a letter? She asked. She had him right where she wanted him. William knew it too. The pride in his face gave her wings.
Wickham scoffed. What's the purpose of this questioning? I have not conversed with Mr. Darcy or been in his company since last summer, when our paths most unfortunately crossed.
It was Elizabeth's turn to smile. Turning to the men who would not hear reason or raise their voices for justice, she said cheerfully, You asked for proof, and I will give it to you. The tavern felt so quiet, Elizabeth could hear the remains of her glass pearl crunching under a boot. She turned to Wickham, who was now sweating and shuffling his feet. When she looked pointedly at the coin pouch, and he tried to tuck it into his coat pocket, she knew she had him. I have seen a coin pouch similar to that before, Mr. Wickham. I know a gentleman who has a funny habit of having his initials embroidered inside the lining. I've never heard of a gentleman doing such a thing. Have you, Mr. Wickham? He did not answer, but his eyes widened. Evidently he did not know as much about William as he had presumed. He would not have thought the pouch belonged to William, since she had been the one to hand it over at the robbery. Lord Matlock ordered, Hand over the purse, Wickham. Let us see it. Elizabeth pointed out, so there was no room for doubt. By your own admission, you have not been in Mr. Darcy's company. If that is Mr. Darcy's coin pouch, then I wonder how it came to be in your possession. Slowly, Wickham had the insolence to empty the contents of the pouch into his pocket. It's a coin pouch like any other, he said. Losing patience, Colonel Fitzwilliam grabbed the pouch out of his hands and pulled out the lining. In small white thread along the side were stitched the letters F.D. That proves nothing, Wickham squealed. Elizabeth looked at the magistrates. If Mr. Wickham is in possession of Mr. Darcy's coin pouch, then it is entirely possible he was also in possession of Mr. Darcy's pocket watch. Mr. Wickham stole both items from Mr. Darcy when he intercepted our coach the morning of the Marquis's murder, just as we have stated from the beginning. Mr. Darcy was stuck in the storm, but Mr. Wickham continued on to London, where he murdered Marquis Malbrook. As she spoke, William produced the coin pouch Bates had sent for him, showing the authorities the identical embroidered letters in the lining. See the initials? Is that proof enough for you? She asked the magistrate, who had not accepted her mangled necklace as evidence. He replied by asking the tavern owner if there was a private room they might occupy. They had several questions for Mr. Wickham. Elizabeth would not let those men out of her sight before she accomplished what she had set out to do. But William was one step ahead of her. Blocking their path to the private room, he said, "Pray send for Mr. Bingley and Miss Bennet. They are imprisoned in Newgate because of this wicked man." With a dismissive wave of his hand, the magistrate said, "I will see to it once we have spoken with Mr. Wickham." William did not budge. Crossing his arms over his chest, in all of his stubborn glory, he said, "I could make a good many people here miserable for years to come by demanding justice and remuneration for the libellous charges brought against me, and encouraged by those who are honour bound to stand for truth. Were you present at the Marquis's inquiry? Am I to hold you responsible for this muddled investigation?" The magistrate's face reddened. He asked the tavern owner for paper and a quill. On the top of the tap counter, the magistrate scribbled a message and sealed it with his ring. Handing it to a constable, the one with the irons, he said, "Take this immediately to Newgate. Do not leave until you have secured Mr. Bingley and Miss Bennet." Elizabeth tried to follow the constables. "Where do you think you're going, young lady?" the magistrate called after her. "I wish to see my sister." "You may see her after the inquiry. You must stay here and answer our questions. This is a grave matter, and it must be handled properly this time, or we all run the risk of angering the Prince Regent." To Elizabeth's immense relief, Lord Matlock offered to accompany the constable. Mr. Bingley and Jane would be taken to Matlock House, where his personal physician would ensure they received the care they required. In parting, Lord Matlock said to Elizabeth, "I expect you and my nephew to join us as soon as everything is adequately resolved. We will be honoured to have you." For a moment, Elizabeth thought Lord Matlock would embrace her. Instead, he kissed her hand and grinned, saying in a tone meant only for her ears, "If Darcy has not proposed, I hope you consider Richard." Elizabeth giggled, whispering, "He did propose, and I accepted." Lord Matlock pretended to be disappointed, snapping his fingers and attempting to frown. But his smile was too wide, and he did not fool Elizabeth. With a wink at William, he said, "Welcome to the family, Miss Elizabeth." Elizabeth watched him leave, wishing she accompanied him to see Jane. Before the door closed behind Lord Matlock and the constables, Elizabeth saw a thin man with spectacles enter the tavern. The curious man walked straight up to William and bowed. "Mr. Darcy, please forgive me for presuming to approach you without introduction. I am Dr. John Stoddart. I am here on behalf of my newspaper, The Times. One of my informants spotted you in front of a bookshop and followed you here. He sent word to me, and I arrived in time to overhear everything. I should very much like to print your story in tomorrow's paper. It promises to be a fascinating read." Elizabeth looked toward the door, in time to see the boy who had attempted to sell them a paper at the bookshop, the boy who would make his way in the world. He wore a large grin, but not nearly so large as William's and hers. Chapter 38. Darcy was ready to tie and gag Richard by the time they reached Matlock House. After hours of interviews, where he and Elizabeth told their stories, answered repetitive questions, and endured the long-winded observation of a magistrate intent on appearing intelligent before his peers, Darcy's patience had surpassed its limit. The hope of having Elizabeth to himself for a few precious moments, to hold her in his arms, to lose himself in her expressive eyes, to rid his senses of the overpowering smells of ale, unwashed bodies, and toilet water, with the sweet scent of her hair. That hope had been the only thing to prevent Darcy from storming out of the tavern long before they were dismissed. Richard had insisted on accompanying them. He sat beside Darcy and opposite Elizabeth. The only contact Darcy was allowed with her was the occasional touch of their knees in the carriage. "That is your greatest flaw, Darcy," Richard prattled. Darcy groaned. Would his impertinent cousin never shut his mouth? Richard continued. "You incite others to envy with your extreme happiness and good fortune. If only I could love so easily, then there might be hope for me yet. But I require too much." Elizabeth laughed. "What do you require, besides a fortune, Colonel?" "Love, Miss Elizabeth. Of course, I hope to have sense enough not to fall in love with a lady without a fortune, unless she's willing to travel with me in the army. My needs are dictated by my order of birth, I fear." She reached her fingers up to her collarbone. "I used to be envious of Jane and Mr. Bingley. I wished I could fall in love so easily, and I despaired to think I would spend my years alone, a spinster who would teach my nieces to embroider cushions poorly and read aloud to my cats. Little did I know I would fall in love with a man who far exceeded my most imaginative dreams." Darcy wanted to kiss her. He burst to kiss her. But Richard was like a wet blanket over Darcy's ardent desire. Richard poked his thumb toward Darcy. "Who? This fellow? He's often given to grumpy fits and sullen temperaments." "Only when you were around," Darcy mumbled. Elizabeth laughed heartily. The minx tormented him with flirtatious crooked smiles, to the point that Darcy became fascinated with the plumpness and curves of her lips. The longer he looked at them, the more she chewed on them. Richard jostled Darcy in the arm and wiggled his eyebrows. Perhaps, once they reached Matlock House, the pest would go away. The evening was made for disappointment. Richard decided to spend the night, creeping stealthily up the steps to his bedchamber when he saw his mother ready to receive them in the entrance hall. There would be no kisses in quiet hallways under Aunt Helen's watchful eye. Not so much as a squeeze of Elizabeth's hand was permitted Darcy, though he was alert for any opportunity, no matter how brief. Aunt Helen stroked Elizabeth's cheek, as she often did Georgiana's, saying, "Oh, you have had a long and eventful week. I'm happy you are here now. I will take you to your sister. Then you will enjoy a light repast, a hot bath, and a good night's rest. My husband sent his card to Mr. Gardiner, and we expect him to call on the morrow. Perhaps he will agree to join us for dinner along with his family." Elizabeth sighed. "Thank you so much. I have a great deal to explain to my uncle. On one hand, I'm pleased he was unaware of this past week's events. It will be shocking for him to hear about them. My father only reads the Times, so I doubt my family knows anything at all about what has happened." Aunt Helen pinched Elizabeth's cheek. "It is I who should be thanking you." She looked pointedly at Darcy, then back at Elizabeth. "William!" An excited squeal from the top of the steps resounded below. Georgiana ran down to them, and Darcy hurried to the base of the steps to catch her. Wrapping his arms around his little sister, he kissed the top of her head and twirled her in circles, just as he had done when she was a child. Setting her down, before they both grew too dizzy to continue, Darcy saw Miss Bennet descending the stairs too. She and Elizabeth embraced, holding each other, and crying, while Georgiana burrowed her head in Darcy's chest, her sobs and laughter mixing to sound like hiccups. It felt so good to hold Georgiana. Darcy stroked her plaited hair and spoke softly to her. "I should have told you long ago how proud I am of the young lady you have become, and how much I love you. I am honoured to have you as my sister." Tears clung to Georgiana's lashes as she blinked up at him. "Faults and all." Darcy would no sooner burden her with the futile striving for perfection than he would take on that yoke again. "Especially with your faults. I would not have you change when I am far from perfect, and hardly fit to criticise anyone, much less my own dear sister. If you only knew how my own excessive pride and lack of sympathy put me, my friends, and the woman I love more than life itself in peril, you would not speak to me of your faults." Elizabeth's smile set his heart aflutter. She said to him, "I would not have you change either. Our conversation would suffer without our shortcomings to debate." They laughed together, and Darcy truly relaxed for the first time since he could not remember when. Elizabeth stood between her sister and his Aunt Helen, and Darcy loved how well she fitted. She stood in the entrance hall of his uncle's opulent home, as if she had been born to be there. Miss Bennet leaned against Elizabeth. She must be dreadfully tired. "Are you well, Miss Bennet?" Darcy asked. "I am happier than I have ever been. Thank you, Mr. Darcy." Few women in society were as gracious as Miss Bennet. He was happy for Bingley. "How is Bingley?" he asked, desirous of seeing his friend if he was to be denied Elizabeth's kisses. Miss Bennet replied, "The doctor expects him to recover fully given sufficient rest. He will be happy to see you on the morrow."
Darcy appreciated how firmly she rebutted his thoughts of speaking with Bingley before he could even suggest it. She was perfect for him. Miss Bingley was in for a surprise if she thought she could trample over the gentle lady. There was far more to Miss Bennet than what met the eye. Bingley's family, where were they? Darcy asked. Have the Hursts or Miss Bingley called? Do they know what their brother has suffered? He felt Georgiana stiffen at his side. Aunt Helen snapped, If they dare show their faces here, I mean to send them away. Softening her tone, she addressed Miss Bennet. Mr. Bingley is welcome to stay in our home for as long as he needs to recover, as are you and Miss Elizabeth, so long as your uncle and Aunt Gardiner are willing to share your company. I would not go against their wishes. Yes, you would, Darcy mumbled under his breath. He had not intended for his aunt to hear him. She said, If you have something to say, Darcy, speak up. Do not mumble when you know my hearing is perfectly sound. I am not your Aunt Catherine. Georgiana looked up at him in shock, while Elizabeth bit her lips together. There was nothing she could do to hide the dimple in her cheek. Richard had been right. Aunt Helen and Elizabeth would get along swimmingly. Darcy responded to his aunt as he would to Elizabeth, saying, As you wish, aunt. What I meant to say was that you always get your way. If you wish for your company to stay, you will ensure they do. She arched an eyebrow at him. Just as I will keep Mr. Bingley's venomous sisters away from him until he is strong enough to decide what to do with them. She wrapped an arm protectively around Miss Bennet. Aunt Helen explained. I sent for Bates as soon as your uncle arrived with Mr. Bingley and Miss Bennet. You are to stay here, Darcy, until you are rested. I will not allow for you to be alone in that big empty house, when Bates has already ensured you will be comfortable in the guest-room. Heavens, she loved to order everyone's affairs. Darcy knew from whom Richard had inherited his overbearing demeanour. Yes, aunt, Darcy said, like a good boy, just to confuse her. He never gave in to her wishes without a fight. Elizabeth sucked in her cheeks, her eyes dancing. Darcy struggled not to roar when his aunt stammered, You must— how sensible of you, Darcy. She recovered herself brilliantly after that, continuing, Bates told us everything. Their departure from Netherfield Park was delayed further when Mrs. Hurst fell violently ill and was unfit to travel. Apparently she did not know when to stop drinking claret the night before they were to depart, after the storm had cleared. By the time they were able to return to London, Bingley and Miss Bennet had been sent away from the very inn where his sisters stopped to refresh themselves. The innkeeper, on noticing the family resemblance between the brother and his sisters, and thinking he was helpful, informed them of their brother's arrest. He showed them what news he had of Darcy in the newspapers. And what do you suppose the cowards did? Whatever they had done, they had made themselves mortal enemies of his aunt. She was not one to be trifled with. They were horrible, William, Georgiana whispered. Aunt Helen said, They renounced all connection to you and disowned Mr. Bingley entirely. They left him in prison, casting their loyalty with fickle society instead of their own flesh and blood. I fully expect them to come grovelling to poor Mr. Bingley's side as soon as public opinion changes. Miss Bennet said, Let us waste no more breath on them. What is done, and they will live with the consequences of their choice. The events of this past week have only made me more determined to enjoy those we hold dear. Tonight we are safe and happy, and I suspect we will continue to be, will we not? She raised her eyebrow and looked at Darcy. Darcy assured her, It is my aim to see Elizabeth happy every day for the rest of our lives. Miss Bennet smiled widely, her eyes brimming with joy. I am delighted to hear it, Mr. Darcy. She pulled her sister closer to her, whispering something in her ear that made both of them blush. Aunt Helen nodded her approval. You have no need for me any more, Darcy, she said, turning toward the stairs. A strong emotion possessed Darcy, and he caught his aunt's hand before she was out of reach. To his astonishment, he pulled her into an embrace. Any embarrassment Darcy felt at his impulsiveness was abated when Aunt Helen kissed him on the cheek and returned his embrace. He tightened his arms around her, saying, If I have learned anything, it is that we need the people we love around us.
I realise now how difficult it must have been for you to send me away, but now I know that you were merely doing what you felt was best for Georgiana, and for me."
Aunt Helen stepped away, grabbing Elizabeth's hand and pulling her closer, exclaiming, "Who is this man? I credit you with this change in Darcy's character." Elizabeth beamed up at him. "He is the same man he always was. William has always been the best of men. He only needed a week's worth of improprieties to soften his views of his own and others' limitations." Georgiana gasped. "My brother? Improper?" Elizabeth grinned impishly. "It is a long, romantic, adventurous, wonderful story." Darcy was not surprised. Elizabeth already saw the best of what they had experienced together. While it did have its moments, certain ones he wished to repeat that second, he was relieved it was done. Given a day or two, he had every confidence Elizabeth would convince him to view things as she did. Georgiana looked at him expectantly. Dear Lord, she did not expect him to tell her the story right then, did she? He cleared his throat.
"A story we will tell you, eventually."
She shoved him in the arm. "You will leave out the best parts." Georgiana looked confidently at Elizabeth. "I will have to trust Miss Elizabeth to tell me what you leave out." Elizabeth took her hand. "I look forward to it." There was a twinkle in her eye that made Darcy toss and turn all night until he succumbed to exhaustion. And it was the first thing he saw in his mind's eye when he awoke the next morning to the sound of Georgiana practising the pianoforte. Chapter 39. They stayed a month in London. What had taken a glance at a newspaper to ruin would take years to repair, but William had gained some true friends in the process. True to his word, Mr. Stoddart published his article in the Times, complete with eyewitness reports and facts as confirmed by the investigators and magistrates involved. Correspondence between Longbourn and London flowed. Papa had seen the article, as Elizabeth had known he would. She had sent him a more thorough account than what was in the paper, including enough details to ensure Mamma would have the most sensational gossip to share with Aunt Phillips that week. The Prince Regent was quick to reply, and equally quick to shift the blame to the true mastermind of his friend's death. Everything Wickham had worked so hard to cast on William blew up in his face like a misfiring pistol. William's hidden stashes of coins had trapped Wickham after all. There was poetic justice in that, thought Elizabeth. The other newspapers were excessive in their praise of William, naming him a hero with all the enthusiasm with which they had previously called him a traitor. William laughed at them. He could have taken the lot of them to court for libel, but after weeks of their preening and fawning, he was ready to leave town, and all the attention he despised. He did, however, use his influence to grant his soon-to-be mother-in-law the greatest gift she could have imagined. After obtaining permission from Elizabeth's father to marry her, William had their betrothal printed in every single London paper. Elizabeth gathered copies to give to Mamma, who would brag until the papers yellowed and crumbled with age. Mr. Bingley had already sent Mrs. Holton and her family to Netherfield Park to prepare the estate for his arrival. He was eager to return home, or rather, he was eager to marry Jane. His will was much stronger than his body, and Mr. Bingley's determination to return to his home and wed his bride was no match for his illness. Elizabeth would never separate Georgiana from her brother after they had so recently repaired their relationship, and so it was agreed that Georgiana would join them on their return to Hertfordshire. Their party unanimously agreed to use Mr. Bingley's carriage instead of another of William's. Not one of them wished to stop at the village where they had been imprisoned, though Elizabeth did look with interest at Mr. Jolly's inn. He had been justly compensated for his kindness and assistance. One day they would rest there and enjoy a meal, but not today. Soon they approached the open space on the road where they had sought refuge in the snowstorm. Elizabeth pressed her fingertips against the cold glass. There it was, the break in the hedge and the path leading to the cottage. Their cottage. "It happened here?" Georgiana asked, her quiet voice loud in the silence. Elizabeth was surprised when only pleasant replies came to mind. Choosing one, she said,
We might have lost our possessions, but we gained so much more. She pulled the blanket covering her legs up, the heated brick at her feet warming Elizabeth from the bottom up. Lady Helen had sent a hamper with provisions, but unlike the hamper Mamma had sent, its modest size fitted easily between William and Mr. Bingley. Elizabeth could smell the strawberry tarts. William pulled out a leather pouch, and the sight of the familiar accessory made Elizabeth laugh. He handed it to her, saying, "We shall remember the past, only as it brings us pleasure. Open it." Intrigued, she loosened the strings and peeked inside. Elizabeth gasped. "Oh, this is not glass." William grinned at her devilishly. "No, it is not." Reaching in, she pulled out a delicate gold chain with intricate filigree halfway up the sides. In the centre was a sparkling sapphire in the shape of a droplet. 2 gold tags dangled at the clasp. "The Queen's teardrop," Elizabeth whispered through her tight throat. "Is the Queen happy?" William asked. "I have always believed her to be." It was a silly question when he knew the story. "Look at the tags," he said. The gold was engraved in clear, tiny lettering. The first read, "To my Queen." The other read, "From her Darcy." Elizabeth sat smiling for a good while, unable to do anything else. Tears of joy prickled her eyes. Jane helped her clasp it around her neck, and Elizabeth immediately ran the sapphire drop up and down the chain, revelling in the familiarity of the jewel against her skin. William could tempt her with diamonds and tiaras, but this was the necklace she would proudly wear every day. "It is the most thoughtful gift I have ever received. Thank you so much, William." He looked mischievous as he rubbed his shaved chin. Then my next gift is doomed to fail." Elizabeth gasped. "There's more. I'm so full of every good emotion I fear I shall burst." William pulled out a package wrapped in paper and handed it to her. She knew what it was before she opened it. Elizabeth's fingers tingled to thumb over the pages. William smiled at her. "I should very much like to hear you read the rest of the story. I'm told it has a happy ending." Elizabeth cradled the novel, her thumb rubbing over the binding. "You remembered." For Georgiana's benefit, she added, "I had to leave Belinda behind when I helped William escape from prison." In a serious tone, William said, "I am honoured you chose me over the book." They all laughed. "I would do it again in a second," Elizabeth admitted. Mr. Bingley exclaimed, "I would not. I never want to feel cold or fall ill again, nor do I intend to set foot inside Newgate or any other dark and dreary place for that matter." Georgiana had the good sense to point out, "But you're engaged to Jane now. Surely you would not change that." Bingley smiled at his betrothed. "Well, nothing would stop me from marrying my angel. Not only did Jane save my life, but she's spared us from suffering the company of my overbearing sisters." Jane caught Elizabeth's eye, and they shook their heads. Elizabeth said, "Do not count your blessings too quickly, Mr. Bingley. Jane might have spared you from your sisters, but you shall have to endure the 3 more of ours now." Elizabeth reached up to her collarbone, the shape of the sapphire comforting between her fingers. William had given her so much. He had even arranged of his own accord to stop at Longbourn, so they might marry in her parish, with her family present. He knew how dearly Elizabeth loved them, and how much she wanted them to witness the greatest day of her life, the day she would become Mrs. Fitzwilliam Darcy. She could not wait to give William his gift, the best part of it anyway. The copper bathtub and a crate of lavender soap would be waiting in William's dressing-room at Pemberley, thanks to Bates's cooperation with her uncle in arranging it. But Elizabeth's greatest gift, her more meaningful one, would have to wait. Elizabeth hated waiting. Anticipation made her impatient, and the carriage could not convey them fast enough to Longbourn. They were received with great emotion from her family, tears of ecstasy from their mother, and tears of jealousy from Lydia, who had always thought she ought to be the first Bennet sister to marry. Mamma had prepared a banquet to celebrate her good fortune. Her words of greeting were, "2 daughters to marry, 2 gentlemen with fortunes and estates. Oh, Lady Lucas can have Mr. Collins."
Mr. Collins's ardour had cooled sooner than he had recovered from his cold. Not a fortnight after Elizabeth had left for London, he had proposed to Charlotte Lucas. She had accepted. One cannot always account for taste. Mr. Bingley nearly choked on his ham when Mamma exclaimed during the meal, "Oh, how fortunate I arranged for you to travel together, or none of this would have happened." Elizabeth appreciated William's restraint. He sipped on his wine, but his grip on the glass showed the extent of his struggle to contain himself. It was nearly time for his first gift. Her father commented, "Oh, yes, my dear, you have an uncanny ability to alter the weather for our daughter's advantage. I hardly think you wish to take credit for anything more than that." Mamma was impervious to his wry humour, as was usual. Refilling her glass, she beamed. "Oh, you are welcome to stay here, of course, Mr. Darcy and Miss Darcy. I dare say 3 weeks at Longbourn is hardly sufficient, when we would gladly welcome you for an extended stay. I can imagine Lady Lucas's face when the banns are read for not only one, but 2 of my daughters." The time had arrived. Setting down her fork, Elizabeth said, "I had something else in mind. I should very much like to marry on the morrow and depart immediately for Pemberley." She watched William closely, adding with a grin, because she was certain of his response, "If it is agreeable to Mr. Darcy, of course." Her mother was not immediately convinced, but when Mary pointed out the extravagance of purchasing a common licence, she immediately cheered. William polished the contents of his plate in record time, and his abruptness in excusing himself from the table was easily forgiven. He was on his way to the rector's home to make arrangements for the ceremony on the morrow. "Mr. Bennet, you must accompany Mr. Darcy," insisted Mamma, who would not allow for anything to delay the wedding. When the arrangements had been made, and William had returned with her father, Elizabeth suggested a turn in the garden. Her mother knew better than to send any of Elizabeth's sisters out of doors with her. The wink she gave Elizabeth guaranteed a few minutes of privacy with William. He chuckled as they strolled away from the house. "I always believed your mother's lenience was a weakness she needed to address, but I am grateful for it right now." Elizabeth led him to a bench covered in wisteria branches. The thick vines were bare, but they offered enough coverage. Pulling William down to sit beside her, Elizabeth said, "I once believed your tendency to always be right fueled your pride and hardened your sensibility, but now I know the truth." William smiled. "And what is that?" "That you really are very clever," she teased. He leaned forward, his forehead resting against hers. "I am the happiest man in the world, because I get to marry you on the morrow." She sighed. "That, sir, is an excellent answer." William closed his eyes, his finger winding around a tendril of her hair, and said, "I do not need to be right any more. I only need to be with you." The whisper of his breath tickled her lips, and Elizabeth kissed Mr. Darcy thoroughly. Epilogue. Pemberley, 1 month later. Darcy carried a tray with a fresh pot of tea, careful not to rattle the 2 cups and saucers as he progressed down the hall. The strawberry tarts, his wife's favourite, smelled divine. She would be pleased. He had not seen Elizabeth since returning from his ride over the property with his steward, but Darcy knew where to find her. Quietly, he eased the door of the library open. She sat with her feet curled up under her skirts on the settee near the fireplace, deeply engrossed in a book. The rebellious curls at the softest part of her neck defied her pins. How Darcy loved to bury his fingers in her thick, silky tresses. He would dismiss her maid early, so he could brush her hair himself that night. He pushed a rather large box aside and set the tea tray down on the table beside her. Elizabeth immediately curled into his side as she flipped the page of her novel. She must be at the best part. Darcy waited until she reached the end of her chapter. They spent a good deal of time in the library, talking, debating, laughing, and loving. It was Darcy's favourite spot in all of Pemberley. With a sigh, Elizabeth closed her book. Sliding her hands up the lapels of Darcy's coat, she pressed her palms against his heart and splayed her fingers over his chest. She said, "It is a good tale, but it pales in comparison to our story." She leaned forward and pecked him on the lips.
If this is the greeting I can expect after being away all day, I shall have to stay away more,
Darcy teased, nuzzling Elizabeth's ear. You will do no such thing, she replied, moving her fingers up to trace along his jaw. He lowered his lips, but she spoke before he could press them against hers. I have a present for you, she said, pointing at the large box on top of the tea table. My uncle helped me get it from an inventor in St. Croix, Switzerland.
Darcy chuckled. It was large enough. I thought it was from your mother.
Not this, I assure you. Now, are you going to open it or not? Patience was not Elizabeth's strongest quality, nor was it Darcy's. Grabbing the lid, he pulled it off. Nestled inside a mess of hay was another box, about the size of a writing desk top. He lifted it out, and Elizabeth moved the tea tray over to make room for it.
Is this made of oak? Darcy asked.
The box was engraved with a scene of dancers waltzing in a circle. The wood was smooth and shiny with polish.
It is not more lavender soap, is it? He teased.
She grinned at him. Open it. He did, and a Viennese waltz began to play. Now I can dance with you any time I want, Elizabeth said. You are an exceptional dancer.
Only with you as my partner.
Darcy stood and held his hand out to her with a bow.
May I have the honour of this dance, and the next, and the next.
Elizabeth walked into his arms, and together they swayed to the tune, dancing long after the music had stopped, to the beats of their hearts. She was enchanting. Their love was perfect. Everything was right. This has been Fitzwilliam Darcy, Traitor, a Pride and Prejudice variation, Dimensions of Darcy, written by Jennifer Joy, narrated by Stevie Zimmerman. Copyright 2018 by Jennifer Joy Ramirez. Production copyright by Jennifer Joy Ramirez.
Hi, you're here! I'm so glad because Fitzwilliam Darcy Traitor is celebrating a book anniversary. I can't believe Traitor was released 4 years ago this week. And if you're watching this later, then you can celebrate finishing another book. And at over 400 pages, Traitor is a big book, and you should celebrate finishing it. Traitor was my 13th novel and the first adventure I gave Darcy and Elizabeth. I've since written a few more adventures, like this one and this one, but Traitor was my first, and it had my favorite guard dogs, Watt and Wilberforce. If those names sound familiar to you, it is for good reason. William Wilberforce was a British politician, philanthropist, and leader of the movement to abolish the slave trade. I wonder if he was penning a famous speech here, like the closing of a speech he gave in the House of Commons. Having heard all of this, you may choose to look the other way, but you can never again say you did not know. James Watt was a Scottish inventor, instrument maker, mechanical engineer, chemist, and overall just interesting guy. What he's most remembered for are his improvements to the steam engine. It was an amazing machine anyway, but it wasted too much steam. Inspired by a boiling kettle, Watt designed a separate condenser, his first and greatest invention, to eliminate this waste, making the engine more powerful, more efficient, and cost-effective for more factories to use all over the world. A perfect contribution to the Industrial Revolution. He eventually adapted his engine to include a rotary motion, like this flywheel he designed. It was installed in Whitbread's brewery, right here, in 1785, and clocked 102 years' work before it was decommissioned and sent to Australia, where it was restored and is once again in full working order. Today, most electrical devices are rated in watts, a name given in honor of James Watt's contribution to industry efficiency. I like to think that he and Mr. Gardner enjoyed many lively discussions as they tinkered over the workbench. What do you think? Did you enjoy listening to Fitzwilliam Darcy Traitor? Then I hope you like this video, and please subscribe to my channel so you don't miss any new audiobooks. Did you have a favorite scene? I'd love to know in the comments what you enjoyed the most, so please write that down below in the comments. Until the next audiobook, bye!